gentlemen, we just landed in Geneva. Yeah, that's in Switzerland. We're on the yacht. A young lady just fed me French vanilla ice cream. We all got our toes out, too. Call me when you get lost.
I'ma travel the globe, you keep the block hot driver. Open the door for me, my hand hurt, find us. We playing hide and seek with the passports. Where the fuck we at? Oh, the pilot gotta remind us, yeah. The luggage is piling, I need a clothes to wear. So many stinkies sit in my wallet, look like a folding chair. The Cartier so light on my body, thought I floated here. We boated here, it's Tunchi and Tyler, but call me Baudelaire, yeah. Out in Switzerland, travel with my bitch again, we kissing, dog. I love when she let me rub it like Michelin. 100 grand to sleep on the bird, the wings are whistling like... Man, they ain't listening. We cross the line like immigrants and benefit from it. Keep on stunting on these niggas, make them sick to their stomach, man. Y'all don't understand. Fish so fresh that you can taste the same. Yeah, we getting lost, but we know who we aim. Bada, son. And treat that last part like you niggas ain't saying nothing. Yeah.
You see these excursions right here? Just too lavish to post on the gram. Gangsta greasy.
Excuse me, pardon me. The wind it blows so hard to me, like Mother Nature arguing about some baby father beeping. I'm stuck in the middle of the sandwich like slaughter me. Got my middle fingers to the cameras that's recording me from y'all to me. Brrr. Stop calling me unless you're ordering. I'm on the beach, I got my feet out, and I stay on my feet. The corner beat, I'm on a deep route. Just throw the ball at me. Thought all this lean would have me see now. I guess they see now. That's touchdown. Catch a beat down like I catch touchdowns. I fuck around and slow the beat down and take the drums out. The speed of my blunts, agreed. I'ma eat my own flow. And I'm in need of a flow. I'ma eat me a rap, but I might as well eat me a hoe. Oh. I'm hot as hell when the weather is freezing and cold. As a devil, a demon, and ghost. I'ma get even to even get even some more. It's too late to even get low. Bow, wolf gang, that's what I need you to know. Moonlight, Weezy the goat. The wind beneath my wings, desert eagle underneath my coat. Yeah, moolah, bitch. Hard weed.
You see, we just over here admiring the view of the mountains from the lake. Of course. Y'all know it's Wolf Haley, man. Stop fucking playing.
This is me singing, by the way. Well, hi, what's up? What is up, Famalam? Do you do this when you see black people? White people, when they every time I see minorities, I always make sure to go everywhere they are and get in their crowd so that all my friends can see how not racist I am constantly. Wait, can you hear me?
Hello. Why wouldn't I be able to hear you?
I don't know. Never mind.
Well, no, now I'm confused. Now what?
Wait, hold on. Fuck you, all right?
Oh,
Shut
I
up!
see you. Okay, all right. I didn't know you were muted. I didn't know you were muted for that, but I see now. The plushie went, 1,500. All right.
1,500 what?
EST.
Yeah.
That's the plushie reveal.
The big plushie reveal.
I told you they were 2 weeks out. Well, how was your night? Did you do anything fun?
Okay. Actually, yeah, I drank a bottle of wine, hung out.
Ooh, red? Red or white?
Does that matter? I think it's white.
It does matter. Red wine is my favorite. White wine is okay.
Does it really make a difference?
Yeah. It does.
What's the difference?
The taste. Do you have fucking taste buds?
Okay.
The APV is probably the same.
Okay. Listen.
Listening.
I might have discovered some top secret Kino. All right.
Yeah. True Detective.
Yeah. Well, okay. I'm only through episode 2. All right. The one
Yeah, it's
guy
really good.
who is it? Matthew McConaughey? Is that the guy?
Mhm.
He's like he can act, he's
McConaughey.
like an actor.
He can fucking act, can he?
Yeah. What the fuck? And the
I
other
wish people would
guy.
have told you about this sooner.
Yeah, I know, but nobody's ever mentioned the show before.
No,
you know?
they haven't. Which other guy?
The guy from
Fuck, I know who you're
Zombieland,
talking about. Yeah. Woody Allen?
Woody Harrelson.
Woody, that's who it is. Yeah, it's a good fucking show. I don't know if anybody's told you. It's only one season.
Yeah, it's like what do you call a episodic thing? But like season-sodic? Is that a real word?
I don't know if that's a real word.
Do you know there are shows like The Office or like some shows or like Law and Order or whatever where like it's episodic? Like one, there's not like an arc. It's like one episode. Yeah,
Like the episode, yeah.
yeah. And then apparently, True Detective is like each
Like that
season
for
is
the whole
self-contained.
season.
Yeah.
Everybody's saying anthology.
Anthology, the study of old civilizations. These guys are fucking retarded.
There is rife.
Hello?
Fuck, I played this accidentally yesterday. Oh no. My hero. Oh my god. Do you want to see... Have you ever seen the cringiest thing on the internet? Do you know what the cringiest thing on the internet is? Besides...
The Annoying Orange?
No. Have you ever seen when Patrick Bet David went on Joe Rogan?
No.
Oh shit. Hold on.
Peach. Peach. God damn.
Yeah. Scream at her louder.
I need you to help me find a color in this Lego set.
Oh my god.
I'm not on cam.
Are you serious, bro? Oh, fuck. Wait. Is it not in the normal episode? Hold on. Oh, wait. He's been on multiple times, hasn't he? Oh.
Let me see if I got one of
Are you here?
I'm back, yeah.
them. Did he bring the other one as well?
One more that's outside, I think.
Huh?
I don't know which is outside.
There's a
but
box.
still one more.
Sam, if you're watching,
Small.
it's a small box. Yeah, if you can bring that one in, that'd be great. First one is...
Hold on.
Okay, so I'm betting myself. I think you're going to love one of them. I hope it goes into Comedy Club. Okay. I think the other ones are going to be like whatever because you could buy it yourself. But then the other two, I think one of them may make it on the wall. It's a competition because you got like 100 pieces sitting around that's not on the wall. Okay. So we'll see what's going to happen. First of all, so you're a Jimi Hendrix guy, right? I think you're a Jimi Hendrix guy. Perfect. I got this. We looked up to see what we can do with Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix did a month-long special Jimi Hendrix pen that while you're sitting here writing stuff, I know you're probably not a big guy that you care about having a fancy pen or not, but we got you the special limited edition Mont-Blanc pen with Jimi Hendrix. I hope you like it. Okay, so that's one. Two, I think when I think about personalities that kind of push the envelope a little bit, presidents in the past that were anti-establishment people that push the envelope. One of the names you think about a guy named Andrew Jackson. Okay, so this took me a minute to find this, but this is a letter written by Andrew Jackson, president, signed at the bottom with COA, and he is known as the first ever anti-establishment president, minus the founding fathers. So I hope you like this. This represents that aspect of you. Okay.
Minus the founding fathers, who are all anti-establishment.
So that's this part. Now, next one. you've gone down the rabbit
Christ.
hole with John F. Kennedy assassination, what happened there, what happened to him, all this other stuff. So let me see what we can find with this. This took us a minute to find as well. This piece, Joe, is the actual, let me see this here. This is the actual Warren Commission letter, okay, signed by Gerald Ford, okay, the letter to the right is the Warren Commission. Then you have the autograph of Jack Ruby. Then you got the autograph of Lee Harvey Oswald, and you got the autograph of John F. Kennedy.
Wow.
Okay. So I hope you like this. With the letter, COA, all of it. Okay.
A lot
And
of
then the
gifts.
last one, I'm convinced this is the one that I think you're going to like a lot. This last one took us a minute to find. Okay. I'll put it here if you don't mind. So, oh man, this one was work, bro. I hope you like it. Okay. Who's one of your favorite comedians of all time?
Richard Pryor.
Who else?
Lenny Bruce.
Okay. So, I called around and I spoke to Lenny Bruce's daughter, Kitty. Okay. I don't know if they know who she is or not.
Yeah,
So I spoke to her, yeah. And I said, guys, I want to find something special for Joe that's tied with Lenny Bruce. So you open up a comedy shop. This is with the what do you call it when you're doing is it a stand?
Mic stand.
Mic stand?
Yeah.
Okay. When he would go on the road, he had a mic stand and a mic that he would use. I think this is from 1959. This is the original mic Lenny Bruce used. Okay.
Wow. I know where that's going. That's going to the club.
So now if you don't want to do it that way, you want to put the stand, we got the stand there as well.
Oh, no. Come on, man. That's
If you
perfect.
put the
wall.
frame, you got the frame.
Yeah, we need the frame. That's amazing.
So, you know, for me, when I was, you know, we were wanting to come down sooner, that was the missing piece. That's the one I wanted to get for you.
Wow.
And
Why is this cringe? I mean, one, I don't know how regular it is for people to give Joe Rogan gifts on a show. Two, I don't think that giving him a gift is bad, especially because most of these gifts aren't, the Jimi Hendrix one was kind of cringe. Most of these aren't bad gifts, but like 5 of them?
Yeah, like I could see one of
Like,
these on his show.
one of these would have been fine.
Yeah.
5 of them? Bruh.
I said, let's wait till we get that and then we'll come and present it to him.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Thank you. Wow.
I know for a guy like you, Joe, it takes, you know, when people give me gifts,
The
it's kind of
last
hard
one's
to
probably the coolest one for him.
Maybe,
get a gift for somebody that they're going to have a reaction to, because you can buy all this stuff yourself. But the hard thing is finding it. Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah. So by the way, there's letters, handwritten letters by him, how he took notes to prepare with his jokes. We got all that stuff in the back as well.
Wow.
Sam will give it to you later on.
Wow.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Anytime, brother. So.
This is the most shit anybody's ever given me.
Really? There you go.
It's
Yeah.
like Christmas.
I got that for him. By the way, my book is coming out in December. I mean, you can't buy the book right now. My book comes out December 5th. But they sent me the first copy of the book. It's titled Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And
Give it to him too.
It's not an easy thing to choose your enemies wisely. Most people choose the wrong enemies. Portfolio sent us the first copy of Choose Your Enemies Wisely. And my first copy they gave to me, I'm giving to you, brother.
Thank you.
Again, people can't buy it till December 5th. But these are gifts from us to you. You're a very important guy. You're a super likable guy. When I'm talking to your guys, and I said, so how's it feel working here, man? He says, man, Joe's the coolest guy to work for. We love Joe. Everybody loves you. You know, for what you've been able to do the last few years, I got a lot of respect for you. There's a level of admiration for you. There's true love for you. There's true protection for you. I have a natural tendency of protecting people that I think are needed to be protected. You don't need any protection when it comes into a street fight. I can't protect you in a street fight, bro. That's you. You know how to fight and take care of yourself. But I think there's got to be people that fight in different ways. Their weapon is a different weapon. My weapon is words, and my weapon is the way I process issues. You got a guy here that is going to be fighting for you for a long time, bro.
Well, thank
So,
you. I feel
yeah.
the same way about you. I have a lot of respect and
I
love for you
appreciate
as well.
you. Yeah.
I think you're a very
Well,
important
fuck,
voice
I
out
don't
there.
glaze
And I
you
think,
this
you know,
hard.
what you do is very admirable. And you don't have to do it. Like, this is not how you made your money. This is just something that you decided to pursue because you have interest in it and because you think it's important. And I admire that a lot.
Anyway, let's see what happened.
Hello, quick update. Patrick Bet David reached out to me shortly after I posted saying that he has to apologize. He should address the whole Christopher Delgado situation. That video is here. I uploaded it because I thought it is not going to make sense what we're talking about unless you have that context. He immediately DM'd me saying, hey, look, I want to call. So I'm posting this video immediately afterwards, unedited, because I want you guys to hear my call with Patrick Bet David. I addressed the apology. You know, you should apologize for taking this guy on, this Ponzi scheme. You promoted it. You'll hear me talk about the $1 million. Say, hey, can you commit right now to getting this money back
Yes or no?
to the victims of the scheme? And finally, I asked him, you know, what he has to say to the, you know, people who go to his Vault conference and want answers. Okay, just confirming that I'm recording starting now. This is Patrick Bet David. We're talking about the Vault conference sponsored the Goliath Ventures. Look, ultimately the big question is this. One, are you returning the $1 million paid to your consulting company back to the receivership, back to the victims?
You have to watch part 1 for context? Well, my guess is part 1 is he's a scammer. So there you go.
And two, I mean, you know, like, I think, look, a lot of people got hurt in this. You were the number one, probably, credibility person in this. How does that feel? I mean, are you going to apologize? Are you going to address it, like, you know, publicly? I think people want to know. People look to you, you know, as this entrepreneurship guy. It is, frankly, a bad look.
This is Joe's guy.
Yeah, so first of all, you hate to see things like this. Hate to see things like this that happens. And every once in a while, this takes place. You know, when an issue like this comes up.
That happens.
We lost him.
What? Call just dropped? Bro? Hold on, let me call him back. Patrick, how's it going?
Okay, I'm good now. I'm in the backyard. Service is good. Go for it.
We're back. Okay, so just to recap the question, you've got $1 million coming to you from Goliath Ventures. And first of all, I'd like to know where that money's going. Secondly, you know, a lot of people got hurt by this. You are the #1 voice of credibility.
Sorry, this wasn't crypto. It was retirement account fraud. Okay.
In all of this, kind of putting this guy on, so to speak. I mean, you know, what do you have to say to people who lost money? I mean, do you apologize to them? Like, what can you do to make it right? All these questions.
Yeah, so look, all valid questions. This is, you know, typically when we do sponsorship, if you know anything about me, Steven, I hate doing sponsorships. We stopped doing sponsorships on the podcast 2 years ago.
His name's Steven?
Because of this.
Don't worry about it.
This exact reason. We literally stopped. It's probably cost us $15 to $20 million of sponsorship the last 2 years.
Don't ever ask that question again, Moot, okay?
Sorry. I got too close to the truth.
The only place we've taken sponsorship money for, outside of the basic YouTube AdSense that you get, that you're accustomed to it as well, we do the events. So if I do a Vol conference, there's a moment for networking and people set up their booth. And so this guy came to the Vol conference for the last 4 years. And at the end of it, one of my reps comes up to me. I've never spoken to him. We've seen him at the event, you know, typically with everybody else. And he says he wants to be the title sponsor. Okay, great. He goes through the whole thing. We go through the background that our legal team does. Obviously, we make reference calls. We call others to see what they can say about him. And we call people that we had known for 10 plus years.
Nobody flagged it. Nobody flagged the 4 to 5% a year. Or a month, I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair question. It's the most disappointing thing. Not
a year.
And we call people that we had known for 10 plus years.
Nobody flagged it. Nobody flagged the 4 to 5% a year. Or a month, I'm sorry.
No, it's a fair question. It's the most disappointing thing. Not one person that's done business.
Jesse, ever since you started pointing out abusive language response shit like this, it bothers me so much. He asks, what are you doing about people ripped off if he just starts going off on not liking sponsors? Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Fuck. Well, now I kind of want to know, is this the first video?
There's another.
Well,
quick update before you
update video.
Watch this video. There is a follow-up where I actually got a hold of Patrick Bet-David. So in this video, you'll see that I asked to talk to him multiple times. He did not respond until right before I uploaded the video. I tweeted about it. He got my DM, says he actually does want to talk. So you can hear him address all the allegations I'm about to bring up in this video, and you can decide for yourself what you think of Patrick Bet-David's response. So I've been waiting for Patrick Bet-David to reply to this Goliath story where he reportedly got a huge payment from a Ponzi schemer, and I want to know if they're going to pay back. It's just as simple as that. I want to know if they're going to apologize for their role in legitimizing a total scammer, which hasn't been done yet as far as I'm aware.
Okay, I love Coffeezilla. I support everything he does. I am really confused a lot of times on the internet when people are like, this guy needs to be held accountable. What does that mean? So he's saying, like, when he says, like, pay it back, why would you, if the guy was a scammer, why would you give him back money? Is that what they should be doing? Or I guess you could say, like, make a fund to help the victims, but I don't even know how you would go authenticating everything for that or whatever. But
I think he's saying that this guy also technically got profit off of a scam, so he could just pay the money that he technically accidentally scammed back. If it wasn't
to the scammer?
No, to the people who the scammer scammed. So this guy worked with a scammer.
Uh-huh.
It sounds like unknowingly.
Well.
And then got scammed. Yeah, we're not sure yet.
Oh,
and
I'm
then
sure.
he technically was involved in the scam. So if he was a victim as well, he would just go and pay the people back that he helped scam.
Oh.
That's what I think's happening.
Okay.
The PBD organization, Patrick Bet-David personally. It's been about a week. I haven't heard back, so I have to talk about it. Now, if you don't know the full lore, let me bring you up to speed really quick. Goliath Ventures was a Ponzi scheme that took in over $320 million of regular people, retirees, business owners' money under the promise of making them multiple percents per month. We made a Coffeezilla video about it recently. Christopher Delgado recently talked to the press here without his lawyer present, and we reported this back in October to federal authorities, and about 6 months later, Christopher Delgado was officially arrested.
The Justice Department says the 34-year-old scammed investors out of $328 million through his company, Goliath Ventures.
Meaning we're no longer speculating here. He has been formally charged. He's even admitted a lot of this in interviews.
But what happened to their money that should have been sitting in an account?
Their money was being used to make distributions.
To who?
To either them or other investors.
Then what else did you use the money for?
I mean, we used it for corporate events. We used it for personal spend.
So this goes way beyond the it's just allegations, bro. But Christopher Delgado has confessed to a lot of this behavior. And where Patrick Bet-David comes into all of this is because he was a huge form of social proof for Christopher Delgado to seem legit. His entire organization kind of made this guy mainstream.
Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures, a global private...
Do you see that the H3 Snark Mods are trying to appeal against a subpoena to Reddit and Discord for their information? They are spooked, dude. I wonder if there is a connection to Snarkers. There absolutely are connections. I know that for a fact. Who's trying to appeal? Like Reddit or like mods or whatever?
Mods.
I think one thing that people don't realize, this is also going to be a new thing going forward, and I'll tank the hate for a little bit on it. I don't give a fuck. But once this court case is done and I'm just like strictly doing political stuff, if you are doing something that necessitates me to respond, like if you're constantly covering my shit or whatever the fuck else, like I will always respond to your real name. I'm not gonna. I don't want to be in a world where avatars and monikers are making videos about me. Like if I know your real name, I will always use it. This idea of like of internet like VTuber things that people hide behind and then do whatever journalism and accusations, all this bullshit is fucking retarded. I think one of the issues that the Reddit mods are probably figuring out, the snarker people, is this concept of like doxing and doxing. That's not a real thing. Okay, that was a thing that we used to say on the internet when we were 15 years old. And we didn't want somebody to find out our phone number because then they would call and then mom and dad would find out we were up to retarded shit online. Or when you got older, people would dox you to swat you if they were fucking crazy. But this idea that you get like unlimited, infinite anonymity online while you are like actively participating and being involved in like all of these, nah, fuck you. Like if you want to be like an anonymous internet user that comments on shit occasionally, whatever, that's fine. But if you're going to take such an active role in things, I think your identity is
a content creator around it.
Your identity is absolutely like it's newsworthy, public worthy stuff. 100%.
Private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris Delgado. It's built on 3 pillars: technology, opportunity, community.
And this is why I reached out to Patrick Bet-David and his team, only to get no response. I'm expecting some accountability here. Our story starts in 2025 when this guy, Christopher Delgado, is on stage at the Patrick Bet-David Vault Conference. He was the title sponsor for them, and he used it as an opportunity to kind of pitch himself.
Make passive income for myself, raise my family, and basically enjoy life.
Now, even when you go to Patrick Bet-David's own summary, you can see Goliath in this video, in their own highlight reel, where they are the title sponsor, Goliath Ventures. They're apparently on the lanyard. Right here, you can see Goliath Ventures Inc. signed on as the title sponsor to the Vault 2025 conference. And they even made like a pitch video of why you should be a brand sponsor of the Vault conference.
More than 2,000 CEOs lead teams of 75+ employees. They come from around the world to grow, scale, and do business. And they don't just attend, they engage. Last year, 85% interacted with sponsors on site. The response from attendees was overwhelmingly positive.
So it's pretty clear what Vault is pitching. Hey, we'll give you access to this, entrepreneurship conference, these attendees. You pay us, we'll get you hooked up with them. And that's exactly what Goliath Ventures did. Now, when you go to the Vault conference sponsorship tier, you can see they advertise the benefit of the title sponsorship right here. An MGM strip marquee signage, a 40 by 40 foot booth, brand badging, that's what we just saw, on-site attendee email list. I guess you can email them if you want. Main stage moment with Patrick Bet-David, marketing, hard post on socials, PBD podcast shout out. I think that's one of the big ones. Patrick Bet-David's podcast reaches millions of people. And true to his word, he pushed Goliath like a lot.
Vault conference this year is brought to you by Goliath Ventures. The title sponsor of this entire event is Goliath Ventures. Founder Chris Delgado. We spent a lot of time with these guys that come to Yankees games with us. They've been coming to Vault conferences for the last God knows how many years. Goliath Ventures, founded in 2019. Goliath Ventures is a global private equity firm focused on blockchain, founded by Chris. You can go search them, GoliathVenturesInc.com to learn more about them. They'll be at the Vault conference all over the place.
Yeah, he said those guys would be all over the place, and he was right. Now, before, we didn't really know exactly how much this cost. We knew it must be significant, but this was used as a huge, social proof that Christopher Delgado was someone to be trusted. After all, presumably not just anyone can be a title sponsor of this prestigious entrepreneurship event, right? This was brought up by this guy who interviewed Christopher Delgado, like basically, hey, you're friends with, Patrick Bet-David.
On social media, I follow him very closely. Private jet. You see the celebrities. You see Patrick Bet-David standing next to you at the Yankee Stadium. You come from a trailer park.
Oh, who is that? You see Patrick Bet-David. He's being used clearly as a, hey, Christopher Delgado is rubbing shoulders with the right guys, okay? So imagine my surprise. All of this unwinds, Christopher Delgado gets arrested, $328 million Ponzi scheme. It was all a lie. The Vault 2025 #1 title sponsor was a big fraud that was trying to steal people's money. And then I see this on a Channel 9 Investigates segment. This is Darlene Jones. Guess who we see come up as one of the big payments that Goliath Ventures made?
$1 million to this long list of organizations across Central Florida. Some of the largest donations went to Equity Estates.
Hold on. Was this the thing that we watched where when the guy was trying to explain how the business worked, it sounded like basically what they were doing was saying that everybody could get like 4 or 5% returns every month in their portfolio. And the way they were doing that is as soon as people gave them money, they would just like buy Bitcoin and hope it goes up a lot. And that's how they would like sustain it. Was that... Like, it sounds retarded, but like I think that was like essentially the business. I remember. I don't think so. I think that was something else. Oh, was that something else? Or was that what we're talking about here? That was something else but the same. Oh, okay. Well, they clarify in the call.
Data consulting.
Look at that. 1 million smackies to go be the title sponsor at the Vault conference. Or at least that's what it looks like. Maybe he was just paying for this photo. I don't really know. And my key question to the Patrick Bet-David group, to Valuetainment, is are y'all paying that money back? You shouldn't be letting yourself be used as social proof for a Ponzi scheme. I would think that would be a bad thing. I would think
for
that
me,
would be a problem.
I mean, I would do it. Sure.
I think that'd be something you would address if they're your title sponsor, 2025, $1 million. You'd think you'd want to put that to bed immediately and say, hey, we don't want this basically blood money. So that was my question to Patrick Bet-David.
About Michael Saylor. Okay.
Among others, I said, hey, Patrick, I'm reaching out because the title sponsor of last year's Vault conference was a fraud. I wanted to ask you for comment about this as I would likely address it in more detail. I asked him, how well he knew Chris Delgado, if he's planning to return the revenue for the sponsorship to the Ponzi scheme victims. And this is an important point because I said, seems like even charities Goliath sent money to may be asked to turn the money over. So this is a very sad aspect of this Ponzi scheme. Christopher Delgado, part of what he used as social proof was that he was also donating to charities like Runway to Hope. And reportedly, reportedly, some of those organizations are going to actually have to return the money back. Like they're going to have to claw that money back to give it to the Ponzi scheme victims, which is really sad, given that most of them probably spent the money. I'm guessing these charities need the money a lot more than Patrick Bet-David does. So, I think it's pretty important he addresses whether they're going to give the money back. We haven't heard back. I reached out also via email. Hey, address this, guys. You have to. Seems pretty obvious, and you probably should apologize for your association. Because previously, Patrick Bet-David was actually asked about none other than yours truly. About, hey, Coffeezilla, we did an interview with Patrick Bet-David where I confronted him on his MLM ties. That's, where he made a lot of his money. And he said that he was unafraid to answer, these questions, these key questions. Otherwise, why would he go on my show?
Of course. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on Coffeezilla? What do you think?
I think that if I really
hang on a second. Do you think if I was worried about my business model, I would go on Coffeezilla? They were actually very strong when they came back after me. We had a 2-hour conversation.
Yes.
We finished it. It was good to go. We moved on.
So there it is. He's not afraid to, answer the hard questions. Well, here's another hard question, I guess. Give the money back. In fact, Patrick Bet-David was even recently subpoenaed in this case. So it's very likely he's going to have to turn over the records anyways. It's very obvious that they're probably going to have to turn back the money. I think they should take credit for it now. They eventually will likely have to do it anyways. But I think they need to go a step further and say, hey, here's how we're not going to let this happen in the future. Go into our Vault conference, our title sponsor. Here's how we're not going to allow a Ponzi scheme to be the title sponsor again. And ultimately, this guy needs to apologize. For a guy dogged by, accusations about his MLM past, to then get $1 million from a Ponzi scheme, you can't just ignore that and pretend it didn't happen. You have to address it. You have to say, hey, if my name was used to get you into this Ponzi scheme, I apologize. Here's the due diligence we're going to do going forward. And let's be clear, you directly shilled this Goliath Ventures Inc. Even shouted out the website on your podcast. You gotta apologize for all of that. That's the minimum you can expect in a situation like this. To be clear, there's no evidence that Patrick Bet-David knew at the time he took this money that it was a Ponzi scheme. But also, if you just look at the business model for even half a second, it was obvious these things were unsustainable. So I think it was more of a case of how much was this really looked into? How much of Christopher Delgado's past was really looked at before accepting the money? And this is the problem actually that goes to a lot of these entrepreneurship conferences, right? They sell this audience, and who lines up in the doorway of a lot of these sponsorships? A lot of times, the people trying to get your money are not the most savory individuals, and the people running the events will often not take much accountability for it, which is actually a pretty insane business model when you think about it, that you're basically being sold as a product to sponsors. But then if you actually look at the cost of just attending this Vault conference, it's not cheap. They're selling $16,000 tickets.
You gotta be pretty retarded to invest, quote unquote, in this.
Well, so
stuff
I'm curious, is there like an actual ad? Like, can I see like an ad for what their product was? Because I agree with you. If somebody's promising you
15% returns a fucking month or whatever, I don't know what it was.
I'm sorry, if anybody's promising you more than like 7% per year on something that's like, and they're calling it like super safe, rock solid, like something is happening here. It's like
you would not be getting this offer. You're a fucking everyday person.
Fuck this!
What is this?
No, we're done. Okay, and here's the message. Here's the message for Delgados. Okay, I'm done.
Okay, epic.
They paid a lot of money and then got pitched by a Ponzi scheme in the middle of it as the title sponsor. So yeah, I think a payback and an apology is the minimum that can be done here. I think it's just something they have to address. And if Patrick Bet-David says, hey, I've got nothing to hide, I'm going to talk to Coffeezilla about my MLM business, I think you should talk about the Ponzi scheme.
My God-given gift was that people are attracted to me. People just naturally gravitate towards me. My circle of influence started growing so natural.
$300
Today we're investigating one of the hardest cases of my career.
Can anybody just link me? I don't want to watch the 30-minute. Just like, what's an ad that this company had? Goliath Ventures ad. I'm not gonna be able to find it, am I?
No.
I just want to know how much sympathy I should lack for the people that fell for this.
If it sounds good, dude, fuck it. You know what?
Sure.
I just can't speak.
True.
Yeah, whatever.
With them, flagged them. Okay. And so then we say, great, let's go through the sponsorship. Now, when you do sponsorship, you have to deliver on stuff. So meaning we have to set up the booth. We have to set up all these different place where people walk up to them, these 20 by 30, 30 by 30, 40 by 40 booths that you create for them, that they have an opportunity for people to go through. So we flew in. Typically, when somebody becomes a sponsor, we fly in, we meet them in Vegas, and then we show them, or whatever hotel we're going to be at, and we'll say, hey, here's your location. You're the title sponsor. We're going to put it here. And then, their logo is going to be in different places, but it's not a endorsement. So it's not like I endorse. It's a sponsorship.
It does feel like an endorsement, though.
You're right. No, you're right. I agree. And by the way, again, we learn. So for us, we said we're going to do two, what do you call it? The Vault conference is brought to you by Goliath. Okay, so we did that a couple times because that was part of the title sponsor. By the way, we've changed our entire title.
Does that mean you'll call people like PISSCO, Kafka, or Tim Pool by their real names? For somebody like, I guess, is Tim Pool's name not Tim Pool? Pretty like Tim Pool or somebody like PISSCO, or somebody mentioned Ayla in chat earlier. I feel like the reason why a name is important is because it's not really about the name. It's about having an identity. Like, who the fuck is talking, right? I think that's worth knowing sometimes, right? Like, who who is talking? Are they American? What is their kind of background history? Like, I think these are relevant things. I don't know if Tim Pool's name is not Tim Pool or not. It doesn't really matter though. We know Tim's background, and I don't really need a name for that. I just don't like this like super anonymous, like drifty people that are like, especially who are supposedly making content, bringing like big accusations forward, like obsessively covering other people. I think it's like newsworthy to know like the identities of these people. Not to say that you should go out of your way to do whatever, but I'm just saying that like if I know a person's name, I'm going to respond to a 3D model. It's retarded, I think.
Sponsor stuff that we're doing where if it's not like a Fortune, 2000 company, we don't even want to entertain it. Because sometimes the best way is to make sure other investors have vetted them. And listen,
every person
in
they
this space,
named,
there's a lot of risk.
Their identity is already tied to their shit. Via their
more
face.
kind of, yeah.
You get into.
Right, but he's the title sponsor. This is just last year. This isn't like 5 years ago.
No, you're
and
right.
And it was 3 endorsements. At one point it sounded like an ad read. You're like, the 3 pillars or this. It like read like ad copy the way you're reading it.
No, we never did endorsement. We said it's sponsored. And by the way,
The title sponsor? You're not endorsing the title sponsor? How stupid. What a stupid thing to say.
It like read like ad copy the way you're reading it.
No, we never did endorsement. We said it's sponsored. And by the way, just so you know, there's certain things I can't talk about. There's certain things I can because we're cooperating with the federal authorities and we're having meetings with them. We're having conversations with them. All of this stuff will be public. We've learned a lot of things about
You've been
this guy
subpoenaed, right? Like you have been subpoenaed, correct?
Of course, absolutely.
So are you going to turn the money over? That seems to be an important question.
That's the conversation we're in right now, and you will hear all about it when the decision is made.
Well, what decision? I feel like we could make a decision now and do a good thing,
Stephen, I know what you're doing. The part that you don't know about the way I do business, I don't avoid you. Meaning, if you and I did something together many years, I'm not a guy that's going to be sitting there running, avoiding. When we make mistakes, we'll call it out. When we do things that is right, great, we're celebrated. This is not one of the things that we're celebrating. We're not happy about this, and we're doing a lot of things behind closed doors. The part that, I'll give you one part that I think it's important to know, and for your audience to know, the part that a lot of people, they're concerned with, and I'm talking specifically the authorities, is the people that we're working with them getting paid big money. Those are the ones that they're targeting in a big way. We've not, this wasn't you know how sometimes you do certain crypto deals and it's like, hey, affiliate, you're going to get this much money for this affiliate. Zero. We didn't accept nothing like that. So there isn't, hey, we're going to pay you an additional, 10% on whatever that's done. Zero. We don't do business.
Right. You got paid but you got paid the million, right? And so,
$1 million
and look, I'm not, I know it sounds like I'm trying to put you on the spot. I'm not. It just seems like you're going to have to fork it over.
Do you think anonymous journalism as a concept is a bad thing? People covering you may be unhinged, but as a general principle, I feel like anonymous journalism had its place. I don't know now with the internet and with how many foreign people are trying to do weird things. I don't know how I feel about it at this point in time. I'm not sure.
I think it would depend heavily.
Okay, this was an ad for these guys. Hold on.
I started in 2019, and blockchain and crypto is still to this day an emerging technology. We're seeing a lot of the federal government get involved. On the US side, there's other countries, other governments involved years before us. But part of my job, especially in corporate America, was traveling. So when you travel, especially outside the country, you get to see different cultures and different mindsets, and I think that's huge. And so when I was traveling across board all over Europe to the UAE, Asia, you see a lot of not only countries, but entrepreneurs embrace this new industry and the things that it could do. People think that it was going away, but if you get outside your bubble, outside your comfort zone, you see that this is something that's being built and is really a future of not only technology, but a future of finance.
I think one of the saddest things that can possibly happen in the world is when there's a group of people who feel like something is not being taken seriously by them, like they're not heard for some reason, and then somebody steps up to do that, but they're all fucking scammers. For however left behind or however abandoned like young men felt by the wokies or by the SJWs in the 2010s, there should be like 10 times as much anger towards this cringe entire industry of weirdo red pillar dudes who are all in like gaudy tacky backgrounds with gaudy
like
tacky
selling courses and shit.
Yeah, jets, and they rent Lambos and they rent a jet to take a picture out of to look like they're richer than they are. It's just so much cringe shit. It is so fucking cringe. Ugh. If you want to be anonymous and you're a whistleblower and someone else needs to attach their name on your accusations and they fact check you, yeah, sure. If somebody has a name attached to it, then I think that's a little different, yeah.
eventually for the receivership anyways? Like, so many people lost money. It seems like an easy win, you know?
And that's the part where, that's the part where I'm in right now. You gotta respect that part that I'm going with. I gave you the respect of getting on a call with you and giving you the information. The information will come out.
No, I appreciate it. So you're not sure whether you're paying the money back yet or not. You're having those conversations.
But here's the other part that you also don't know. You don't know if we're doing other things with the conversations we're having with others. There's a lot of different things that we're doing that's not public. The only thing you know is the stuff that you're hearing.
Okay.
What we have to do right now is individually, as we're going through this, a matter of fact, I'll make a commitment to you. Once everything is finalized with this, you'll be the first phone call that I'll make to share with you, because over the years you've been fair to me and I respect the fact that we have this relationship. I think you do a very good job. This was definitely not a good look. We're not happy about this ourselves. I take 100% of responsibility as the face of this company. And we have to get better next time. We just do.
Right. So, so obviously y'all are about to run the vault.
Right?
What
Patrick Bet David is saying right now?
No, it's all bullshit. He's relying on somebody not knowing like the intricacies or the technical things of any of this stuff in order to throw up a bunch of smoke. Like, so my guess is it's probably going to take a year plus or maybe years. I don't know how far along they are. Like, have they even done the trial for this guy and they've found him guilty of scamming, or are these indictments? Well, no, I'm not talking for PBD. I'm talking for the actual scammer guy. Because this could be years and years out. He's probably just hoping that
people forget.
Basically, yeah.
Okay.
Conference again. It might be a reasonable concern. People.
Guess what? You want to know something? We're about to run the Vault Conference again, and we don't have a title sponsor for this exact reason.
Because you were worried about it, or nobody coughed up the millions?
No, not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled.
Okay.
Not because we don't have people that don't want to be titled. Because as you run a company and you go through building a business, one of my previous companies, you and I talked about, I sold it 4 years ago, you're going to make a lot of business as an operator. You have to make adjustments and improve. You just do. And so for us, as we sat there with our team and our executive team, we said, what do we need to do for this not to happen again? Well, guess what? The criteria of becoming a title sponsor just became more difficult. And so it's not something that we spend a lot of money on this event. This is not like an event that we do that is a small event. There's a lot of hard costs for the event. But it changed the guidelines. It changed the guidelines on who we're going with, and we'll entertain different levels of sponsors. But even right now, the lowest level of sponsorship, we're declining. I would say 50% of people that are wanting to become sponsors.
Okay, so you're adjusting the sponsorship guidelines after this kind of debacle.
Absolutely.
So you're thinking about the 1 million. Maybe not. You said you're having some other conversations. What about an apology? I know it's usually not that you're not the type, but I think given the context, you're the biggest name. I mean, like, I cannot overstate this guy. I talked to a lot of the victims in this case. A lot of people, they come in, they see a big name like yours. It's just immediate trust, right? They say, hey, it's Patrick Bet David.
I will say that Coffeezilla asks for unfair concessions sometimes, I think. Like, if this isn't an actively litigated thing and if they're trying to figure out what the right thing to do is, like, it is kind of unfair for them to be like, I need you to apologize because, like, I don't want this thrown at me later. Yeah, or just like, it looks really bad. But the thing is, PBD's background is scamming. That's how he made his original money, was Ponzi scheming. And then this whole this company, like I said, I wish I could see one of their actual ads, but it sounds like it was an obvious fucking scam. So I mean, if you're taking a sponsor that's an obvious fucking scam and you're making $1 million off it, it's kind of crazy to whatever.
I know that guy. He wouldn't be at the Yankee Stadium with this guy if it was nothing. He wouldn't be the Vault title conference. Guy. So to those people, to the people who may have invested because they saw your name attached, what do you have to say to them?
Yeah, and again, fair question. This is what I'll tell you. When you and I become investors, and I'll call a guy that's a guy I respect a lot. He's a billionaire, and he's done a lot of deals. And he'll introduce me to a deal, and I'll get into it, and I'll put whatever, $5 million, $2 million, $500,000, $100,000. It doesn't go right. I'm the risk taker. Okay, I'm the risk taker that chose to invest into that deal. The onus is with me, the individual that chose to take the risk. So I took the risk of accepting this guy as the title.
PBD.
Yeah,
he's probably decently wealthy. Yeah.
Would it just not be easier for him to just give back $1 million and just continue on with his life than get all of this bad negative publicity that's about to happen?
It's his whole network is scamming bullshit. I don't think that people that watch him are smart enough to even realize. So I don't know. Destiny, what's a Ponzi scheme? A Ponzi scheme is when I fuck your mom 10 times and then promise to fuck her friends 100 times so that she fucks me 10 times and then her friends don't get their 100 fucks, but I got the 10 fucks with your mom.
Sponsor. At that time, we didn't find anything. For me to apologize, it's apologizing for a mistake he made. No, what could we have done to find something else?
The a Ponzi scheme is like, imagine I tell you, if you give me $10, I can double it in 1 month. Well, that's a really fucking good deal. Okay, that's crazy. You're going to double my money in 1 month? Fine. You give me $10. And then let's say that I get, 10 other people to buy in. Let's say like 15 days have passed and there's kind of like a bunch of people who are kind of getting interested. And let's say it's like the end of the month and then like 100 other people are like, oh, fuck, I'll give you $10, right? When that first month expires, the original investors, I pay them out their 2x, earnings. And they're like, oh shit, this is fucking sick. And then ideally I can grow a ton exponentially, I guess, or whatever. And then in the next month, I can pay back the second month's investors. But this is an unsustainable scheme that requires some sort of like exponential growth. And at some point, because I'm paying off the early investors with the deposits of later investors, and I can't possibly keep that going and it's not sustainable, it all comes crashing down, basically. It's a Ponzi scheme.
There was nothing else to find what the guy was doing.
Well, the whole pitch of Goliath was 3 to 5% a month. That's just unsustainable. You know that. I know that. Like everybody knows. 3 to 5% a month. That doesn't happen.
There are quite a few guys in the space
that's retarded.
That do that in a way that's.
I also don't like. that. I don't know how to. I feel like there should be so much more regulation. Okay, if I was watching Pokemon and she recommended some stock Robinhood or something or whatever that ends up being a huge scam, it's like it's Poke, whatever. I guess it's not good. She shouldn't do it, whatever. But if I'm watching like Atrioc and he recommends some financial thing like that and it ends up being a huge scam, I feel like there's a lot more liability on Atrioc because you kind of market yourself as like a finance professional. PBD markets himself as a small business entrepreneur finance guy. So I feel like there should be more responsibility there. Now, in the real world, there's zero distinction, I believe, unless you're actually like a certified CPA and then you brand your thing as like financial advice, which I don't even know if you can do for a public show. So I don't like the total lack of liability or accountability, especially because they're getting paid for their reputation. Like if a sponsor's approaching you and paying you a ton of money because they know that you're in that industry and you're reputable, well then you're in a way endorsing them. You're lending them a bit of your reputation for a sponsor. So like if it goes, tits up and everything gets fucked up, I mean that should reflect poorly on you. I think you can't at that point.
If you take it sponsor, you are endorsing it
to some extent. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then if this is like within your. Like I think that that becomes like a stronger statement the closer it gets to your main content, I guess.
Yeah.
So like if Trainwrecks took a gambling sponsor and it ended up being a huge scam, like I'd be like, Trainwrecks, the fuck. But if Trainwrecks took like a candy bar sponsor and it ended up being like they misadvertised their health benefit, and then I'm like, I don't know, fuck. Yeah, I mean, he shouldn't have done it, I guess. But like if Dr. Mike Israel took a like a candy bar health sponsor, and it ended up being a scam, I think that would be worse. Yeah.
It's like you should know better. Like yeah.
To work for them that are slightly more conservative. But again, for us, when we're sitting down...
Who though? I don't even know who... No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
It's totally... No. The pitch he was making was abnormal.
Wait, what?
Who though? I don't even know who... No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
That's just unsustainable. You know that. I know that. Like everybody knows, 3 to 5% a month. That doesn't happen.
There are quite a few guys in the space that do that in a way that's worked for them, that are slightly more conservative. But again, for us, when we're
slightly more conservative,
sitting down,
who though? I don't even know who. No, I don't think that's true. I have to push back on that.
That's not true.
Not at a 3 to 5%, but this is not an abnormal model.
It's totally no. The pitch he was making was abnormal. When you actually looked at the pitch he was making, it was completely abnormal. It was not a normal hedge fund.
If you let me finish, I'll tell you my perspective.
Yeah.
This form is not abnormal. The numbers he chose was abnormal. I think the more now we think about it, what this guy was relying on is the following. This is my speculation. And you can, you can take an angle.
I don't know why everybody does this. If there's like a thing that happens to your brain when you start engaging in Ponzi schemes, every single person will describe a Ponzi scheme while not being aware that they're describing a Ponzi scheme. I don't know why. I remember that Martin Shkreli, okay, God bless him, when he first talked to me like 7 years ago, he was describing how he ran his hedge fund. And I remember listening to him. I was like, aren't you just describing like a Ponzi? Because he would tell me that he would take new money coming in to make right and shore up like older investors whose assets he was managing. And I'm like, isn't this just a Ponzi? He's like, no, you're totally allowed to do this, of course. And obviously you're not allowed to do that. That's why I went to prison. But I'm like, I don't know. Okay, but let's see how he describes it, okay?
Angle with it or not. I think this guy was hoping that Bitcoin was going to go to $250,000 and he was going to get away with it. And it didn't. And it ended up, put them in the situation he is right now for $328 million. This guy's going to be facing, many, many years of prison time. This is
Oh, no, okay. So he acknowledges that it is a scam. Okay, yeah. So it was a scam. It was essentially a Ponzi scheme. Yeah. Okay. Kind of. Yeah.
not a small little crime that he committed. So for us, if I were to tell you, hey, my guys knew and we investigated this and we knew everything about him and we did, I would apologize. We did not know.
I don't think you're apologizing because you knew. I think you're apologizing for not doing the due diligence that someone of your stature
I've already told you, Stephen. As a leader, the way I have gotten to where I'm at in my life right now is
without doing due diligence.
As a leader, I take responsibility for the decisions we've made, and we have to get better when it comes down to this. So we've made the adjustment ourselves as a company, and we've had many conversations with many of the people. And trust me, it's been a lot of late night calls with a lot of different people to as they're going through this. This is not a pretty situation, but there is nothing we could have done on our end. If this would have happened, let's just say this happens a week before the vault, a day before the vault, a month before the vault. We're not even going through with this. But it happened months after the vault. And there wasn't anything that we could have looked at to say this was an issue. Again, remember, the part
I think you could have looked at his pitch deck. Hold on, I just want to go back a second. There's a few things you said. I don't want to go too far without addressing a few. So you said, look, I think he was betting on Bitcoin going up. I mean, that's not true. He was just taking in wires to Coinbase. Well, I'll tell you. I can tell you because I looked into it. So he was just taking in money to Coinbase and just paying out people. All his story about liquidity pools, all that wasn't true. It was just a straight up Ponzi scheme. You said, there's, one thing you said is, look, I'm a leader. I have to own up to my mistake. Sometimes owning up to your mistakes is just apologizing. Again, it's not a gotcha. I really want to give you the platform because this is the first time you're addressing it to just say, hey, look, I'm not saying that you knew that it was a Ponzi scheme. It was the returns were completely unrealistic. You said that yourself. I mean, if someone can't rely on you to do that due diligence, it's just kind of like you're kind of saying you messed up without saying it though.
That's an unfair statement to make, but you're doing your part and you're asking me the questions and I'm giving you my answer. And this is my answer to you.
Right.
Again, if I knew any of this stuff before, of course I have to apologize. If we knew any, and by the way, what's $1 million? Nothing to us.
So why not commit it though? But why not commit it back to the people who lost money?
Let me make my point. What I mean by this: the $1 million is spent for an event. If we knew a second before the event, this is what's going on. Of course, we're taking a different position. But we didn't know, Stephen. It's that simple.
Stephen.
So it sounds to me like you're like, hey, look, we spent the money on the event. Too bad, so sad to the people who lost all their money.
That's not what I'm saying. No, I sympathize with everybody. I've lost money. I don't get to where I'm at without having lost money many
Did you lose money with Chris Delgado?
I didn't invest too much money. None. And by the way, Stephen, remember this part as well. This is very
you should have to say if you
audience.
invest with your sponsors too.
Sure, or how much
if
you
you're
use them or
pushing
whatever.
like a financial shit, you should be like, I am invested in this or I'm not invested in this.
Yeah.
Got started since 2013. Okay, it's very important for you to know this. From 2013 till today, talk about we run a consulting firm. I have different companies that I'm running under my holding company. The Vault Conference, speaking fees that I get, everything that we do. How much money do you think has gone in my personal pocket? Meaning, how much money do you think every year I've taken off the table or I pay myself a salary from all my holding companies outside of the insurance company that I sold? What do you think the number is?
I don't see how this is relevant. You and I both know the way you structure your wealth for tax purposes is.
I hate these. Okay, Coffee is a smart guy, but this guy's playing so many fucking tricks.
I don't see how this is.
What's the salary you take from your companies? I'm sorry, didn't you just brag about selling a company last year or 4 years ago or something? Didn't he say that you just sold a big company? Hold on, forget your fucking salary. What is your equity in these companies and what are their valuations? Let's talk about that. What do you mean? Do you think I even take a salary? Blah blah. How much personal spend do you count as business spend? Right? Because you better fucking believe every trip that these motherfuckers take across the Atlantic or the Pacific is on some private bougie fucking jet. It's getting charged to a fucking business card. Okay, I bet all of his suits, I bet his stupid fucking haircut, everything in his fucking studio. Half this guy's fucking life is probably counted as quote unquote business spend from one of his fucking business. And when he sells, yeah, he might not be drawing a salary, but he's got a fat fucking check he's getting from all the equity he has in these companies. Abso-fucking-lutely. Coffeezilla is right to say like this is not relevant, but he's so slimy here. Ugh!
From all my holding companies outside of the insurance company that I sold. What do you think the number is?
I don't see how this is relevant. You and I both know
a salary.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, kind of, yeah.
You and I both know the way you structure your wealth for tax purposes is a wide variety of ways. So if you tell me it's $0, then it doesn't really.
Question, and I'm giving you the argument for this for you to know because you said something, and I'm defending that position. Here's the position. Every year, no matter how much money the company makes, I've chosen to not take any money off the table. Meaning none of this money comes back in my pocket. 100% of the money is reinvested in what we're doing. I don't take an income. So it's not like, I know to the public it seems like this is, you make the money. I didn't make the money. The money's in the business.
Yeah, but you own the business though. You own the business, which has the money. But you and I both know. Look, I have an S corp as well, Patrick, and I can play this game. I took X. I didn't choose to take this from the business. A lot of those are just accounting structural reasons, or hey, you're reinvesting it in the business because you expect to make more in the future. To me, you got to get to the point of look. Ultimately, the money that was paid to you, this is the critical thing that I just want to, kind of ask you very directly about. The money that was paid to you was not Chris's money, okay? If it was Chris's money, I would understand. It was other people's money. He had stolen the money. It's stolen money you have, or your business.
Are you taking a Polymarket sponsor? Hell yeah, I am. You better believe it, boy.
Bet David Consulting has.
There's a part of this that I shared with you respectfully. I said, I have to go through certain conversations I'm having with them, and you're jumping the gun. And I said to you, there's certain things I cannot talk to you about. This is one of them. The moment we get through where we're at, you're the first phone call we're making.
I'd love to be.
To address the one question to you.
Yeah.
If we knew any information before, I wouldn't hesitate to apologize. But we didn't.
But your due diligence failed, and you recognize that. That's what you would apologize for. I'm not saying you're apologizing for knowing it's a Ponzi scheme.
I will gladly, I've already said to you, I man up on the mistake that we have to do a better job with due diligence.
Right, but you're manning up on the mistake. You're manning up on, hey, we got to do better. But you're stopping short of saying, hey, I apologize for not doing better before.
You're fairly a reasonable guy.
Yeah.
Do you think if I found anything, do you think this is worth it to me to go through this? Do you think it's worth it to me to have Steven on Coffeezilla make a video and I'm getting video saying, hey, what charity do you have that you're getting? Do you think it's worth it for me to do this? You think that you...
Also, if you're investing in something and you don't understand like the what the fuck it is, like what the fuck is this? From January 2023 through January 2026, investors were told by Delgado and Goliath directors through presentations and marketing materials that their funds would move from a traditional bank account in the name of Goliath to Coinbase, then to an encrypted ledger, and ultimately into liquidity pools where returns would be generated. The following is a representation of Goliath's investment cycle that was presented to investors through marketing materials.
It's just business. It makes sense.
Okay, so this is your money. What?
Sorry. This fucking graph, man.
It goes to JP Morgan for Goliath. Then Goliath sends it to their Coinbase account. And then the Coinbase account converts the money to USDC, which I think is a crypto coin that's pegged onto the US dollar. That goes to an encrypted ledger for some reason. I don't know why, for them to invest, I guess. And then it goes to the liquidity pool, and somehow money goes up a lot.
This feels like what you would do on EVE Online, and you'd just be like, well, yeah, we're just buying shit and then selling it for more money. Simple as.
It's true.
We convert to fuel, and then we sell the fuel on the market for more.
Money goes up.
Money go up.
Use is worth it? Like, you think if I knew this is who this guy was, I would have done this? What do you... Steven, respectfully, your opinion. Do you think if I knew this guy was fraud, I'd take the money from him? Your opinion.
I think there were insufficient, checks on this. And you agree with that?
Question, though. You're right, they did. Now I know.
Yeah.
What I'm asking you is the question, and see if you can... At least I've been fair with you. See if you can be fair with me.
Sure.
Do you really think if I knew this guy's a criminal, I would have taken advantage of the guy? Give me the credit there, at least.
Oh, sorry.
Do you think it...
Sorry. My alarm just went off. Sorry about that.
Wake up.
I don't think that if you had known, if you had known, you would have done it. I don't think you knew. I never said I thought you knew. I said,
if you're ever talking to somebody and they use your first name a lot when they're having an argument with you, that person is always also a manipulator.
Look, you promoted a guy multiple times, turns out to run a Ponzi scheme. I'd be so, and I sense you have some, kind of embarrassment. You don't like it, but I just don't understand why it's stopping short of, hey, it just seems like the full mea culpa is not there, and I just don't really understand why. It just seems like, hey, this is the platform to address it. Kind of just, it seems like you have plenty of money. Your company has plenty of money.
I already did address it with you. This is going to end up costing me more than $1 million, just so you know that.
Wow.
This is not going to, I'm not winning here in any way. Okay, because of that reason of last year, I can't even take any sponsorship money for title this year. So imagine how much it's cost me to take that guy last year and hire lawyers this year. This does not make my life any better. In no way. It's just become a lot of noise, and I don't like noise. So
I think we should put it to bed. I think there's a very clear path to putting this whole thing to bed, saying, hey, look, I've improved my policies going forward. We're gonna make it tougher to be a title sponsor. I paid back the money, and I'm sorry to the people who invested. I mean, I feel it's kind of silly because I feel like in some ways I'm advocating for your fans who might have been there and invested. Really, it's not I don't think it was probably a lot of the people who watch me that probably were invested. I think it's your fans. That's kind of why I'm surprised the pushback.
And I appreciate that. Trust me, nobody cares about my fans more than I do. And I'm telling my fans that, trust me, the people who don't, there's nothing I can do about them. But the people that have been with us for year after year after year, if they know why they keep coming back is people trust us, the way we make decisions. If we knew anything a day before that this was going to happen, I would have never taken this money, ever. And if I did, I would have, of course, apologized. But for me to apologize means I knew who he was and I did this. No.
Or you failed to do the due diligence.
We did the due diligence. The due diligence didn't show up any red flag for us to see.
Their business model made no sense. I mean, look. I'll be honest. Let me be transparent about my backstory with this whole case. Maybe you did.
The only thing I will tell you is I can continue this conversation. I literally just landed. I'm in my 3-piece suit. If you want to FaceTime me, sitting by the water. My kids are waiting for me to go in.
I just landed. I'm in my 3-piece suit. My kids are in the pool. Jesus Christ.
It's my daughter's 10-year-old birthday yesterday, and I'm on the phone with you. So if you can keep it to 5 minutes, I'll go 5 minutes with you. And then
yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minutes is fine. No, I'll just give you some backstory on this case. Okay, so I got sent this case by somebody. You know, it was very quick to understand, you know, that this was a ridiculous Ponzi scheme, okay? This wasn't a complicated fraud. As soon as I got the, you know, his marketing information, as soon as I got a hold of the pitch, it was very clear what they were doing. So that's why that part of it's failing for me, as far as you're saying, look, you know.
I can have that opinion. And by the way, maybe next time we send a message to you, and you bill me. So I don't have to deal with something like this. You think I'm going to deal with if you have this service, for me, I would send every one of my...
I think it's going to be $1 million. I think it's going to be $1 million. I'm joking. Look.
You're so funny.
No, so listen, To wrap, look, I think you've addressed it in the way you want to address it. Final thoughts to you, Patrick. You know, looking back on this whole thing, I don't imagine you'll address it many more times. So last opportunity to say what you want to say about Chris Delgado and, you know, its impact on you.
What's the chance of PBD knowing it was a scam? 100%. If the ads sound anything like what they sound like anybody promising those high returns, what would that be? 40, 50% a year? And saying that return is essentially as safe as any normal market investment, any index fund or whatever, and not advertising it as an insanely highly risky investment, then he 100% knew it was a scam. Everybody would know this.
So listen, it's so disappointing to say the least. Very disappointing to say the least. You would have thought this guy's doing the right thing and put us in a situation like this that we have to explain ourselves. And in life, I try to set the example for my kids to never put yourself in a situation that you have to explain a bad decision you made, do it more on the front end. And all we're doing right now is find a way for this to never happen again. And by the way, again, it's important for you to know this, Stephen. You're a guy that does proper due diligence. Go back and watch my last 2 years of podcasts. I don't know how long it's been. Maybe it's a little over 2 years. We've not taken a penny on sponsorship for 2 years on our podcast because this is exactly what I didn't want to deal with. Remember when, what is the SPF thing that happened with
FTX?
Oh, FTX. Yeah, when the FTX thing happened and everybody was like, oh, he took 50 million. Oh, he took 3.5 million. Oh, he took this. I went to my guys. I said, guys, I don't want sponsorship money. And so our strategy changed where we said, we're going to do sponsorship of products that we run because I'll take responsibility for product that I'm running because I'm the CEO.
Okay, quick question there, though, because I'm looking at your show right now. It says Kalshi on your thing, the sports betting, they do prediction markets, Kalshi/PBD. Are you guys partnered with them, and what's that about?
Well, remember, Kalshi is not like, what do you call it, title sponsor. They're a platinum sponsor for the Ball Conference. And remember,
oh my God,
what I told you. We said we're going Fortune 1000, Fortune 2000. I don't have a problem going with companies that have names, but I'm not going to go with companies that are not names. And Kalshi happens to be a company.
Okay, I was just misunderstanding it because you said you didn't do sponsors on your show.
No. Kalshi is a vault sponsor that a part of it is the podcast. So if you come to the conference, you would see big, massive booth for them because they're one of the platinum sponsors.
Okay.
And also remember the rule. They have to be an established company. They're an $11 billion company that's a well-known company out there in the marketplace. And me having a podcast, I'm always talking about politics. And
are you into the gambling stuff? I mean, I don't want to go too long, but are you into the gambling? You push that now? Or?
Not, if you know my profile, I'm not a gambler. I'm not a guy that gambles.
Okay.
These odds nowadays, they tell you more insights. You know, nowadays, these poly markets and Kalshis are more effective than polls.
Well, you know, like 85% of their betting is sports gambling. You know that.
It's not even gambling anymore.
Their volume, sorry.
It's a form of betting, but for us, it's more for the political side. It's more on the political side where, you know, they do, these companies are now doing stuff with CNN, with Fox, with others because it's politics. Everyone's, well, what do you think's going to win? We, like I said, we don't look at polls anymore. Anyway, Stephen.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you, Patrick. Listen, you got on this on short notice. You appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
These kids are drowning.
We're going to do Polymarket, yeah? For the political side, right, Steve?
No, we're doing it exclusively for horse track betting. I'm going to show everybody how to pick the best fucking horses, okay?
Good, smart.
This is what the creative and artistic vision of conservatism looks like. Imagine if conservatives, rather than pathetically crawling around on the ground to lap up discarded pop culture crumbs, actually went out and advanced their own creative and artistic vision. Imagine if we used an event like this to actually elevate our own artists and make them famous. What a crazy thought. From Matt Walsh.
I hate this.
And there's a million of us just like me, plus like me, who just don't give a fuck like me.
Is this art?
Like me,
yeah?
Like me. It just might be the next best thing, but not quite me. I'm Slim Shady, yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim
I feel like Dan would have one of these, actually.
What? Jesus.
So want the real, and there's a million of us just like me, plus like me.
Did you see Elon's baby mama exposing him in Medi Show? Listen, if she posts something like that's super concrete, that's fine. But her running around talking to 50 million people, making the same kind of like vague claims, if there's like actual stuff posted, then I'd be curious to see it. But I don't care to hear like the same 30-minute spiel over and over again. Jesus. What is
Here we
this?
go. Ad break ends. Just so stupid. Just cross. Oh, here we go. Ad break ends. Just so stupid. So dumb. Like, you know what's crazy too? It's like Eddie doesn't listen. He just ignores my message. Like he just goes to the. Nah, I gotta message him, bro. Sit me sit me down with the team doing the ads so I can at least help them make it more digestible for each streamer. Forcing fucking ads every single time in a 20-minute interval is retarded. It's just retarded. Let the streamer choose when to run it on the hour. Furthermore,
run it.
That's it. Actually, there's no furthermore. Anyways, as I was saying, just cross.
Wow. Now that's what I call a cool story, bro. Leads in Bitcoin mining, blockchain technology, DEFI, and crypto liquidity pools by leveraging cutting-edge technology and strategic investments. Join us in shaping the future of technology and business. Oh my God.
How do I invest?
This is the business cut guy. But for crypto, it's him.
Hi everyone, it's Skunk Paste here. And you may or may not have noticed, but I just received a business cut. What does this mean for the brand of Skunk Paste? Well, essentially it means you're going to be seeing a great new viral outreach burst of business-related content. What does that mean? It means viral approach, marketing schemes, theoretical distribution, employee relation management. Diabolical web overdrive, advertisement sensibility, outreach announcements, quantized distribution, online web content, pivotal techniques to increase your marketability and sales output, stock portfolio tip trading, techniques, stock investment leeway opportunities, more content delivered straight to your feed. How can I increase my growth? What are my sales figures? What's my bottom line? What is the input-output mechanism for regrowth and remanagement?
True.
Staff clearing, business-wide accountability programs, accountability boosters, initiatives and incentives for your employees to overdrive their concepts, paid vacation time, and more. So with all of these great tips, you'll be sure to be successful. With all of these great tips, you'll be sure to make it in the business field. Whether it's online distribution, sales management, team efforts, viral content, or anything related to business, marketing outreach approach, theoretical distribution theory, you will be making your success fields in the rounds. So I can't wait to see your growth. Together we're going to take this journey and follow it together. We're both going to be growing in our business ventures. So thank you very much for following my new business channel. And this is about business now. So I hope you like business. It's about business. So.
Goliath Ventures, guys. Wow. We got charts. We got people shaking hands doing business. We got
it's business.
Architects, I guess. They're donating food to hungry kids. My God.
I mean, they gotta be good if they're donating food to hungry kids.
Did you see this? Candace Owens next week is visiting Russia. She's going to Russia with her family for a week. And apparently there's other influencers going. I've seen there's other people attending some kind of summit, I heard, with maybe Alexander Dugin and this Russian oligarch. Who called it? Who called it first? They said I was crazy. They looked at me like I was crazy.
This is absolutely not Candace's first trip to and from Russia. I know that 100%. Don't know how many times she's been there, but I know that it's absolutely not her first time.
Who called it a year
been there
ago?
more than once?
I know that she's been there at least once, 100%.
I remember last year, I went on Bradley Martin in like July, and we were talking about Candace. He brought it up, and I said, listen, I said, this is just speculation. I said, total shot in the dark. I have no evidence. I said, this is just a theory, okay? I said, however, you see Candace Owens is gunning really hard for Brigitte Macron, wife of the president of France. I said, and that just seems strange to me. It seems random. Why, out of all the people and all the stories and all the transsexuals in the world, why is she going after Brigitte Macron, Emmanuel Macron's wife? I said, well, this is not new, because there has been a contingent on the right wing that has been gunning for Emmanuel Macron since he got elected the first time in 2017.
I know Fuentes believes what he speaks about, but genuinely, why doesn't he jump on the Russia train or be influenced by foreigners? Unfortunately, it's for the really stupid shit that I said before, where people were like, would you rather have a fascist party or a communist party? And it's like, it sounds cringe, but like, I don't know, like at least I know fascists, you know, even if they have a distorted view of what America is, I think they love the country and they want the country to be great. I think communists are invested in the destruction of America, unironically. So I don't think Nick would ever be paid off by, or controlled by a foreign operative. I would hope not, because I just don't think ideologically that's where he would line up. So I would never, I don't know if he would ever jump on those types of trains. Now, he might have the same types of misinfo or lies that he might push. I don't know what he said about fucking Ukraine or whatever. It wouldn't surprise me because he doesn't like the idea of us like working with Ukraine or being over there. But I don't think he would like be on a Russian payroll the same way that somebody like Hassan 100% would.
17, going all the way back to Charles Johnson on WeSearcher. I said, so who is France's number one enemy? It's Russia. France and Russia are in effectively a war in North Africa and Ukraine. Macron is one of the biggest Ukraine hawks in Europe. And a big part of that is because Russia is backing many military junta governments, military coups in the Sahel region in West Africa against the French sphere of influence from their former colonial holdings. And this is affecting France. Here's an example. France runs on nuclear.
Wait, how do you square that with Tenet Media? Fuentes wasn't part of Tenet, no? What do you mean?
Energy. They need uranium for their power plants. Where do they get it? They get it from Niger. They get it from Niger in West Africa, where the Wagner Group, private military corporation, which is in bed with the Russian military, overthrew that French-aligned government and kicked all the French military bases out of the country. And so you say, why is Candace Owens gunning so hard for France? Maybe there's some kind of Russian influence, because at that level, it does become geopolitical. She's one of the biggest podcasters in America, one of the biggest YouTubers. And so if she is creating this huge problem for Macron, you know,
Fuentes was one of the few Tenet believers on the dissident right? Like he believed in their mission? Or what do you mean?
Wonder if there's some other angle there. And like I said, this is pure speculation. I said this a year ago. Nobody really believed me. Nobody acknowledged that. Well, here we are. She's going to Russia for a week with her family. And she goes, well, it's because we're Christian. It's because we're Christian and we want to go to Russia because of their Christian legacy. I want to say, why are you going to Russia? You don't want to go to Constantinople. You don't want to go to Rome. You don't want to go to, I don't know, anywhere else.
I assume as in Tim Pool is a fascist, but still took the money. Tim Pool to me, it's so hard to know, but like Tim Pool to me doesn't come off as a fascist or like strongly ideologically driven. He comes off to me as just kind of like a scumbag loser fuck. Like, I feel like if it came time for there to be like a fucking civil war or some shit of the United States, I think there's a world where somebody like Nick Fuentes would fight on the losing side, knowing that he would lose because his convictions were strong enough. Tim Pool is like the Lannisters. He's never, ever, 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 ever going to be on the losing side of anything. He'll just go to wherever the money is. That's how I view somebody like that.
Russia for their Christian tradition. That's really interesting. Out of all the places you could go, especially when you're Candace Owens, and you are getting sued for probably billions of dollars by Turning Point and by Brigitte Macron, out of all the places you go to Russia, really interesting. I would never go to Russia just because of how it would look. Would I like to go there? Yeah, I think it would be interesting. Even at my level, which I'm on a tier below Candace.
It's so fucking retarded that he even has to say this because it's just such an obviously true thing, right? It's not even necessarily about whether you're doing anything bad. It's like, what would it look like? What would it look like for you to go to Russia and whatever, with everybody saying whatever they do, unless you were like streaming literally 24/7? Like, it's such an obvious thing that you should be aware of, you know?
It would be interesting. Even at my level, which I'm on a tier below Candace. She's on YouTube, Spotify, she's huge. I would never go to Russia. Or Iran, or China for that matter, just because of how it would look.
Holy fuck. How long until the current fucking football shit is over? Are they playing for the rest of the day, or?
No, it's like probably like 10, 20 more minutes. I'm not watching, so.
Okay.
You just want me to nuke
I
him?
would be too
No, because people always find a way to fucking say retarded shit.
concerned about what Homeland Security would think about that, what the public, the DOJ would think about that, the State Department. If I'm a target, if I'm being called out by the Trump administration, if I'm a dissident, if I'm an enemy of the Jewish mafia, I'm not going to Russia. I'm not going to Iran. I'm not going to Syria. I'm not giving them a reason, in other words, to think I'm in danger. Think about, here's a perfect example. How about Hassan Piker? Hassan Piker is getting screwed by the DOJ, by the Treasury Department, because he visited Cuba, because he has contacts in Cuba. So the same week that the DOJ announces they've subpoenaed Hassan Piker, she's going to go to Russia next week? You think that's a good idea?
Have you ever met anyone who actually listens to Candace Owens' podcast? I have lost friends to the Candace Owens podcast, so yes. I don't know how popular she is in other spaces, but yes, unfortunately.
Who's paying for the travel? Who's paying for the hotel? Does that violate any sanctions? I would be, as someone who cares deeply for Candace, as someone who's really looking out for her, I don't think that's such a great idea. But then again, why would she go? Maybe she needs to go. And this is something I'm going to tell you before we get into our big news for the night. We used to talk a lot more about this last year, but this is something you need to understand. I'm not saying I know for a fact that Candace is in on something or anything like that. I'm just saying this is generally true. All of these big influencers, you have to suspect that they are involved with foreign governments in some capacity. You just have to, because frequently they are.
God, I don't know how true this is. 2 years ago, I would have said this is so fucking retarded to think, but now I really don't know. It's so crazy, bro. I hate this timeline right now.
And it's weird. Now, Israel is the big one, and that goes without saying. How many of these people are kissing the wall, taking the trip?
Fuck, but this is, it's Russia. It's Russia, Qatar, maybe China. I don't know where. The problem is that, and you don't even need, you can still be anti-Semitic and still understand this. If you are old in America, you have reasons why you might like Israel. Again, their story's inspiring back in the day. If you are a Jew in America, then you have reasons to like Israel, obviously. You're fucking Jewish, right? If you are a Christian Zionist in America, which I think most evangelicals are, you have reasons to like Israel. Israel doesn't have to do really anything there to be subversive. Since 73, Israel and America are like very strong natural allies. That doesn't take a whole bunch of inorganic massaging. It can be explained very easily. Now, that's not to say... Like, is it possible that there are some Israeli paid propaganda people in the United States? I mean, I'm not going to say that's impossible. I'm sure there could be, but the evidence is so much heavier right now related to the fucking Russia slop, the fucking China slop, the fucking whatever Qatar has injected so many different people into our educational institutions.
Now, Israel is the big one, and that goes without saying. How many of these people are kissing the wall, taking the trip? They come back wearing an IDF hat. They're taking the $7,000. Like, that goes without saying that Israel...
I don't think the $7,000 thing... Is there any proof of this ever happening ever? I don't know if this has ever been the case ever, if there's anything...
...has this immense influence in the United States. But Israel is truly not the only one. Why is Tucker Carlson in Saudi Arabia and Qatar all the time? Can anyone tell me why?
True.
It's so random. It just... You have this brand that, you know, I'm out here in my cabin,
The fact that we don't talk about Russia anymore at all, because libs got fucked on it. Libs got their brains blasted on the Russia stuff, and conservatives will never talk about it because they know it makes their side look bad. So it's literally impossible to ever have conversations about Russia.
Just like hunting and fishing, and I just love America so much. Okay, so why do you spend all this time in Riyadh? Why do you spend all this time in Qatar? Why did you buy a house there? It's just weird. And the same goes for Candace Owens going to Russia. Why are you spending a week in Russia? Clearly something is going on there. Dan Kazarian, Jew Kazarian, a.k.a. Jew goes to the UAE and Qatar trying to get a golden visa. He goes to Corsica, he goes to Romania, and then he goes to Qatar and the Emirates, and he talks to their tourism minister, talks to the government there about obtaining a golden visa. And what you realize is that if you want to make the big bucks as an influencer, you need that foreign backing. If you want immense resources to play in this game, which is political influence in America, you got to go to some other country and get your money up. That is what they do. And frequently it is, yeah, it's Russia, it's Turkey, it's the Saudis, it's the Emiratis, it's the Qataris, obviously it's Israel, it's India. They're all throwing money around. They're all throwing money. And they get around FARA, foreign agent registration, with all these convoluted ways. They'll give contributions in kind. They'll do it through very spurious means. We don't need to get into the details, but this is a huge thing. And, you know, we used to talk a lot about this last year, but there is a heavy Russian element in the so-called dissident right.
But we can't talk about any of it because, one, the Trump admin literally won't even investigate it. And then, two, conservatives have mind-fucked all of us out of being able to even have a conversation about it.
Always been there. And I will say there is a Qatari element as well. I know that the Israelis say that, but it is true.
Yeah.
The Qataris opened up a brand new embassy last year. They are trying to get involved. They are paying people. The Israel, and that's not downplaying. Israel does so much more. Israel does 10 times that, and it's so much more sophisticated. The Qataris are very sloppy, and they're just not as effective. The Israelis have got it down to a science. I'm just saying.
Where do we see that at, though? Because I feel like, where the fuck has Israel been for their propaganda in the U.S.? And why the fuck don't any of them come to me for money? Just kidding. Not that I would ever accept it, but...
You got to be on the lookout that there is a lot of foreign money.
At least.
The entire influencer space is awash in foreign cash. It's unbelievable. And so you see something like that. You see Tucker going to the Emirates and Saudi and Qatar. You see Candace going to Russia, and you say, what is going on? Candace is married to a British guy, and she's going to Russia. Tucker's going over to Qatar. Candace's #1 backer is this guy named John Mappin. He's also British. His wife is from Kazakhstan. The wife is Kazakh. Very interesting, isn't it? And it goes around and around like this. I mean, there's some serious foreign influence networks going on in the influencer space, even, yes, including on the dissident right. And I think that's probably could be a reason why a lot of them don't like me. Could be part of it. Because I'm one of the only people that is not doing that sort of thing. I am not going to the Gulf. I'm not going to Russia. I am not going to any of these places. I am not involved in that. But anyway, I do want to move on. I want to get into our news for the night. So a couple of different things, right? Ian Carroll, he's out. Candace Owens, she's going to Russia. Very interesting. She's at war with Brigitte Macron. Now she's in Russia. They said I was crazy. The way that she deflected that, she goes, oh, he says I'm some kind of Russian agent. That's totally insane. Now we're taking the whole family to Russia. It's like you couldn't make it to Phoenix to talk to Erica Kirk, but now you're going to Russia for a week? Interesting. Super interesting. It's all that arbitrage. They need that state backing as American dissidents. And look, like, on some level, like, whatever, if they're pushing Israel criticism or something like that, something to be said for that. Something to be said for the fact that you got to fight fire with fire if the Israelis are juiced up. Maybe it could be said that on the other side, people need to replace the Israeli money with a different benefactor. I think the answer is America first. I think you got to get all that money out of there. There needs to be a serious crackdown on everybody, on the right, on the left. This Chinese billionaire that's funding the left, these trips to Cuba, Venezuela, Burkina Faso, and Yemen, and on the right as well, the trips to Israel, the trips to Russia, Serbia, the Emirates, Saudi. That's got to stop too. So I want to move on, though. We're going to get into our news. Our big featured story is all about the war in Iraq.
Fuentes crashes out on Super Chatter again. Why are you leaving me these Fuentes clips?
Heart with ribbon emoji. I saw a clip from Ye 24 days. Ye was equating capitalism with Jewish economics, both contrasted with patriotism. What are your thoughts?
Thank you for the huge super chat. I appreciate it on that. I mean, I don't know, man. You guys are just kind of hurting me with this. Capitalism is Jewish economics. Thoughts? Thoughts on? You've said nothing, you fucking idiot. Like, I'm sorry. I appreciate the big super chat. Thank you for all the support, but it's...
This is our Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth. Hegseth was seen sporting a t-shirt with the words, "This is war." Docked in Singapore. Okay, all right. What? When are you going to get into models and stop doing Legos? That's the real question.
I've already chosen my path.
What? Legos?
Yeah. Hold on, this guy links a lot of Fuentes. All right, you're getting a 30-day. See ya.
Whoa! Damn. The cringe level is off the charts.
A whole bunch of options. They either step up and meet the fury of the American military or back down, and you create a whole bunch of options for America and the president with what he wants to execute on behalf of the American people. So right now, hey, Iran has a choice. Meet at the table with the president and give up their nuclear program. And as the president said, I'm lost on time, 2 days ago now, in the cabinet meeting, I'm sitting right next to him. He looks in the camera and says, well, Iran can either do it the right way, with a deal across the table, or they can deal with my guy on the left. That happened to be me. But it's not me, it's you guys. They either step up and meet the fury of the American military, or back down, and you create a whole bunch of options for America and the president with what he wants to execute on behalf of the American people. So right now, hey, Iran has a choice. Meet at the table with the president and give up their...
I should do Warhammer? I've seen what Warhammer does to people. I'm good on that one, Chief.
Oh, shit. Wait. Is it time? Hold on.
It is time. It's plushie reveal time, ladies and germs.
1 sec.
Waiting. That band may seem harsh to you chatters, but they're clearly retarded. Wait, the orb? Hold on, I gotta look. Oh, I knew there was a fucking orb. Fucking. I knew it. Praise be the orb. Full disclosure. Oh, is he back? He's not back. Full disclosure. Full disclosure. I am getting some of the plushie money for promoting it. I'm not afraid to say it either. It's just business. It's just business. Get on Slay the Spire 2. Maybe later. I gotta finish this Lego set. I'm getting close. This one's taking a surprising amount of time. Huh. Which set? The Moss Eisley set. Very good set, by the way. I like all the minifigs that come with it. Can you tell us what company is making the plushie? Oh, I think DGG, I think they found I think they went to like a factory. I think this is like a DGG factory made plushie from DGG. It's not like a company. We have like a DGG sweatshop now. Not really. Not a sweatshop, but you know. We've been taking children from the child swap and we've been putting them in them. We've been putting them in the factory. Now that Epstein's Island isn't around anymore, we got there's a lot of extra kids out there who need jobs. Just business.
What the fuck did you? What did you just say?
Nothing.
Really?
Really? Well, we're excited. It's been a long time coming.
What?
I wasn't even here when the last
Good.
one released.
You didn't deserve to be here for it, okay?
Oh, I was busy. You're not going to do any music?
Nope. No budget.
Oh. Times are tough, I got it.
Let's see. Oh my god! Hold on. Cute. Okay. Gunk likes to send me a lot of stuff to test out. We've got DGG pink sweatpants with the guy on them. Okay, okay.
Which guy?
What do you mean, which guy?
Oh, you get the little guy there.
The guy. What do you mean, which guy? Holy. This guy is massive. Wait. Where'd the thing go? Oh. Oh my. Oh my god.
Show us the guy.
Look at the guy. How does this work?
There he is.
Oh my god, it's magnets. Holy.
Not only is it magnets, but in the future, they're going to be releasing, you know, extra little things for the little guy to hold.
Wow.
And who knows? Maybe if
Like
you
on-
canvas, you'll get your own little thing to hold.
Now I have 3 versions.
Special edition guys.
These are our top guys. They're the top guys. Look at them up there. Oh my god. Wow.
And how much is the plushie? And where can they buy it at?
Let me see. Shop.destiny.gg. Whoa, it's right on the front page.
Holy. You're telling me it's out now?
This thing must cost like $500 though, right?
I mean, surely.
Only $50. Is that possible?
What? It's only $50.
Only $50. And it's like 12 feet tall. Oh my god. Oh my. That's just crazy.
I just put in my order.
In this
I put
economy?
in the first order.
My god. That's basically free. For just, if you just cancel your Hassan subscription for 10 months, you could buy this one for free.
And I know where a 5% discount code is.
Really? Where?
Mm-hmm. They'll have to see it in the morning show tomorrow and scan the QR code.
Wow, that's crazy. So now nobody's going to order because they're waiting for your 5% thing. Nice. Good one.
Well, I can send you the QR code. You can put it on screen, actually.
No, don't worry about it. No, just save it for your show. Fuck it. No.
No. Hold on. I'll put it on
Whoa! I'm getting big reel. Hold on. We're getting a big reel coming through. Damn.
That was pretty good.
Really?
For you.
Met her on the way to Chicago, where she was.
To making love, so come give me a hug. Getting rough. You can find me in the club, bottle full of bub, mama.
Okay, 10 reels and then I'm done.
My girl don't want me cause I'm my dirty laundry. Let's go. My girl don't want me cause I'm my dirty laundry. My girl don't want.
No.
Met her on the way to.
No, what happened?
I don't like that noise, man.
Chameleons could be anywhere, on your couch or rocking chair, on your plant, on your lamp, on your ceiling fan, and you would never know. because chameleons love change.
Oh no. He's gonna get killed, isn't he?
This is an ad, man.
It's not an ad. It's no way. Yeah, it's Clash Royale, Mr. Mooten. I don't know what any of it means though, but. Is that supposed to be the big guy or the skeleton guy? Oh, that's the skeleton's previous lives. Wait, the skeleton's the good guys in Clash Royale? There are no good guys.
There's no good or bad, Steven.
Shut up.
The Force.
The Skeleton King is facing his son Larry in battle.
I was surprised to see.
God damn it. Now this bird meme is on too much on my algorithm. Oh, and they even have to include the reference because oh my god. How do you thumbs down a meme?
I am not the warrior. I am the warrior's mom. This is our warrior.
Give myself away.
It's an old meme, but it was Kojima. Go back.
Your shit is fucked.
Shut up.
I give myself
away. Is that actually? Why is he? God damn it. No. What? Now it's all birds. Is that Hideo too? It's cosplay? That's not Hideo.
It's just an Asian guy, man.
What?
It's just an Asian guy, man.
What is the song? Is it a real Michael Jackson song or is this like a mix of two fucking songs or whatever? God damn it. My shit is fucked now.
Yeah, your algorithm's cooked.
It's
dude.
fucked.
Oh, you're getting little gray hairs.
Hold on.
Aww.
Boy, if you don't release the claws from my leg, thank you, boy.
Oh, yeah.
You're hugging me like a koala. You know when have you seen the videos where they're doing it with like a newborn baby and they're like, these are all the fun ways to hold your child, and it's like the arm bar. This is the arm bar where you put your arm like this and they grip your arm.
I wanna ride with you.
Yo, what's up, dude? You ready to catch this dub?
Don't even get me started, alright? I just had a long day at work. I'm just trying to chill and catch a dub. I don't want to deal with any bullshit.
Dude, I feel you, bro. Let's get this dub, alright? Alright. Alright, yo, I'm dropping in right here. Ah, shit, you're right. Bro, I just got downed.
Man, fuck! Shit! What the fuck?
Alright. Alright, bro, I'm right here. Yo, he's one shot.
You gotta be fucking kidding me! What is all this bunny hopping, slide dancing bullshit? I swear to fucking God, I'm about to lose my fucking shit!
Alright, dude, yo, he's on you, he's on you.
The way you walk, the way you understand me, the way you move, the way.
Why are they on their villain arcs? I just need one good meme.
You're not gonna get any on this algo.
What? I'm gonna find a good one.
My child, where is my child?
I'm told by the merch person, aka Gonk, he says, if anyone is having difficulty trying to check out, wait a few minutes and try again. There's so much site traffic right now, you're crashing checkouts.
Hell yeah, China's flooding my site right now.
You look so natural. Thank you.
Yes. Go show it.
I'm here.
I love man's chest hair.
Manchester? Feeling horny, never boring, don't record me, just adore me. Ibuprofen, never joking, freaking fire, fucking dragon, MDMA, all of my fucking system, fucking listen, mate. Driving Beamers, Cleveland Steamers, Dirty Sanchez in the bleachers, Dirty Fanny, got a bleacher, gonna blow up like a fucking creeper, boom, fuck you, mate. Fucking open your fucking ears, mate. It's that fucking UK shit, mate, fuck off.
I love man.
What is this? What is this stupid shit? This kid's coming, bro. Oh, shit.
Have you ever drawn an eye exquisitely, and then when it comes time to draw the second eye, you can't get it to match? I can fix that. Now, I'm sure you've noticed, human eyes can function independently, but they're not designed to. Eyes work together. And because they work together, when you're drawing them, it's very helpful to think about it as if you're drawing one thing. Because you're drawing one system. So why is it that when we try to learn how to draw eyes, the usual thinking is to learn to draw them one at a time? The key to getting better at drawing eyes is to never draw them one at a time. Always draw them at the same time.
True.
And no, I don't mean draw them like this. I find that that's just drawing them one at a time with more steps. Like, when I was learning to draw, doing it like this didn't really help all that much.
Okay.
Let me show you what I actually mean. It is MRD and welcome to the drawing table.
Oh, shit.
I'm about to teach you guys a method for drawing eyes that I not only believe is the easiest, but also the simplest.
Well, I
want to
know now how he does it at the
All
same
I
time.
have here is 3 equal sections and a midpoint.
Do it with him.
Hold on.
The outer edges of the horizontal line will represent the corners of your eyes. So
Motherfucker's
go
got a
ahead and draw an
metronome. Holy
arch
shit.
that connects the corners of each eye.
Okay.
Next, draw another arch upside down that
Okay.
intersects your tear ducts.
Holy shit.
When you're drawing these arches, you're going to start realizing that your brain is really good at picking up whether or not they're symmetrical on both sides. That's what makes it easier. Now, some of my more artistically challenged friends who
No way is this going to be two eyes.
haven't drawn before, you're probably thinking right now, oh, those don't look like eyes. False advertising.
Exactly. True.
Yeah, because I haven't put no sauce on them yet. Because this is where you come in.
Okay.
This is where you render
sauce.
your way. Yeah, music break. Yeah, music break. Music break. Now watch how I bring in some eyebrows. Watch how easy this is.
Oh my god. He's doing another arch thing? What the?
See how it's coming together? Now let's put my little special sauce on it, right?
Oh, put him in the burqa.
Once you do a little bit of experimenting, you're going to realize that it really doesn't matter the style that you draw if you're thinking. Really good at drawing people's strategies that they may or may not show when they're drawing.
And this is Jack, my son. Jackson.
You're not even gonna finish
That's not
it?
what I said. Sir, are you feeling all right? And this is Jack, my son. Jackson. That's not what I said. Sir, are you feeling all right?
I just found this amazing 2-player survival island seed, giving you this pair of flat twin plains islands right next to each other. Both of the islands are going to be extremely similar.
Yeah, let's go.
Know you wonder where the F you been, but I'm back to life.
It's been way more than 10, man.
I don't know how my algorithm got so fucked. Oh no, do you think one's going to bop the other one?
Yep.
I think the black one's going to bop first.
Nope, the white one's gonna jump.
God damn it. K from YouTube, thank you for the $100. Holy shit. Oh my god.
They gave you $200 yesterday too.
That's crazy. That's my Qatari sponsor. Yes! Okay, that was okay.
Did you see the Nancy Mace shit?
Nope, don't care. I'm watching Reels right now. Oh, I love this. Definitely not AI generated pixel art. Hell yeah.
Wow, if you were this strong at your age, you guys in your prime must have been.
Were they? I'm guessing they weren't honorable.
You never watched Avatar?
No, what the fuck?
He told me that I was ugly and fat. And
Now I'm getting Avatar names.
Why are you 9 sleeping?
It's retarded.
Do you need me to turn the gas, the air conditioning on?
You said politics today.
Will
I
that help you
know.
go to
That's
sleep,
just
yeah?
political. It's German.
Air conditioning is good, yeah?
Okay, alright, I agree.
Okay, just one good one. Not why?
No cat one.
Oh shit. Whoa! Uh-oh. Oh no! Ah! He's gonna fucking eat us. Oh, wait.
Eat me.
Ah!
There's a lot of ways to learn to.
Okay. I'm done for real now.
Why would I want?
It looks like all you stupid wizards ran out of magic. I guess you can't hurt me anymore. It looks like all you...
Stupid.
I mean, was it though?
Yeah, it's fucking stupid.
Well, they got him. They got him with the wizard stab, no?
It looks like all you
Didn't they
stupid
get him?
wizards ran out of
They got him, but
magic.
it's stupid.
I guess you can't hurt me anymore. It looks...
I'm sorry, guys.
It's a real serious political stream.
Yeah, problem, troll face?
Let's get to it.
Illegality, and that illegality needs to be punished.
Everything that he wants to do is to decapitate our constitutional democratic order and replace it with a monarchy.
Whoa.
Look, if you're watching this channel, you probably know that this is the most corrupt presidential.
Watch the Michigan Senate debate? Wait, when does that happen? Watch live 1 day ago.
We missed it?
What? The premier political
in
streamers?
most cases, good luck with that.
I can't see it.
Our commission will
Justice that actually
well in most cases, good luck with that. Our commission will plan, produce, and schedule debates, including rules and format. Look, debates are critical opportunities to
They're
assess
critical, Moot.
decision-making, substantive vision, and stability. We believe voters should not be making decisions based on 30-second ads or Instagram reels.
True. Wait, look at this reply from Ryan. He's going fucking crazy.
Implying a voter's
Oh.
gonna watch this.
They will. I don't know why PISSCO gives so much good grace to these crazy fucking... the legal YouTuber guys. Ryan genuinely surprised me here. I thought he would go into this to give PISSCO a good fight as to whether or not Dems were justified, but PISSCO actually took a big fat L. He failed to capitalize on calling out just how much of a colossal embarrassment you were on this. You made yourself look like a pathetic 14-year-old edgelord who thinks your asinine virtue signaling and bloviating for an hour is sacrificing your character for the good of the country. You're a no-name loser who couldn't even move the needle with the gravitational pull of your overinflated ego. Jeez, the soy pill going in. Says the guy who would let Biden sexually assault his family at gunpoint and still vote for him. I can think of nothing I want less than your approval. But hey, 40% of the audience thought PISSCO did good. That's better than nothing. If I ever brag about having the support of the modern day debate audience, it'll be because even my mother stopped loving me. Would you vote for Hitler if Churchill sexually assaulted your family? You never told me. No, but he would vote for Hitler if Churchill supported DEI. True. I'm probably risking a ban defending the obvious Nick Fuentes fan linking videos, but I don't think Fuentes fans should be banned solely for posting content from their dear leader. The fact that they're here at all suggests he's a reaching problem. Sure, I don't necessarily disagree. The reason why I banned him is because he did. When you're doing this thing, he's doing a thing to make it so it's not obvious how much he's linking the same thing over and over again. That's why I banned him. Don't do that fucking shit. To avoid the stalk thing, so that you're fuck that. Cringe.
If you're just linking a fucking Fuentes meme every once in a while, that's totally fine. But if your whole fucking life is just linking and you're not chatting at all, it's kind of retarded.
True. And his name is Walsh V, so. Wait.
Waiting.
I think that this word, have we talked about this on stream before? Judgment?
Okay.
I feel like it should have an E in it.
It doesn't?
Not between the G and the M.
I've written that wrong on college papers.
It's kind of crazy. Like, this is clearly correct. I don't know why,
I agree.
But this is like... Yeah, also, I think he spelled tyranny incorrect here. I think. Tyranny? Maybe that's part of the meme, though. My guess is it's part of the meme. Works both ways. You mean like your mom does?
Whoa! Good one, dear leader. Oh, yeah.
Whoa. Okay, putting the speaker on this. I'll be back 1 second.
Where are you going?
That just doesn't cut it today.
Me and Dan are about to go have some fun without you, bitch.
We'll do better. Dave?
Thanks, Steve. Debates are an important element of campaigns. Anybody who says debates don't matter anymore is forgetting what happened on the debate stage in the 2024 presidential election when Joe Biden's re-election campaign disappeared before our eyes.
We're bringing this shit
They're
up
also forgetting Rick Perry's oops moment in 2011 when his GOP primary aspirations went up in flames on Oakland University's campus, by the way. Unfortunately, as Steve said, voters have seen, and by the way, the commission's goal is not viral moments, it's substance, which we are going to see this afternoon. Voters have seen simply fewer of these events in recent years. In 2022 and 2024, respectively, there were only 2 gubernatorial and U.S. Senate debates, both of them, each time, after absentee ballots had been sent out and started to be returned. This year, the commission will host debates for the offices of governor and U.S. Senate throughout the fall campaign. Before absentee ballots are sent out, there'll be at least one. We expect the candidates to be there. The voters deserve it. If your organization would like to be a part of our efforts to create more frequent, more substantive debates between those seeking to be our state's leaders, we'd love to have you join the commission. Just find Steve or me later today or hit us up via email. Thanks again for the opportunity to tell you about the commission. And now on with the show.
Please welcome the editorial page editor for the Detroit News and contributor for Detroit PBS's One Detroit, Nolan Finley, and executive advisor at Bridge Detroit and host of Detroit PBS, Stephen Henderson.
Good afternoon, Mackinac, and welcome to the 2026 U.S. Senate Democratic Candidates Debate, where each of our candidates is going to make their case to Michigan voters ahead of the August primary election. This is a really important moment for Michiganders. It's where you're going to hear directly from the candidates about the issues, their priorities, and the challenges we face as a state, all shaping up as we get closer to August. Up first, we are going to bring out our candidates.
And before we do that, we want to recognize the man they're all seeking to replace, our own Senator Gary Peters, who's here, and his wife, Colleen. Now let's bring out the stars of the show. Please welcome Abdul El Sayed, Haley Stevens, and Mario and Mallory McMorrow. Thank you, candidates.
Okay, before we get started, we want to explain a little about how this debate will work. And I'll say up front, it's going to look a little different than debates you have seen us do in the past. This debate is going to consist of 5 different rounds, each beginning with a question from a journalist that will be directed to all 3 candidates. Each candidate will have 1 minute to respond to that question. And the order of responses will rotate throughout the debate to ensure that there is fairness among all the participants. After all 3 candidates have answered a question, we're going to open up the floor for an additional 6-minute discussion, allowing candidates to engage in a moderated discussion led by Nolan and I, the moderators. Now, the candidates have been asked to keep their responses focused and respectful and to avoid interrupting while another candidate is speaking. Nolan and I will make sure that you can hear from each of them uninterrupted during these segments. Time limits are going to be enforced throughout the debate. Candidates will see a visible countdown clock for their 1-minute responses, and if a candidate exceeds their allotted time, we may step in to stop them. At the conclusion of the debate, each candidate will deliver a 1-minute closing statement. All right, so let's get to it. Joining us for our first question is Jason Colthorpe. He is an anchor and reporter and the host of Flashpoint on WDIV TV Local 4 in Detroit.
I'll be leaving the stage. Well, thank you. How's everybody? Good afternoon. Afternoon. Candidates, good to see you. Let me ask you this. This question is on the economy. Americans face the twin crises of affordability and inflation in nearly every aspect of their economic lives. Housing, food, gas prices, higher education, and that's coupled with the per capita income in Michigan that's now fallen from 16th to 40th nationally over the last 25 years. Classic Democratic politics tend to favor ideas and solutions like heavy government investment, tax increases for the wealthy, and increased regulation for corporations. But if you're elected, you will most likely be in a divided Senate where you have to strike compromises with opposing ideas if you want to get anything done for Michiganders. So the question is, where will you stand firm and where will you give ground? What kind of trade-offs are you willing to make as our next U.S. Senator to bring the cost of living to a more affordable level?
For this round, Mallory, you are going first.
Thank you, Jason. And thank you, everybody, for being here. We are in a critical moment, and I don't want to lose sight of the stakes here, because on the other side, you've got Donald Trump's hand-picked candidate in Mike Rogers. Gas is hovering around $5 a gallon. The idea of the American dream is wasting away from us. And I am really proud, Jason, to your point, of having worked across the aisle. We are in my colleague, Senator John DeMoose's district, and I have worked with him on a 10-year economic development strategy that would expand local small businesses, grow our economy from the ground up, keep our young people here. We've also expanded registered apprenticeships in Michigan into advanced manufacturing, into healthcare, into tech, into agriculture, to give people the ability to build something entirely new. But where I will draw the line is anything that hurts our people. Just this week, I introduced 2 policies related to AI and jobs, and AI safety. This is a technology that is happening faster than we're prepared for, and policymakers can't afford to wait.
Next response goes to Haley Stevens.
Michigan has been paying the price because of chaotic, erratic tariffs coming down from an administration that is completely out of touch with who we are. Instead of going after China, the president started a trade war with Canada. Here in the Upper Peninsula, we've paid a significant price as Michiganders. Small business revenues are down 40%, and across the state, they are down 20%. Michiganders, like the gal who goes to my exercise gym, told me that she's driving less to save gas money so she can make it to her job because of an illegal war that this president started that we are all paying for. He is out of touch, and what I want to do is continue to work on bipartisan solutions like the CHIPS and Science Act that I proudly played a lead role in passing that created Michigan jobs, lessening our dependence on China and creating growth right here in Michigan.
Last response goes to Abdul El Sayed.
Thank you so much for the question, Jason. Look, I just got to be clear. We're here at Mackinac Island. Just a couple steps away, you've got the porch where corporate lobbyists are cutting deals with corporate-backed politicians to figure out how to pick as much meat off the bones of Michigan as possible. You're right. I want to tax billionaires their wealth. You are right. I want to stand with unions. And you are absolutely right that I think we should be enforcing antitrust policy that allows big corporations to collude together to raise our prices. And the thing about it is this, the conversation that needs to be had isn't just the one that we have with the 99 other senators or the folks in Congress or even the president. It's the conversation we have with the 350 million people who elect all of us. And I think we have an opportunity to actually find like-minded opportunities with Republicans who understand that their people too are getting picked apart. I've been to 96 cities now, and no matter where I go, people say the same thing. It just shouldn't be this hard. And the reason it's this hard is because you've got 2 establishments, one on the right, one on the left, who play the same game, and that game has to be opposed by going right to the people and bringing our democracy back.
Fucking kill me. It's over.
We've not heard a whole lot about debt and deficit during this campaign season. Both are mounting. Both threaten to derail the country at some point. I want to ask you, does America have a spending problem or a revenue problem? Starting with you, Mallory McMorrow.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm proud to be endorsed by 4 U.S. senators in my run here: Peter Welch, Martin Heinrich, Elizabeth Warren, and Chris Murphy. And Peter Welch is somebody who similarly came out of a state legislature. Here in Michigan, I know many of my legislative colleagues are here. We have to pass a balanced budget. We do it on time. We do it on a bipartisan basis. We know how to spend within our means because there are no other options. That is experience that we desperately need in Washington, to learn how to spend within our means, not to slash and burn through DOGE, not to be firing career civil servants and replacing them with AI, but doing so responsibly so that we can go back to the next generation, frankly, my daughter Noah, and know that she is not going to bear the brunt of the bill when it finally comes due.
But what does responsibility look like? What do you cut and where?
Responsibility means going through every single budget, line by line, from start to finish. Let's stop just starting with the number that's before us and ask, what do we actually need to do to deliver? What do we actually need to do to provide healthcare? What do we actually need to do to protect our men and women serving abroad? And start from the goal and work back to what that budget should be. That's what we do every single year.
No, let me jump in here. Because I think it is important for us to recognize that so long as we continue to play the same corporate game, we're going to get the same corporate prizes. And I'm the only candidate on the stage who has never taken a dime from a corporation to run a campaign and never will. And now here's the question. I knew you would ask a question about deficits. Because at the end of the day, every single time we have a Republican administration, they run up the deficit doing 2 things. The revenue issue, which is they cut taxes on billionaires, and then there's the spending issue, which is we fight stupid wars we have no business fighting. But all of that goes back to one thing: the power of very rich people to buy off politicians to do their bidding, whether it is a weapons manufacturer, whether it is a special interest, or whether it is billionaires who recognize that they can write tax code so they got loopholes they don't have to pay.
Thanks, Mr. El Sayed.
Nolan, we got to be growing the economy. The Michiganders who I speak to want the jobs of today and the jobs of tomorrow here. Look, we are one of 5 states left in this country whose central economy drives through the industrial manufacturing sector. We need proven, effective industrial policy like what we did with the CHIPS Act that paid for itself 4 times over in the first quarter of it being signed. I was proud to be there in a bipartisan way getting that done. When we grow our economy, we can pay off our debt. I cannot as the next senator for Michigan, stand by and watch the hardworking Michigander pay off our debt. It has to come from growth, and it has to come from the effective utilization of the taxpayer dollar. Look, I am talking about this repeatedly, and that is where we need to go. And it is, frankly, as someone who has passed federal budgets and been a part of federal spending efforts that have reinvested here in Michigan, look, I'll talk about it till I'm blue in the face, because this is Michiganders' taxpayer money. I have stood up to the utility companies. Okay, he wants a word in. I get it. I get it.
Hold on a second.
They said they're trying a new format. You know, we understand.
So here's a more pointed question. Abdul, you have said you want to tax billionaires.
Absolutely.
Is there a limit, though, to how much you can do that and actually grow the economy versus stilting enterprise and things like that? How do you draw that line?
Do we really think that excess money to billionaires makes jobs? Because if we really think that, then we've been trying it for a very long time, and I don't see that many more jobs. To me, I'd like to tax them the wealth so we invest in the things that actually unlock human capital, like healthcare and good schools and functional infrastructure. If we think that billionaires make jobs with their money, I think we are going to continue to find ourselves in an economy where it's hard to make that first 100,000 and way easier to make that next billion. And I don't want to live in that economy. I want to go to good schools.
What does a fair share tax rate look like? What's the number?
I would like to see us tax billionaires at 7% of their wealth. Because here's the thing. You tax a billionaire 7, 8%, you know what they still are, Nolan? Still a billionaire. Kids are going to be rich. I think our kids can get to go to school.
Thank you. Look, Michigan has the opportunity to lead here. Just this week, I held a hearing on legislation called the No Reverse Robin Hood Act. Michigan has spent more than $2.5 billion on incentives to companies since 2019, and so far, that fund, the SOAR fund, has created 0 jobs. The jobs that would be created pay an average salary of somewhere around $13. That is not going to get people out of the hole. That's not going to pay for debt. What our legislation would do would say that if taxpayer dollars, our dollars, are going to support a company to create jobs, they should be required to do exactly that, not turn around and execute stock buybacks, putting money back into the pockets of their shareholders.
Thank you.
How about we just don't subsidize them in the first place?
And look at that. We ended the first segment right on time. Good job.
Yeah,
Good job.
Okay.
So now let's go to our next segment on foreign policy and bring to the stage Nancy Keffer, editorial page editor of the Detroit Free Press.
Oh.
There you go.
Take that, Jason. So, thank you all so much for being here today. Debates do matter. As Nolan said, this question is on foreign policy. A critical issue in American foreign policy is the tension between military power and diplomacy, and when to use each. The United States is giving direct military support in a number of foreign theaters, the Middle East and Ukraine, for instance, but also has diplomatic struggles in our own hemisphere and Western Europe. So now, give us a sense of what would guide your votes on questions about direct use of our military abroad, and how you'd balance that against the need for diplomatic approaches in critical foreign tensions.
First response goes to Haley Stevens this time.
Well, look, as someone who has a foreign policy record, let me say this. It has been absolutely harmful and ridiculous that this administration has completely obliterated U.S. aid, an agency dedicated to humanitarian efforts abroad. This is something that I proudly supported, to obliterate and work to alleviate medical conditions abroad, to promote peace abroad. Peace always has to be the long-term goal. We need to see the United States work with our allies to achieve lasting peace between Russia and Ukraine, between the people of Israel and Palestine, and of course between China and Taiwan. But when you remove the tools from our toolkit, you fail this country, and you fail us to allow us to work alongside our allies.
Next, Abdul, I'll say it.
Let me tell you what absolutely would not shape my perception. It's APAC money, which is being spent already in this race to bump up one of my colleagues on the stage. I'm the only candidate who didn't ask APAC for their support. I don't think that our taxpayer dollars, which we pay every April, ought to be going to bomb children, to fund bombs and tanks for other countries when we got kids who can't afford basic things in our own. I believe in international law. I believe we ought to be the chief among equals in upholding international law, and I believe that international law ought to guide how we engage with our allies and our opponents, both. And right now, we've got a situation in which we have been a chief opposition to international law. So when it comes to a situation like Ukraine, where you have a would-be dictator or a current dictator who wants to be a dictator of yet more land and violates the sovereignty of a foreign nation in their neighbor, I believe that that is justifiable intervention. In the case of Israel, in the case of Egypt, who get our dollars, I don't believe that that's where our money should go.
Last response goes to Mallory in the Memorial.
Let's be very clear about the stakes here. Donald Trump, on an Easter brunch Sunday, told Americans that he needs $1.5 trillion to carry out his war in Iran, while telling us that we can't afford daycare, we can't afford Medicare, we can't afford Medicaid. And he went further to say that states should tax their people more to pay for those selfish things. Now, Mike Rogers is in a tough position here because he is facing a reality where every Republican who has stood up to Donald Trump has now been challenged, has now lost their reelection, and he is going to have to choose. Is he loyal to Michiganders, or is he loyal to Donald Trump? We cannot lose sight of November here. The Republicans are spending tens of millions of dollars in this state for Rogers because they know the path to Democrats flipping control of the Senate runs through Michigan. And there's a lot of agreement here on stage that we must end wars, not start them. We must keep money at home, and the best way to do that is to defeat Mike Rogers in November.
Thank you.
Okay, I want to start with this idea. Candidates always have supporters, and many of those supporters give them money. I want to get a sense from each of you of how you figure that into your decision making. Somebody supports you, somebody supports your campaign. How do you decide how much influence they have over what you do, how you cast your vote? Do you have to temper that against your own beliefs? What's the process that you go through there? Haley Stevens, you take money from AIPAC. Walk us through what that money means and what it buys and maybe what it doesn't.
Well, look, my campaign for U.S. Senate
Plushie is out now on Destiny.DG/store.
And I am deeply proud to have grassroots support coming from grocery clerk workers to retired teachers to factory workers and the like. I'm also deeply honored to have the support of former Governor Jennifer Granholm, Congresswoman Brenda Lawrence, and Debbie Stabenow standing alongside me, individuals who fight for Michigan and win for Michigan, which is absolutely what I want to do as Michigan's next U.S. Senator. Look, Michiganders are frustrated because we have not done comprehensive campaign finance reform. Mike Rogers will not vote for comprehensive campaign finance reform like I have in the House of Representatives. We squarely need to put people at the front of our agenda. And look, campaigns are about movements of ideas, Stephen. Campaigns are about movements of ideas. And I articulate positions of freedom and democracy and what Michigan needs to succeed at the global stage and nationally.
And you're also just not answering the question.
Go ahead.
Look, at the end of the day, it also buys $3.5 billion sent to a foreign military that could be used here to give glasses here, to provide healthcare here, to build schools here. That's where our money should be used. And look, people know me. I say the same thing everywhere. I come to Mackinac, tell you all I want to tax billionaires. I go down south, tell people I want to tax billionaires. I say the same thing to everybody. If you want to support my campaign, fantastic. If you don't, if it comes down to having more money from a donor or having a message, I'm going to choose a message every time. And I think that's the difference. That's what we need in our politics.
We're going to go to Mallory McMorrow next.
I appreciate that. And messages are great, and you actually need to know how to deliver them. On this campaign, I have not taken a dime of corporate PAC donations. I have not taken a dime of AIPAC donations. This campaign is entirely funded by 120,000 individual donors, more grassroots support than my opponents combined, the most amount of money from Michigan, and we are building up a campaign that shows that we can run very differently, that we can win very differently, that we can reject the Democrats.
I just want to ask about the last two campaigns, though.
Mr. El-Sayed, we want to focus on the issue and get some more specific.
And we were talking about foreign policy, but yet we're talking about campaign finance reform.
Excuse me, Ms. Stevens. We want to focus on this question. This is a divisive issue, this issue of the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians. It has divided obviously the three of you, but also your party, and you have many Democrats, Jewish Democrats, raising concerns about anti-Semitism. Is there an anti-Semitism problem in the Democratic Party? Ms. McMorrow.
There is. At the Democratic convention, an attendee yelled an anti-Semitic slur at my husband, who is Jewish, who was walking with my 5-year-old daughter. That is terrifying. We need to be able to state very clearly that what the Netanyahu government is doing is wrong, that the violence needs to end, that we need to bring about long-term peace and security for Palestinians and for Israelis, and that turning that into not an anti-Netanyahu but an anti-American Jewish message is dangerous.
But at that convention, you said, you did not support U.S. aid to Israel. Is that your position?
I would have voted in support of 40 of the 47 Democratic senators who would have supported the Sanders resolution blocking arms sales to Israel.
Yeah. Okay.
Michiganders are scared, all right? We have rising political violence and extremism. A temple in my congressional district was blown up by a homegrown terrorist. I serve in the Congress on behalf of an incredibly diverse district, and I'm also, leading on combating anti-Semitism in a bipartisan way. That does not have to be a partisan thing. I am, a proud Democrat who has been clear and consistent in a tough time about a horrible, brutal war.
We need to move along. Mr. El-Sayed, can you answer?
So look, I know what it's like to be discriminated against because of how I pray. And I know that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia tend to go hand in hand. And the real issue when it comes to either of them is the scourge of white supremacy. And I think it's absolutely critical for us to differentiate between love, respect, and admiration for Judaism and the Jewish people, and a continued policy that has us sending our money to a foreign government. We can walk and chew gum at the same time. So for me, when it comes to fighting anti-Semitism, you are not going to find anybody who is not Jewish who has the same focus on taking that on as somebody who understands that these two things go hand in hand together. And so we can do that because we love all people. But it should not mean that we allow our money to subsidize apartheid and genocide against other people because people tell you that that's about hatred for anybody. It's about love for everybody.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Okay, next up is Rick Pluta, who is the senior Capitol correspondent for Michigan Public Radio Network in Ann Arbor.
Thank you. So the story may be apocryphal, but the legend is that George Washington described the function of the Senate as the cooling saucer of Congress, where the hot tea or coffee, depending on the version, is brewed by the House to be, it's chilled a bit by the Senate's more deliberative processes. So the filibuster and supermajority cloture votes that can slow down the progress of legislation are well-known examples, but as you well know, these rules make the Senate unique, but they can also be controversial. What do you think of the Senate's rules? What would you change and what traditions are worthy of protection? And how do you see the Senate's role in the congressional balance of power?
It goes to Abdul El-Sayed this round.
I really appreciate you sharing that apocryphal metaphor, because if you've ever left tea in a cooling saucer for way too long, it dries up, it's not tea anymore. And right now, that's what the Senate has become. It has become the place where all legislation goes to die. And it allows senators who don't want to take hard votes to hide behind the filibuster of just one senator, usually in a safe seat, and it keeps us from being able to move forward legislation that we absolutely need. So I believe we have to abolish the filibuster. We have to expose senators to democracy again so that they have to answer to their voting public about why they took a particular vote, because I know it would change the way that they behave. But this is just one part of the way our democracy has ossified. And I think we need to be thinking about broad picture democracy reform. To me, that starts with taking on the fact that we've just seen the biggest assault from the Supreme Court on the Voting Rights Act in our history. And so whether it's the Supreme Court or it's the filibuster or it's the way we cut our districts apart, we've got to really rethink democracy to make it work for the people again.
Next is Mallory McMorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and we have to get rid of the filibuster. We are at a place where too often Democrats are protecting Republicans from their own bad decisions. And look, I helped flip control of our state Senate to Democrats for the first time in 40 years. If we had a similar entity in our Senate, we would not have been able to get anything done, and it shows a real lack of trust in the voters. Politicians, elected officials should be able to govern the way that they see fit to govern and then let the voters decide what happens after that. We also just became the first state in the country to hold a legislative hearing to create a state-level Voting Rights Act in the wake of what the Supreme Court just did, to say that when the federal government and this rogue Supreme Court come for your rights, Michigan will not stand idly by. We will take it on, we will fight, and we will pass it out of the Senate because we have a 2-seat majority, and we will send it to the House and see what they do. Do they stand with Michiganders or do they stand with this rogue Supreme Court?
Haley Stevens.
The people of Michigan deserve a functional Congress. And as someone who has been recognized by the Center for Effective Lawmaking as the most effective Democrat for Michigan in the House of Representatives, meaning I write bills, I pass bills on behalf of the great people of Michigan, I have also used my position and communicated very clearly that the filibuster is no longer serving the people of Michigan. When our voting rights are under attack, when we are on the eve of seeing a black man for the first time in the history of this country become the speaker, and they are erasing seats held by African American men in the South, that is wrong. The filibuster must go. The filibuster must go so that we can codify health care. And by the way, Nolan, to your other good question about the debt and the deficit, we should use the filibuster to not allow the big ugly bill to pass that increased our debt and at the same time eradicated Michiganders' Medicaid.
So we're not going to filibuster here.
So wait, you said you would get rid of the filibuster, but you also want to use it. Which one is it?
I said I want to remove the filibuster.
Right, but then you just said you should filibuster. What's going on with the deficit, right?
Yeah, this lady needs to drop out.
I'm saying that I want to change the rules, of which I've been a part of. I voted for rules packages on behalf of the people of Michigan.
It's
and
over.
I believe, Stephen, what I said is we should remove the filibuster so Democrats could have voted down the legislation, the tax bill. That's what I'm saying. Democrats should have been able to vote down the tax bill, Stephen. That's why I said we need to get rid of the filibuster. That tax bill should not have happened.
Okay, let's talk about the role of the Senate in Washington and in our government. We've got an executive who does pretty much what he wants to do without the legislature. He doesn't come ask the Senate. He doesn't come ask the House. What are the things that you, as a member of the Senate, could or would do to reestablish the Senate's role in
Why does no one
lawmaking,
like her?
to make
She doesn't
sure
have sauce.
that the co-equal branches are actually co-equal? So you're up first.
I really appreciate the question. Look, the next U.S. Senator from Michigan, because that's what we're talking about. We can have highfalutin ideas about what the Senate ought to do. Let's talk about what the next Senator from Michigan ought to do over the next 6 years. For the next 2 years, we are going to have to put as much sand in the gears of the Trump administration as possible. That means recognizing every procedural opportunity that you have to stop what they're doing from happening, and it means making sure that you're using the bully pulpit of a Senate position, a platform, to be engaging the broader public about what ought to be. Now, that's the other part of it. We've also got to be able to pave the path for the next president of the United States. I've got 3 goals. Get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. And I will use this seat over the next 2 years to be building a broad public narrative and a broad public conversation about what we can do, not just in blue communities to turn up the vote, but also in red communities, because I've been to 96 different communities, and I tell you, you go to the red parts of town and you ask them, hey, do you want health care? They're like, damn right I want health care. Hey, do you think that a corporation should be able to raise your premium 15%? No. Do you think you should be able to join arms with your fellow workers to make sure a corporation can't just offshore and automate your job? Yes. So I think we can win on our values. The problem is too often folks go over there, get cloistered in this conversation in a cloakroom, apparently. I don't even know what a cloakroom is, where they're having conversations with the 99 other people rather than building the platform that will get us the next president who can get these things done.
Next to Mallory McMorrow.
Thank you. Look, there is a path for Democrats to take back control of the U.S. Senate, but it is not without Michigan. There is a reason that the Republicans are spending more in Michigan than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, and New Hampshire. Because if Democrats take control of the Senate, there is a real check on an administration that the Republicans, every single Republican sitting in the U.S. House and the Senate right now, has refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. They're letting Donald Trump run rogue. And he has admitted himself that he is surprised at how little pushback he has gotten. So that means voting on the War Powers Resolution, using the power of the purse to deny funding to a rogue ICE agent.
Has anything exciting happened at all?
To these foreign.
The Haley lady kind of sucks, and she got caught in a bit of a flub.
Wait, what did she
McMorrow's
flub?
been good. They asked, do you want to get rid of the filibuster? She said yes, but then she also said that she was going to use the filibuster.
Based?
I don't know. And then they called her out on it, and she was like, I want to get rid of the filibuster. Besides that, I mean, it's been kind of whatever.
I mean, I wasn't in here, so I couldn't hear it. But I mean,
She needed to give a
that's not
better
technically. Oh, okay, because that's not technically a wrong answer, right?
No, it's not.
Like you
can
could say,
utilize it and get rid of it. Yeah.
And wars abroad, illegal wars that he is executing, to use the power of oversight to bring people in front of committees
You can go back,
to
it was
show
like
the
2
American
minutes
public
ago.
what these people are actually doing, and use that pulpit to be a check to slow him down, to build power, to finally deliver for Michigan.
Yeah, Haley Stevens.
Look, the beauty about putting
If
up
anything,
your
I think you
hand
should go
to
back
serve
because I think
Michigan
it's
in
been
the
the
United
only
States
interesting
Senate.
thing. But
okay.
Ever left tea in a cooling saucer for way too long, it dries up. It's not tea anymore. And right now, that's what the Senate has become. It has become the place where all legislation goes to die. And it allows senators who don't want to take hard votes to hide behind the filibuster of just one senator, usually in a safe seat, and it keeps us from being able to move forward legislation that we absolutely need. So I believe we have to abolish the filibuster. We have to expose senators to democracy again so that they have to answer to their voting public about why they took a particular vote, because I know it would change the way that they behave. But this is just one part of the way our democracy has ossified. And I think we need to be thinking about broad picture democracy reform. To me, that starts with taking on the fact that we've just seen the biggest assault from the Supreme Court on the Voting Rights Act in our history. And so whether it's the Supreme Court, or it's the filibuster, or it's the way we cut our districts apart, we've got to really rethink democracy to make it work for the people again.
Next is Mallory McMorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate the question, and we have to get rid of the filibuster. We are at a place where too often Democrats are protecting Republicans from their own bad decisions. And look, I helped flip control of our state Senate to Democrats for the first time in 40 years. If we had a similar entity in our Senate, we would not have been able to get anything done, and it shows a real
You're gonna
lack
restart the whole debate? Bro, this sounds boring as fuck. Why? Is it actually like a good debate, or? And you guys just watched like 30 minutes of it.
to reset the whole thing, it's been meh.
Okay.
Trust in the voters. Politicians, elected officials should be able to govern the way that they see fit to govern and then let the voters decide what happens after that. We also just became the first state in the country to hold a legislative hearing to create a state-level Voting Rights Act in the wake of what the Supreme Court just did, to say that when the federal government and this rogue Supreme Court come for your rights, Michigan will not stand idly by. We will take it on, we will fight, and we will pass it out of the Senate because we have a two-seat majority, and we will send it to the House and see what they do. Do they stand with Michiganders, or do they stand with this rogue Supreme Court?
Haley Stevens.
The people of Michigan deserve a functional Congress. And as someone who has been recognized by the Center for Effective Lawmaking as the most effective Democrat for Michigan in the House of Representatives, meaning I write bills, I pass bills on behalf of the great people of Michigan, I have also used my position and communicated very clearly that the filibuster is no longer serving the people of Michigan. When our voting rights are under attack, when we are on the eve of seeing a black man for the first time in the history of this country become the speaker, and they are erasing seats held by African American men in the South, that is wrong. The filibuster must go. The filibuster must go so that we can codify health care. And by the way, Nolan, to your other good question about the debt and the deficit, we should use the filibuster to not allow the big ugly bill to pass that increased our debt and at the same time eradicated.
So we're not going to filibuster here.
So wait, you said you would get rid of the filibuster, but you also want to use it. Which one is it?
I said I want to remove the filibuster.
Right, but then you just said you should filibuster. What's going on with the deficit, right?
I'm saying that I want to change the rules, of which I've been a part of. I voted for rules packages on behalf of the people of Michigan. And I believe, Stephen, what I said is we should remove the filibuster so Democrats could have voted down the legislation, the tax bill. That's what I'm saying. Democrats should have been able to vote down the tax bill, Stephen. That's why I said we need to get rid of the filibuster. That tax bill should not have happened.
Okay, let's talk about the role of the Senate in...
I wonder if they get the questions ahead of time so they kind of have like pretty carefully prepared answers. I don't know if they said anything. But I feel like the actual answer is that like we should use every single tool available to us. While some tools might be bad and we want to get rid of those tools, while they're available to us, we should use them, right? So like if you want to abolish the filibuster, that's a good position. You can have that position, but while the filibuster is a thing, you should utilize the filibuster, right? Like that's obviously
100%.
Yeah, I guess she didn't give a great answer. Yeah, sure.
Washington and in our government, we've got an executive who does pretty much what he wants to.
The filibuster would make the OBBB easier to pass. She has it backwards. Yeah, I don't know what she meant by when she's saying vote against. I don't know what that means. Because you vote for a bill or you don't vote for, right. I don't know how getting rid of the filibuster would have made it easier to oppose the one big beautiful bill. But I think she was just incorrect on that, but I don't know, whatever.
To do without the legislature. He doesn't come ask the Senate. He doesn't come ask the House. What are the things that you, as a member of the Senate, could or would do to reestablish the Senate's role in lawmaking, to make sure that the co-equal branches are actually co-equal.
So
Bill, you're up first.
I really appreciate the question. Look, the next U.S. Senator from Michigan, because that's what we're talking about. We can have highfalutin ideas about what the Senate ought to do. Let's talk about what the next Senator from Michigan ought to do over the next 6 years. For the next 2 years, we are going to have to put as much sand in the gears of the Trump administration as possible. That means recognizing every procedural opportunity that you have to stop what they're doing from happening, and it means making sure that you're using the bully pulpit of a Senate position, a platform, to be engaging the broader public about what ought to be. Now, that's the other part of it. We've also got to be able to
Who do you want to win this one? McMorrow for sure.
Pave the path for the next president of the United States. I've got 3 goals. Get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all. And I will use this seat over the next 2 years to be building a broad public narrative and a broad public conversation about what we can do, not just in blue communities to turn up the vote, but also in red communities, because I've been to 96 different communities, and I tell you, you go to the red parts of town and you ask them, hey, do you want healthcare? They're like, damn right I want healthcare. Hey, do you think that a corporation should be able to raise your premium 15%? No. Do you think you should be able to join arms with your fellow workers to make sure a corporation can't just offshore and automate your job? Yes. So I think we can win on our values. The problem is too often folks go over there, get cloistered in this conversation in a cloakroom, apparently. I don't even know what a cloakroom is, where they're having conversations with the 99 other people rather than building the platform that will get us the next president who can get this thing done.
Next, Mallory McMorrow.
Thank you. Look, there is a path for Democrats to take back control of the U.S. Senate, but it is not without Michigan. There is a reason that the Republicans are spending more in Michigan than they will spend in Georgia, Maine, Iowa, Alaska, and New Hampshire. Because if Democrats take control of the Senate, there is a real check on an administration that the Republicans, every single Republican sitting in the U.S. House and the Senate right now, has refused to vote on the War Powers Resolution. They're letting Donald Trump run rogue. And he has admitted himself that he is surprised at how little pushback he has gotten. So that means voting on the War Powers Resolution, using the power of the purse to deny funding to a rogue ICE agency, to these foreign wars abroad, illegal wars that he is executing, to use the power of oversight to bring people in front of committees to show the American public what these people are actually doing and use that pulpit to be a...
Seems as though El-Sayed is winning based on recent polls. I think he is. I think the issue, I don't know if there are polls on like who you would vote for otherwise, but I think like if McMorrow or Stevens were to drop out, I think the idea is that like 85% of the people voting for one would go to the other. That'd be my guess. Like most, if Stevens dropped out, most of her voters would probably go to McMorrow. If McMorrow dropped out, most of her voters I think would go to Stevens. So they're kind of like splitting the moderate vote here in a way. But I mean, if they both hang on to the primary, technically that would be good for El-Sayed. That's why, I don't know if people caught this, but Emma Vigilant made a tweet a while ago, and I think her followers were too stupid to understand. Fuck, I'm not going to be able to find it.
Was she just rooting on...
It was a quote where she was saying something like, I hate how all these Bernie bros are being sexist, trying to make somebody... Oh, it's this. Hold on. Oh, fuck. It's this tweet. How do I make... Why is this just opening the whole account? Jesus fucking Christ. This tweet, she was making this. This is like a sarcastic tweet, basically. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Haley Stevens to drop out of the race, which is typical of the Bernie bro left that always wants to see women fail. Personally, I would feel betrayed as a woman if she doesn't hang in there and see this through, though. Or see this thing through. She's joking. She needs Stevens to stay in the race because I think if Haley Stevens drops, I think that McMorrow becomes almost impossible for El-Sayed to beat. But as long as the two women are in splitting that, I think, more moderate vote, then El-Sayed has a fairly easy shot, I think, through the primary. Great point. Even if she doesn't win, it's an empowering story about perseverance. Yeah.
Check to slow him down.
Why is it that Stevens is expected to drop? She's pulling higher than McMorrow? Oh, I don't know. Maybe McMorrow should be the one to, quote unquote, like, should drop or whatever. I just don't like, nothing I've heard about the Stevens person. She sounds like a fucking moron. McMorrow seems like an intelligent person that seems like a good candidate, like that I would prefer personally. But I mean, maybe it is that McMorrow can't close that gap on the polls with Stevens. I'm not sure.
Committees to show the American public.
Chat?
What?
Can a chatter link the polls real quick? I'm just curious. I want to see where we're at.
What these people are actually doing and use that pulpit to be a check to slow him down, to build power to finally deliver for Michigan.
Yeah, Haley Stevens.
Look, the beauty about putting up your hand to serve Michigan in the United States Senate is about very squarely doing what Michigan needs and what the people of this incredible state deserve. And that means adding Michigan amendments and Michigan-focused amendments to any large bill that comes down. We as individual lawmakers can't control what moves to the Senate floor, but as a U.S. Senator, very differently than the U.S. House, you can force a vote on an amendment. Think about what that would mean for trade policy. Think about what that would mean for our 21st century labor movement. Think about what that would mean for our incredible Great Lakes that need protection and stewardship. So I very squarely am running for United States Senate to be the champion and the voice of Michigan at the lawmaking table. And I promise you, Stephen, I read the rules books, I understand them, they're complicated, but they relate to what impacts and affects our people and the outcomes of our state.
Thank you. We've got to keep moving here. Thank you.
Our next question will be from Beth LeBlanc, Lansing Bureau reporter for the Detroit News.
Thank you, candidates. Here in Michigan, voters face a number of complicated problems on many fronts: education, healthcare, housing, the changing landscape of policy regarding racial inequities, immigration, and urban versus rural investment. As a U.S. Senator, you really only have reach to make a difference in the way the federal government manages these issues. So from your perspective, where is the government failing the people most on issues like these? And how, in your role as a U.S. Senator, in the current dysfunction of Washington, D.C., would you make a difference?
Mallory McMorrill, you are up first.
Thank you, and thank you, Beth, for the question. The federal government has the power to impact people's lives in so many ways, and one of those ways is education. Right now, we have Linda McMahon, who has quite literally body slammed the Department of Education out of existence. That is failing all of us in Michigan. I currently represent the most diverse district in the state Senate in the state of Michigan, from Bagley through Birmingham. There are some schools in my district that have no HVAC. The building is 100 years old. They haven't had new textbooks in many years. And for many kids, the dental clinic that comes into the school is the only time they will ever see a medical professional. What if the federal government could rebuild the Department of Education to take on the challenge of rebuilding all the school buildings in the country so that my Detroit districts are not spending as much money trying to keep a 100-year-old building functional, and they can spend more money on kids, paraprofessionals, after-school programs, transportation to make sure that every child starts at the same starting line.
Haley Stevens, you're next.
Look, I'm a believer in proven and effective partnership from the federal, state, and local level, and I'm actually proud of the work that our great governor, Gretchen Whitmer, has done to grow Michigan's advanced manufacturing economy. I was proud to work alongside her in the Congress when we were making our way out of a global pandemic. I think back to my time working as the chief of staff on the U.S. Auto Rescue in the administration of President Barack Obama. That was federal policy that met the moment for who we are as Michiganders. When they were writing us off the map, when they were saying who's going to shut out the lights in Detroit, the people of Michigan, our grit, our determination, our hard work, the ingenuity, the gals at the fish fry on Good Friday who were so joyful but yet frustrated at the rising costs. There is a way in which we can form a brilliant and beautiful society with hands-on direct leadership, of which I have always shown from the bottom up, from places like Pontiac and Muskegon to Grand Rapids to the United States Senate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Abdul, you're next. Now, you all know I'm a doctor, depending upon who you read. And my instinct is to say healthcare because it's the thing that's always kept me up at night, that people can't afford to see a doctor. But I was watching a video of an incoming tsunami, and people were playing in the sand, and they didn't know that there was a tidal wave coming. And the tidal wave that is coming is AI. And the fact that we do not have federal legislation that sets guideposts around the changing social contract, whether or not you can even sell your cognitive labor on a market for money, whether or not these will fall into the wrong hands, or worse, escape human control, the impact on our environment in the form of data centers. AI is the oncoming tsunami. We need legislation. Now, here's the problem. A lot of the folks who are not bought off by the industries that have controlled too much of Congress for too long don't necessarily understand the technology. And the folks who understand the technology are bought off by the corporations who are creating it. So we need leaders who understand the technology, are willing to stand up on it, and protect humanity from that oncoming tsunami.
Thank you.
I appreciate, can I jump in? I appreciate the need for legislation, which is why I rolled out a comprehensive AI plan this week on two fronts. AI and jobs that recognizes that Acrisure just announced they are laying off over 2,000 workers, and they've directly cited AI. We should institute a token tax on commercial use of AI to fund apprenticeship programs that teach people how to do negotiations, how to sit in client presentations, how to manage other people, the things that AI is bad at, because every single company leader in this room is going to need managers, is going to need leaders, is going to need people to climb up that ladder. We also need export controls to ensure we are not allowing China to succeed on AI. We need real transparency and testing, just like every car that rolls off an assembly line can't be sold to the public until it is tested, until it is vetted, until it is deemed safe. And if something goes wrong, there should be an ability to recall, to sue the company who harmed a person. We have to put people first, which is why I'm proud to be leading on this issue, and I hope it spurs conversation across the country.
And it's just, it's not enough. It's not enough. Look, you voted to give data centers tax breaks, our tax dollars, to build data centers. It's hard because this is exactly the problem that I see. I'm the only candidate on this stage who big AI super PACs are not going to be spending money on behalf of. The only one. I don't think that it is enough to do this token thing. I think we need to regulate AI and AI corporations as public utilities. It is too dangerous to be left out of control of government. We need to be thinking bigger about this challenge because, again, it is not just a change in technology that comes around. This is coming faster than we can even imagine, and we need to have the foresight to understand that we need new regulatory infrastructure around taking it on, and we're going to need people who are bought off by the industry.
Haley Stevens, can Michigan progress if it throttles data centers and AI growth?
Well, I'm eager to put Michigan first at the lawmaking table, and I'm eager to see Michigan continue to lead on the moonshots of the 21st century, just like our great auto industry has been doing, just like we're seeing defense and aerospace do so, that employs countless people through a robust supply chain. We know that we've got to compete against China, and the way we are going to win the future is from a place called Michigan. And so I've got to make sure, as your senator, that the tax code and the bills and the investments that are coming down are coming into, properly into our communities that are saving taxpayers money and also alleviating costs. We got these big guys coming in here into Michigan, all right, these billionaire companies and all of this. We need to make sure that Michiganders do not pay a penny for it. And what we also have to do is suck the money from them, put them into our treasury. That's how we grow the economy, lower our debt and deficit, which is another way in which I believe we should be taking on China because they own a ton of our debt. And that would make things nice for us, Nolan.
Melanie McMorrow, Abdul El-Sayed has called for Medicare for all repeatedly during this campaign. What's your answer to rising healthcare costs and increasing access by the citizens to healthcare?
Thank you. What I know is that our residents simply can't afford to wait. One of my constituents shared that she outright canceled her health insurance plan. Her premiums went from $200 a month to $2,000 a month when the Republicans voted to eliminate the ACA tax credits. People can't afford to wait for a revolution that may never come. People who are rationing their insulin right now can't afford to wait for Medicare for all when we have options on the table right now to lower prescription drug costs, to restore the ACA tax credits, to allow any Michigander who wants to opt into Medicare regardless of their age, to create a real public option that gives people choice and that forces private health insurance companies to bring their costs down.
Well, I'll tell you this, revolution's definitely not coming if we're not fighting for it. So let's play a game. If you're on the stage and you have never taken a corporate PAC check from Blue Cross Blue Shield, raise your hand. Anyway, all of that is to say, I think we really can fight for a world where everybody can be guaranteed health care. Right. I think we really should fight for that world because too many people in this country are going without the health care that they need and deserve $225 billion in medical debt. That's bigger than the GDP of half the states in this country.
Thank you, sir.
No, I'm not done yet. I just want to say one more thing. It is important for us to recognize that all of these issues go back to how we finance campaigns, and it just keeps coming back and coming back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got to move to the next subject. Next up is Lauren Gibbons. She is a Lansing-based political reporter from Bridge, Michigan.
Thanks for taking our questions today. The winner of this race will be a fresh face in the U.S. Senate, a chamber that's bred skilled negotiators, passionate orators, career politicians, and even presidents. They will join a group of lawmakers with unique powers to deliberate key issues facing the nation and provide checks on the executive branch. It's never been an easy chamber to pass legislation through, but partisan disagreements and political dysfunction have further complicated that process in recent years, resulting in government shutdowns, drawn out or contentious debate on critical policy matters, and decreased productivity. If elected to this office...
Your mics are not muted, by the way. You hear them whispering to each other?
Yes, it's so fucking annoying. They keep doing this.
Partisan disagreements and political dysfunction have further complicated that process in recent years, resulting in government shutdowns, drawn out or contentious debate on critical policy matters, and decreased productivity. If elected to this office, what would a successful first term look like for you? And what political goals would you prioritize when representing the state of Michigan and Washington? What skills, career accomplishments, and other life experiences have prepared you for that kind of success?
Haley Stevens, you're up first.
Well, it's true. The Senate is certainly going to miss Gary Peters' salty beard. Fresh face abound, I guess.
Lucky that they didn't say some mean shit here because they fucking deserve to get leaked on if they're gonna not mute their mics.
Oh, damn.
Seriously, to your question. Look, we have got to make sure that Michigan is heard at the lawmaking table. And my visions and goals for my first term, which is a 6-year term, it's a long term. We can't even totally predict everything that's going to unfold. And the first couple...
Drop the fuck out, Stevens. Well, the problem is that why would she?
If she's ahead, then yeah.
Well, even if she's tied, or even if she's like competitive, I don't know what you do in this situation. Is it always just that would you call it the dark horse candidate, or I don't know how you refer to it, but like the candidate who is not splitting a vote between more progressive types versus the other two? Do they just auto win, or I don't know? Yeah.
I don't know. I think you probably should have one of them drop out, and then the other works in their fucking campaign or whatever.
The spoiler effect? Yeah. I don't know. Well, they've got to fight for the other person's voters, I guess, yeah.
Couple years are going to be imperative. We have got to act for our state now. We have got to collaborate and grow and continue to build off the success that people like the new mayor of Detroit, Mary Sheffield, who's been a part of this, from her time on city council, continue to be the bright light and the beacon. And part of that is going to be things that I have drafted already. I'm ready on day one with legislation. Lower costs, lessen our dependence on China, create jobs.
Bill.
You talked about career politicians. Now, I didn't grow up thinking I want to be a politician. I want to be a doctor. And my work has been in the bowels of city and county government. I remember working with Mayor Sheffield, talking about lead and how we get it out of the city. Now, I know from Lansing in DC, folks like to look down on the folks who actually do the work in government, but that work is really important because you don't just have to show up Monday through Friday. You got to show up on Saturday and Sunday too. You've got to make hard decisions about how you make sure a WIC check gets delivered, how you make sure that a restaurant's a safe place to eat, how you make sure that people aren't breathing polluted air or drinking leaded water. That work is really important, and it's underrepresented in the US Senate. You don't have folks who came up the way of municipal government understand what it looks like to actually run government at the grassroots. If I was elected, I'd be the first Democratic doctor elected to the US Senate since 1969. First ever public health official elected to the US Senate. Now, if you've ever looked at DC and been like, why the hell is RFK Jr. running public health? I think we could all use one of those right now. But that's important context, and it offers something that's greater than the sum of the parts.
Mallory McMorrow.
Clapper.
Right now, Democrats across our country and across Michigan are crying out for a new Democratic Party. We need a reckoning. We need a party that knows how to fight, how to win, and how to deliver. And what I know is that in Michigan, we have written that blueprint. We are going to have our work cut out for us against Mike Rogers. And I am the only candidate on this stage who defeated an entrenched Republican incumbent to get into office, swinging a district 20 points in my very first try after Googling how to run for office after Trump got elected the first time. I helped flip the entire state Senate to Democrats for the first time since 1984, and we have delivered on expanding childcare, civil rights, voting rights, affordable housing, removing lead service lines. What I want to do in the Senate, I would be one of the only moms of a young child. Let's expand RX kids nationwide. You've got a moment right now where even Donald Trump is calling for a baby bonus. He doesn't have ideas how to do it. We've got an evidence-backed, researched, bipartisan way to support moms and babies to grow our state, and we will lead from Michigan.
Thank you.
Thank you.
As a senator from Michigan, you will be called on to take a leading role in auto industry regulation. Would you recommend rolling back the suspension of electric vehicle regulations that Donald Trump put in place? Haley?
Yeah. The future of Michigan's auto industry has got to be made in Michigan and by our incredible UAW. And that is where I have always and long cast my vote. I actually don't really care what kind of car you drive as long as it's Michigan made and union made, and that's a good thing. But the different types of cars and the innovations that are coming out here in the auto industry that has been leading from a front when, again, they were being written off the map, it is inspiring. Look, I became the first Democrat since the moon landing to hold my congressional seat. And I remember getting on the science committee, and we were celebrating actually the 50-year anniversary of the moon landing. And instead of looking backwards, I looked forward on that committee, and I shared with my colleagues from both sides of the aisle, which is why, as a manufacturing geek and as a proven bipartisan lawmaker who gets wins for Michigan, I asked them to join me in propelling the moonshot that comes out of the small to mid-sized businesses all across our state, the innovators in their garages who then turn them into businesses. This is what we're all about, and we've got the most number of FIRST robotics teams in the country here in Michigan. We've got SME headquartered here. We're doing STEM. It's a good thing.
Thank you.
Go next to Abdul.
Sure. So look, my dad came to America to build cars. He wanted to be an automotive engineer. This was the best place in the world to do it. We have the best engineering talent. We have the best manufacturing talent. What we don't have are the right incentives in place, and what we don't have are corporations who are incented to make long-range decisions. I remember when my dad came home from the tech center back in 1996. He had watched a lot of the engineering staff get laid off, and he said, a company that invests more in finance than engineering is not going to be an auto company for very long. 2008 comes around, and all of a sudden GM needs a bailout. We are in a situation right now where too often big corporations are chasing a quarterly bottom line rather than making investments in the long-range capacity, the long-range productivity of their workforce and their lines. And I think we need to change that system. So a couple things. Number one, we need to ban stock buybacks entirely. Number two, we need to put labor on corporate boards. Number three, we need to lay out the incentives to build the future of electrical vehicles while also knowing that we're going to continue to dominate when it comes to internal combustion engines. And finally, number four, we need to make sure that stocks get locked up for corporate C-suites for 10 years. So they're asking, how am I making decisions about how this company is going to look 10 years from now rather than a quarter from now?
Thank you.
Thank you. The lack of consistency here is absolutely killing us. After Donald Trump and his administration repealed the $7,500 tax credit, Ford posted more than a $19 billion loss. GM posted a multi-billion-dollar loss. Stellantis just announced their retooling plan this week to get back on track. China is celebrating. They are knocking at our doorstep in both Mexico and Canada to bring cheap EVs into the country. We need to restore the tax credit to ensure that we are incentivizing, we are supporting our auto industry so that no matter what you want to drive, an internal combustion engine vehicle, a hybrid, or an EV, that is an affordable thing for you to do. So we put these cars on the secondary used market, that we support our industry because we revolutionized the automotive industry. We revolutionized the manufacturing line to make it available not just for the few, but for the masses, and the rest of the world copied what we were doing. We have to support our industry from the ground up and also support registered apprenticeships, something I've been proud to champion in the state Senate, where now more than 20,000 Michiganders have gone through a registered apprenticeship, and they now make an average salary of more than $80,000.
I hate the word Michigander.
A year. We are leading here in Michigan.
Just kidding. I love Michigan people.
And we need to do so in the U.S.
Thank you.
I mean Michiganders.
Let's finish by asking each of you to briefly answer the question, what does the word Michigan mean to you?
30 seconds.
Starting with you, Abdul.
It's home. It's the place where my Egyptian immigrant grandfather and my daughter of the American Revolution stepmother built a home that taught me both what a mustard pretzel was and then taught me how lucky I was to be born in a country that gave me great public schools, that paid for my medical education, that vaccinated me against diseases that killed an aunt and uncle I never got to meet. Michigan, for me, is about opportunity, and it needs to be that again.
Haley Stevens.
Michigan fires me up, and Michigan is the peninsula state of 83 counties, the 10th largest population in the union, and geographically the largest state east of the Mississippi. And Michigan deserves its best advocate at the lawmaking table. You know, the U.S. Senate is the chief lawmaking role in this country, and Michigan gets to send two people. Okay. Mike Rogers, he wants to rubber stamp Donald Trump and sell Michigan out. I don't know if we're doing closing statements or is this just the last question? Okay, I'm done. I love Michigan.
Mallory, go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Slotkin said something yesterday that we need to attract more people.
Slotkin?
And I'm the only person on the stage who chose to move here. I've lived all over the country. You might have seen a little thing about my tweets online. But I chose to move here because Michigan is the greatest state in the entire country. This is where you can design, dream, and build anything. This is where I got engaged. This is where I got married. My daughter was born at the same hospital where my husband was born. We are going to change the world. Michigan is going to be the state that saves the country, and I would be incredibly honored to be a part of that.
Okay. So we've reached the portion of the program where candidates are going to give the closing statements. Each candidate will now have 1 minute for those closing remarks.
1 minute.
1 minute. Abdul, you're up first.
Well, thank you so much for an excellent moderated debate. Thank you to my colleagues. You know, we're here on this island, Mackinac Island, where we're having a conversation about common ground. And it's ironic because this is like the one piece of ground in Michigan where literally almost none of us live. If we're serious about common ground, you're not going to find it here. You're going to find it in the lived experiences of people in the places from whence you came, if you are curious enough to look. People who cannot afford their groceries, people who cannot afford their healthcare, people who send their kids to schools that look like they did 30 years ago. If we're serious about solving problems, why don't we focus on that common ground? And if we did, rather than coming up here and figuring out how corporations can buy corporate politicians to do corporate bidding, maybe we would actually be asking, how do we deliver for those folks? How do we take the corporations out, put the people back in? How do we guarantee healthcare? How do we stand with unions and finally tax billionaires a fair share? Because y'all won capitalism already. It's all right. You're going to be okay. We have an opportunity to do better, and we must. That's what this campaign is about. My name is Abdul Al-Sayed. I hope I can earn your support.
Thank you.
Next is Haley Stevens.
Look, I'm the daughter of small business owners who met at Oakland University. My mom paid her way through school washing dishes, and they taught me the value of hard work, hard Michigan work. And as someone who was the only person from Michigan on the auto rescue team in the administration of Barack Obama, staying late at work to take those calls, to return the calls from Michiganders who were worried about their job and their small business, I want to make sure that our state continues to lead. And I want to make sure that no one stands in our way. Not Donald Trump, not Mike Rogers, not the people who are looking to sell us out to the highest bidder. We have an incredibly unique story to tell, and we've got to be sleeves rolled up on day one when the new Senate begins. I would be so deeply honored to earn your vote and your trust for a 6-year term on behalf of this beautiful state in the United States Senate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mallory McMorrow.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank my colleagues running in this race for being here. There are 3 Democrats on this stage who there is more unites us than divides us. We all want you to have health care. We all want to end the war with Iran. We all want to beat Mike Rogers in November. We have different ideas of how to get there, and I don't want to lose sight of the stakes. Michigan has the most important Senate race in the entire country. And first of all, no matter what happens on August 4th, in the spirit of this conference, we all have to come together on August 5th. We must defeat Mike Rogers in November. Now, I am asking for your support because I am the only candidate on this stage who has beaten an entrenched Republican to get into office, the only candidate who helped build real power in helping flip the state Senate for the first time in 40 years to deliver on civil rights, voting rights, healthcare, childcare, you name it, we've done it. We are calling out for a new Democratic Party. I know how to fight, win, and deliver, and with your support, we will do exactly that.
So that concludes our Senate primary debate. Thanks to our candidates, the journalists, and of course, the audience members for participating today. Thanks for joining us, and have a great day.
And we would like to invite the candidates.
Now that's what I call
SLOP.
True. Fuck. What button is the hockey shortcut in Obsidian?
I don't know.
Well, somebody in chat should know. You push you hold a button and then you can push is it just Alt? No. For what purpose? If I wanted to insert a template. Oh, Control P. Thank you. Jesus. Sheesh. Sheesh. Sheesh.
We're not here to do posturing and rhetoric and stuff.
Why not, PISSCO?
Are you here to debate the proposition or not?
PISSCO, what I'm here to do is point out that the Democrats are on the verge based on the thinnest veneer
That's
of
not the debate
justification
proposition.
to lock themselves
That's not the debate proposition.
power,
So we agreed to a debate prompt, and now you're saying you want to debate something else.
Yeah, I do think we should
Republicans out of power.
try to stay as close to the topic as possible. On
We agreed to a topic.
here.
Let's stick to it.
That James Carville said that the Democrats should not talk about it. They should hide their power level. They should get into power
No.
and then just do it.
Why is it relevant what James Carville said? So you don't want to debate the proposition. You want to
I don't give a shit about
the proposition?
I'm debating to save my country from your tyranny. I care.
I take that to be like meta and rhetoric and.
I was told Wick
SFS has to watch the first 30 minutes of this.
had me waiting in the wings to do a debate, me and some other attorney, a lefty attorney, against PISSCO and Josiah on court packing. Wick bumped me for fucking Connor. Why did Wick bump me for Connor? Is it because Connor's going through a hard time? Is it because Josiah didn't want to get blown the fuck out? Almost certainly. Wick said it was his fault, but here's what I think happened. I think Josiah said, I don't want to debate Ryan.
I messed up. It was my fault. I booked wrong. I had to make a choice between whether I'm going to have counterpoints on or whether I'm going to have Ryan Mullally on.
By the way, just so you guys know, the reason why this happened was because behind the scenes, I told Wick that I was going to cut him off from his $7,000 a month DGG check if he didn't bump Ryan, after also telling him to ban Doobie and every single one of his friends from his server. And Wick acquiesced to every demand I made. That's why he got
But you
bumped.
wanted to put on Connor. That's for a variety of
That was before Connor backstabbed me. That's why Connor actually backstabbed me. Nobody knows the real story, but it's because Connor found that out, but he didn't want to blow up Wick.
right?
Were any of those reasons because Josiah said a single thing to you?
No, Josiah was not consulted in any of this, right?
Oh my god.
Oh, is that a power? What you are.
Stop!
Then why are you lying? Wait, no, stop. Why are you lying and saying that you concede when you don't actually concede?
My personal integrity matters less to me than the future of my country.
So you lie when it's convenient.
Yes,
hey guys, welcome back to
Yes or
Modern
no?
Day Debate. We have a lawyer versus lawyer today. We got PISSCO and Ryan Mullally. Mullally. I'm going to get it right by the end of this.
It's all right. No one in history ever has.
Awesome. Well, that makes me feel better. So the proposition tonight is that the Democrats are justified in expanding the Supreme Court. We got PISSCO on the affirmative here, and then Mr. Mullally taking the I got it that time.
Nice.
Taking the stance against. So we're going to get right into it with 2 5-minute openings, one each here. And
5
since
minute
PISSCO's got the affirmative, he'll be going
openings.
first. And we're going to jump right into it. Before we do, though, I do want to just ask you guys, like the video, subscribe if you're not. And then we do have tickets for DebateCon 8 in July coming up. It's our flagship debate conference, and they are in the description. Awesome, guys. Appreciate you guys. And we're going to start as soon as you start talking.
All right, folks. Yeah, I'm
Are
in
you
favor
gonna
of
be at
expanding
DebateCon
the
8?
Supreme Court.
I think I am, aren't I? Scheduled for that?
Exclusively by
That's gonna
Democrats,
be
I would like to
awesome,
add.
dude.
And I want to start by quoting Senator Mitch McConnell in the aftermath of Antonin Scalia's death in 2016. This is a quote. We know the Democrats. If the shoe were on the other foot, they would not be confirming a Republican's presidential nomination for the Supreme Court in the middle of a presidential election year. We think the American people ought to decide this. We're not going to move on this nomination. We're not going to have hearings. We're not going to have votes on it.
Jesus.
In 2016, Mitch McConnell took the decision to categorically reject all nominations that Obama was going to put through many, many months before the election. And this was a form of court packing. And it's a form of court packing which merits a response. Now, I've come to this debate with a formally valid argument. And that means if the premises of this argument are true, the conclusion that the Democrats ought to do court expansion just follows. I want to take you guys through it. And hopefully you guys can read it. If not, I'll just try to make this a bit bigger. I can't do that. Okay. So the first premise, I think, is something that's easily agreeable.
I saw the Plattner leaks. Yes. Yes. Every single candidate that runs for office, we need to go through every single personal thing, every tattoo, every sexual message, all of them. Yes. This is American politics now. Yes. Good job. Let's go.
To.
He refers
it's just the notion
to
that
as his Mein Führer, really.
in the cases in which reciprocal court packing will not lead to a cascade of consequences, will not result in a bunch of huge parade of horribles that people are disclaiming, and in which there actually has been an injury done.
That tweet is fake, according to Know Nothing for real in chat.
Some court packing done, that in those cases, it's justified for the injured party to retaliate. And of course, it's natural to do so too. The second premise of the argument is that, in fact, there was injurious partisan court packing done. This, I think, is obvious. If you go back to 2016, you see what Mitch McConnell did, and it was categorically an attempt with an irregular process in violation of a constitutional norm to change the composition of the court, not just wait for vacancies that emerge in the ordinary course of events, but to fundamentally violate a constitutional norm for the purposes affecting the partisan balance of the court. That should be an easy premise to agree to. There's no effective way to reverse this injury other than through court packing, right? There's some things that you could do to try to remedy this injury. Potentially the Republicans could, if they wanted to, just let the Democrats nominate a nominee. The next time one comes up, the justice could resign in recognition for what happened. There could be a neutral constitutional amendment that's presented, but none of those are effective and none of those are likely to occur, and therefore there's no effective way to reverse the injury without a court expansion in kind. The proposed reciprocal court packing doesn't overshoot beyond mild deterrence. I'm not advocating for us to do a 100-person court pack of the Supreme Court. We're just trying to remedy the injury that was done to the Democrat.
Would you ever prepare formal arguments like PISSCO? Yeah, I've done it before. I do it for my, usually for my college appearances. I did it for the Lila Rose debate.
In 2016, and to respond in kind the way that Mitch McConnell suggested would be done, through a legal mechanism, through an authorized mechanism. So I think that's, whatever you want to dial in on your notion of proportionality here, if you accept even just one seat, I think you're definitionally in favor of court expansion. And so we can quibble about how much would constitute mild deterrence, but as long as you agree that there was at least one seat that could be rectified, and I think honestly mathematically it's two, if not more, then I think that you should be in favor of that proportionality premise. And then finally, there's no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade. Every time we have these debates, it seems like people are trying to generate a list of things that will occur without a doubt, and they relate to the rule of law, just breaking down fundamentally. They relate to this oscillation between both parties that creates some severe consequence. But what is the actual empirical basis to believe that that's going to occur? Where are the case studies that show that if this occurs, if there's a reciprocal court expansion, that what happens is you break down the rule of law? If you go back into our history, you'll see that there was not just court expansions of the federal Supreme Court for partisan reasons. There were court expansions of state Supreme Court, courts, highest courts of last resort in states, as recently as this year in Utah. Is the rule of law breaking down in Utah? Is the rule of law over in Georgia or in Arizona, where they were, in my view, explicitly partisan court packs? No. And so I actually think my opposition has, a case to show that this is false, if he's going to say that this is like necessarily bad, if he's going to take anything other than an agnostic position. But I think that the evidence is such that this will increase the structural stability of the United States. We shouldn't expect to see a breakdown of the rule of law or an increased tendency of the executive to disobey court orders. And so I think basically you're likely to see a lot of positive outcomes, and certainly in terms of the legitimacy of the court in the public's eyes, I think will be vastly improved if our court starts doing more popular things, because that's the vision of legitimacy that the population cares about.
Alrighty, thank you for that 5-minute opening, and we're going to turn it over to Mr. Ryan here. Whenever you start talking, I'll hit the timer.
Thanks. Hi, I'm Ryan Mullally. I'm an attorney. I've litigated at every level of the U.S. legal system, up to and including the U.S. Supreme Court. And I'm here today to open your eyes to a grave threat to our liberty, our Constitution, and yes, the rule of law. Prominent Democrats are now openly arguing for a set of policies, including the most radical and unprecedented court packing in the history of the country, adding 4 justices to the U.S. Supreme Court on a purely partisan basis. They do it with a smile on their face, cloaking themselves in false virtue, and hoping you will praise them for their tyranny. PISSCO has the unenviable task of trying to defend these tyrannical proposals. To do so, he's selected a classic lawyer's trick: atomize the issue, drown you in banality and unnecessary complexity, and paint a thin veneer of logic over the unjustifiable. In other words, PISSCO's job tonight is to obfuscate the Democrats' tyrannical plans. My job is to reveal them. And you don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need a 6-premise argument to understand the grave threat to your liberty extremists like PISSCO pose. He is arguing that it's fine, even justified, for the Democrats to expand the court, which has been 9 justices since the Civil War era, and do so in the most radical and unprecedented way in our history. Why? Because they don't like the current Supreme Court. They don't like how they rule, and they want to get their way. That's why. It's that simple. So how do the Democrats plan to alter our Constitution, vitiate the independence of our highest court, entrench their own power? What's their plan? Well, they've told you. They said it publicly. First, they want to add 4 or more, some of them have said more, justices to the court, likely young, left-leaning justices who will serve for decades and enable the Democrats' agenda for the next 50 years. But that's not enough for them, by the way. That's just the appetizer. They also want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states, because that would give the Democrats 4 extra seats in the Senate, locking out Republicans. Now, you might be asking yourself, is Senate packing part of court packing? How are those related? They go hand in glove. Why? Because of what's called the ratchet effect. As Justice Breyer, a noted liberal Supreme Court justice, once explained when talking about court packing, quote, "What goes around comes around. And if the Democrats can do it, the Republicans can do it." So after the Democrats pack the court to 13
they're already doing it.
Justices, the next Republican administration would have the chance to reciprocate in kind.
Wow.
And they would. Maybe they'll go to 19. Maybe they'll go to 20. But then it's the Democrats' turn again, and they'll go to 30, 40, 50, 60. And pretty soon, the concept of the rule of law, the concept of an enduring constitution is a joke. It's a sad memory. So but the Democrats know this. They know this is a risk. So what are they going to do about it? How can they have their cake and eat it too? They pack the Senate, because if the Republicans can never get back in power in the Senate, they can never repack the Supreme Court. That's why they want to make D.C. and Puerto Rico states. Tyranny cloaked in virtue. But even that's not enough. They want to create an enforceable code of ethics for Supreme Court justices so they can discipline the justices that they don't like. But don't worry, PISSCO's been very clear that he would only favor using such an ethical code, and I'll quote him, against the conservative justices that supposedly lied during their nomination hearings, though they did no such thing. Every statement PISSCO makes tonight is an admission. Every single one. And here's why. It's so obvious. PISSCO said his argument is about political self-defense. That's what he said. Well, I don't know about you, but I feel pretty threatened by court packing, Senate packing, infiltrating the court, taking away their independence. I feel pretty threatened.
1 minute.
Are the Republicans justified in packing the court? Are they justified in self-defense? They have all the institutional power right now. They could pack the court tomorrow. They could put 4 frothing at the mouth conservatives on the court. Are they justified in self-defense?
I hope PISSCO deals. They don't need to pack the court. They already have a 6-3 lead. They wouldn't need to. Why would they? Why would they? They don't need to.
PISSCO says no. He said in his opening, it's only for the Dems. He won't bite that bullet. And that's all you need to know to reject PISSCO's self-defense argument. It's classic partisanship, rule for thee, not for me. It's a false argument meant to obfuscate insane wash tyranny.
What is the main argument against Puerto Rico having statehood at this point? Because I want to disenfranchise Pixie and her family as much as possible.
Reject everything PISSCO says unless he's willing to condemn the Democrats' proposals in full. But even if that's enough to decide the debate, that's enough. But even if it weren't, his argument is nonsense. It's a clunky syllogism which is on its face a disaster. It's internally contradictory and self-defeating. The premises are false. It relies on undefined terms which appear to have proprietary and non-standard definitions. And it is all obvious. PISSCO knows it, or at least he should.
All right.
So why is he saying, to obfuscate tyranny? That's what he's here tonight to do. And I'm here to reveal it. We'll have some fun tonight.
Awesome. Yeah, you didn't really go over too much. I was just making sure you knew that's 5. Awesome. We're going to get into the open dialogue. We got 60 minutes hitting on the clock here. And since Ryan just went, we'll go ahead and let PISSCO take it over for opening.
Quick main break from our queen.
I definitely think that over the last 2.5 years, I've been able to identify the existence of evil that I didn't think existed. And that pushed me a little closer to my roots because I grew up Christian. I wouldn't say that I'm like a full-blown Christian again, but I'm now realizing that I've had some experiences too, which I haven't really talked about too much publicly.
Like, saw God or...
Too much publicly, mostly because after, Tucker Carlson talked about his supernatural experience, people dunked on him, including myself, and I'm very embarrassed about that.
When he said he got attacked by a demon in his sleep?
Mine wasn't like, oh, I got, attacked by demons. Mine was actually a very positive experience. And it made me very close to humanity, like understanding and appreciating people's humanity first and foremost, before seeing them as nothing more than like a political figure or a political ideology. I definitely.
And I go to bed.
You don't believe he got attacked?
With my wife and 4 dogs who sleep in the bed. My wife said 4 children. My dogs are hunting dogs.
It's so bullshit. Like, if I were to talk to a room full of people and I was like, listen, yesterday, I was running all over my apartment screaming because I had images that I thought I saw things floating through my apartment. And, I was screaming. They were leaving marks on my body. And it was just like the most stressful experience of my life. Everybody would be looking at me like, oh, this. But then if I was like, oh, no, wait. Sorry, I didn't clarify. They were demons. I'm Christian. Now it's like, okay. Oh, it was a Christian schizophrenic episode. Oh, well, we believe that. We think that's real, actually. I thought it was just random demons. I didn't know it was godly ones. That's fucking wild to me, bro. Give me a fucking break. Holy shit. Come the fuck on.
All 5 of them wake up like that. And then I go to bed with my wife and 4 dogs who sleep in the bed. My wife said 4 children. My dogs are hunting dogs. All 5 of them wake up like that. Like we have no home invaders in my house. I wake up at 2:30 in the morning. I check and I couldn't breathe at all. My throat was closed. It wasn't like I was apnea or was strong as I couldn't breathe. So I get up, I stand in the doorway of our bedroom, and I'm like, wow, I'm dying. I can feel myself starting to gray out. And then I started walking in the backyard, and then it slowly came back. Like my throat kind of opened up a little bit. I was like really weirded out. I walk back in, and my wife wakes up. She goes, what is going on? I said, I don't know. I can't breathe. I feel better now. And all of a sudden, I had this horrible pain underneath my arms, like on the side of my chest, like bad. I thought I'd been like ripped with a knife or something. It just was very intense. So I go into the bathroom, I flip on the light, and I have claw marks on both sides. On right and left side on my ribs, and they're bleeding. And they're literally claw marks, 4 on either side. I put my fingers in them, don't fit my fingers, and I sleep on my side. So how could, by the way, no one woke up. So I show my wife, and she's like, oh my gosh. And then I have this like crazy intense desire to read the Bible. So I read the Bible, and I pass out in like 2 minutes, and I wake up, and the next morning I thought, man, did I have a wild dream? And then I see blood in my sheets, and I go in the bathroom, and I have these bloody marks. And my wife goes, I think you were attacked by some supernatural being. And I was like trying to be logical about it. I was like, yeah, I definitely was. And then I called.
I was trying to be logical about it. I was like, well, yeah, of course, obviously. Yeah.
It was. And then I called one of my producers. Who was like, oh, God, well, that's pretty common. I was like, what? And I've had a couple other experiences. And then I go to bed.
It was the wife. Bro, get me out of here, dude. Whatever.
it up for his affirmative position.
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
So a lot of this is just 60 minutes back and forth, right?
Yeah. I'll try not to interrupt too much unless there's someone severely over talking the other. But generally, I'm sure you guys know how to be respectful here and let each other talk. So go ahead.
Yeah, I thought a lot of what Ryan just said is like bluster and non-relevant stuff. I have a logically valid argument, and I'd like to know which premise that you're unconvinced by.
Okay, PISSCO, let's dive into it. First of all, can you explain to the audience what logically valid means and it doesn't mean? Because I think that's confusing for a lot of people.
Okay, I mean, I think I already did. If the premises are true, then the conclusion follows.
Okay, so you.
Technically, that would be logically sound, not logically valid.
Your assertion is that this is a logically valid argument.
Yeah.
Okay, and it just means that it doesn't mean that the premises are true. It doesn't mean that the argument's a good argument.
But I don't know what you mean by good. You mean sound?
How does... I'm sorry, I thought the LSAT was like all fucking logic games. How do you not know like philosophy high school terms for this? I guess it's been like fucking 50 years since you went to law school. I don't know. Whatever, dude. I don't know.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that the premises are true. It doesn't mean that the argument's a good argument.
But I don't know what you mean by good. You mean sound?
Yeah, sound. Fine.
Yes, sound. Yeah. So like an argument is sound if
I don't know why PISSCO, he's speaking as a layman here. Like good, sound, like these are not equivalent terms. We're going to be hardcore philosophy.
Conclusion follows from the premises necessarily, and the premises are all true. And I take the premises here to all be true. I'm just asking which of these premises you take issue with.
I take issue with a bunch of them, but we're gonna have. But
one at a time.
In order to get there, PISSCO, we're gonna have to just test. Let's test the basics first.
Okay.
On the top of the page, it says an argument from self-defense.
Yeah.
I feel very threatened by the Democrats' plan to add 4 justices to the court and pack the Senate. I feel deeply threatened. Am I justified, PISSCO?
Yeah,
am I justified in packing the court?
That's just the title I gave the argument. That's not anything in the argument.
PISSCO, nobody but you cares about your argument. So am I just?
Oh no! You can't even engage. Man, PISSCO even took the time to write it all out, and Ryan can't even engage with it. He wrote it all out for you right here.
I think that the argument, if the premise is...
You know what, I bet? Actually, I don't know this, but if you were to look at PISSCO's VODs from the days before, did PISSCO work on this on stream? It's so funny because people always say, like, aren't you worried about your debate opponent sniping you? Aren't you worried about them stalking your arguments? No, nobody does. Nobody does, like, the bare amount of homework to counter any argument whatsoever. Nobody ever does this. It wouldn't surprise me if PISSCO actually worked this out beforehand, and Ryan could have just had this written down and then had prepared responses, and they could have gone back and forth, but...
are true, then the conclusion, which is the proposition of the debate, follows. And so
you're not going to answer if the Republicans are justified in packing the court? Why not?
If the Republicans are the injured party, they would be justified under the argument. It's a neutral
PISSCO,
argument.
you're a lawyer. You're a lawyer. You know what self-defense means. Do I need to let somebody injure me before I have a right to self-defense?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not trying to dox anybody. I'm not calling for anything. Not being anything like that, okay, or whatever. But are we sure that Ryan is actually a lawyer? Like, has he gone to law school and gotten his, what do you call it, legal license? His bar certification? He is listed on a law site. Okay, I'm sorry, okay. I think this is called a syllogism, which is like types of simple premisey arguments that lead to a conclusion, okay? Okay, this is a real quick thing, okay? All men are mortal, okay? Okay. The great philosopher Secundus is a man, okay? Therefore, Secundus is a mortal, okay? Okay. So, let's assume that this said that all men are immortal, okay? And Secundus is a man, therefore Secundus is immortal, right? Valid just means that if these are true, then the conclusion can be deduced from the two premises, right? So if we said that all men are immortal, Secundus is a man, therefore Secundus is immortal, right? This would be a valid argument. If these are true, then the conclusion can be deduced from the premises, okay? But we know that all men are not immortal, okay? So that would be unsound. Sound is when your premises are true and the conclusion can be deduced from the premises, okay? So all men are mortal. Secundus is a man. Therefore, Secundus is a mortal. So we would say this is a valid and sound argument, or you could just say sound argument, okay? PISSCO has created, I think you would call it a syllogism, right? PISSCO has created his argument here. If you want to, in a formal setting, if you want to reject PISSCO's argument, you need to either show that the argument is invalid, meaning the conclusion doesn't necessarily follow from the premises, right? So if I say that all men are mortal, Suckundees is a man, therefore Suckundees likes the color blue or something, right? It's a non sequitur. It can't be deduced from the premises. You could argue, well, even if both your premises are true, the conclusion does not logically follow. It can't be deduced from the two premises, right? So you can either attack the validity of the argument, or you can attack the soundness of the argument. You can say, well, I don't think all men are mortal. For instance, Destiny survives bullet after bullet. Nobody can take this guy down. He must be immortal, right? Therefore, your conclusion doesn't logically follow, because Suckundees could be immortal as well. Or you have to change your syllogism somewhat, right? So all PISSCO is saying is like, okay, here's my argument. You can attack the validity of it. You can say my conclusion as well. Or you can attack my premises. Whoops. Oh. And say one of them are invalid, okay? But instead, we're getting all men are mortal. Suckundees is a man. Therefore, Suckundees is a mortal. And then Ryan is going, in countries that have expanded healthcare, those people actually live way longer. And it's just not really an argument at all related to this. It sounds like somebody is arguing, I'm only going to be harsh here because, one, Ryan is a massive cockbag piece of shit, and two, because he is supposedly a lawyer, so he should know better, because all the fucking LSAT is a bunch of jerk-off philosophy, deduction shit. He should understand this. And three, he's in like an online fucking debate space. He should know how to do basic. There's like very basic stuff, if you're, especially for a legal lawyer brain guy and everything else. And I'm pretty sure PISSCO's been running around with this argument for like a week or two. So right now, Ryan is not attacking any of the premises, and he hasn't challenged the validity of the argument. He's just arguing about something loosely related to the title of the argument, saying it's not self-defense. It's fucking retarded.
You know what self-defense means. Do I need to let somebody injure me before I have a right to self-defense?
Yeah, so I take that as a derail. It's not within the argument, but it is
true. Correct.
Is a neutral argument. If
nobody,
the conditions,
I'm going to tell you this honestly, nobody cares about your syllogism. Nobody cares.
Well, this is the argument that I've come to present. And so are you saying that you don't have a basis to reject any of the premises?
No, PISSCO, what I care about is the fact that your party is tyrannically planning to lock them.
It should. I know they have to have like a whole show and everything, but like I would say here, you should appeal to the moderator, and then it's an auto loss. If PISSCO was tasked with providing the affirmative argument, he's satisfied that this is an affirmative argument. If Ryan is too stupid to engage, then it should just be an auto loss if he can't engage with the argument. This is retarded. But, okay.
Themselves in power and lock the Republicans out of power for generations.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. What is this? Oh my God, where he's editing a screenshot?
And lock the Republicans out of power for generations.
Yeah,
that's what I care about.
That's not in the argument.
Your syllogism means nothing to me.
So you don't want
to. Then you lose. You auto lose. You can't. It sounds like you're not able to do. He put an affirmative argument. Like if you can't counter the argument, then you just leave. I don't know.
Less about it. No, how about this, PISSCO? We can make this very easy. Do you disavow the plan to add 4 justices in Pact 13?
No, but I don't. But that's not the proposition of the debate.
Do you, PISSCO? Do you disavow
I don't.
and condemn it?
No, I don't. But that's tangential.
So if you
that's tangential.
If you don't disavow and condemn it, then
Ryan, calm.
No. That's
tangential. I presented an argument.
Do you disavow and condemn the plan to add extra?
This is just rhetoric. This is just rhetoric. This is rhetoric. Can we just address the argument?
Disavow and condemn, PISSCO.
Wait. That's rhetoric.
Do you disavow and condemn?
That's rhetoric. I just want to address my argument. Can we?
Ryan was the one who brought that exact prompt to modern day debates. PISSCO shows the DM in the intro. Nice.
Yes, PISSCO. Yes or no? I'll give you your famous one.
He's trying to yes or no, but he's not even.
Yes or no, PISSCO.
So I already told you I don't disavow the plan by Ro Khanna. I don't disavow it, but I've already answered it. So now I'd like to address my argument for the debate proposition. Is that all right?
No. No.
King. Ryan is a king.
So I brought an argument to the debate proposition, and you don't want to address it. Why?
We're going to get to it, but I just want to make sure the audience understands what you're saying.
Yeah, this is just rhetoric and posturing.
You support
That's just
packing the court
posturing.
to 13 members, correct?
That's one of several solutions that I'm okay with, but like
But
that's not
you
the
won't
proposition.
disavow it. Your party's advocating for it. You won't disavow it. So
Of course I
that's-
won't disavow it, but like I'm trying to give you an argument in favor of it, and you don't want to address it.
And you will not disavow, Pisco. You will not disavow packing the Senate.
The
by
argument
adding
isn't
new
about what I'm
states.
going to disavow or not. The argument is whether it's
Okay,
justified.
But
So-
you won't disavow it.
Hang
We're
on a
not
second.
here-
We're not here to do posturing and rhetoric and stuff.
Why not, Pisco?
Because it's a debate. It's a
I'm
debate.
here to defend my country from tyranny, Pisco.
It's a debate.
That's what I'm here to do.
Okay, so are you here to debate the proposition or not?
Pisco, what I'm here to do is point out that the Democrats are on the verge, based on the thinnest veneer
That's
of
not the debate
justification,
proposition.
to lock themselves
That's not the debate
into
proposition.
power forever.
That's
And
not
we
what we're
can
here to
get
debate.
your silly argument in a
So you want to debate
second,
something? So we agreed to a debate prompt, and now you're saying you want to debate something else.
Well, Pisco, what you want to do, what your party wants to do, what you will
That's
not
not what we're here to
disavow
talk about. We're here to
is
talk about
lock
court
the
expansion.
Republicans out of power. Pisco, how about this? Tell me you don't want to lock the Republicans out of power.
Yeah, no, that's tangential to the topic.
Do you want,
that's tangential to the topic. We're here to debate the court expansion measures.
Pisco,
Yeah,
do
I do
you
think
want to
we
lock the
should
Republicans out of power?
try to stay as close to the topic as possible. On
We
the
agreed to a topic.
here.
Let's stick to it. I provided an argument for that proposition.
Am I going to get an answer about whether you would like to lock the
I
Republicans
view that
out
as a
of power?
derail. I've already answered some of your derail questions, and I've already chosen not to
we're not
correct
gonna
some
get
of your
an
false
answer?
assertions in your intro. But it has nothing to do with what we're here to debate. It could be
We're
the
not
case
gonna
that
get an answer to that?
It's not what we're here to debate. I think I have to stand my ground and say we're here to argue a point, a specific point, and you trying to derail and use rhetoric is not effective and it's not convincing anyone.
I think the audience understands exactly why you won't disavow that, and that's more than.
I think they understand.
Is he serious? Is this Ryan guy serious? Okay.
Why you're not willing to address the argument?
So,
and if you were confident, you would.
Let's go to your
Perfect. Yeah, let's do it.
Let's go to your nonsense argument.
Okay, nonsense. So he has to attack the validity, or he has to attack one of the premises. All right.
Okay. Which premise do you disagree with?
Premise 5. There is no reason to expect a severe consequence cascade.
Perfect.
Okay. Why on earth would the Republicans not repack the court the next time they have power?
I'm not saying that they wouldn't.
So you think that that's not a severe consequence cascade if the parties just keep expanding the court over and over and over again?
I view that as preferable to the status quo.
Pisco, your argument doesn't say it's preferable to the status quo. Your argument says there's no severe consequence cascade. You don't think that packing the court over and over again would be a severe consequence cascade?
Yeah, I view the consequences relative to a status quo of some sort. If, for example, it's not making things worse in any respect compared to taking the action, I don't view that as making things worse. It's making things better. So it's not even a consequence.
So if your proposal leads to a 100-member Supreme Court where every couple of years we had new judges in there, the Constitution totally changes, all the rulings totally change, that wouldn't be a severe consequence cascade? You think that's preferable
I don't
to
think
the status quo?
I don't think that outcome is, precisely speaking, likely the 100-person
Why
thing.
not?
Because we've never seen examples of this kind of thing before. When has that happened?
Because you're proposing something unprecedented.
That's not unprecedented.
Your party is proposing a 4-person partisan pack. It's never been done in the history of the United States.
So first of all,
it's never been done.
The
when
argument
you
is not
propose something
indexed.
Unprecedented, then it turns out that you might get an unprecedented outcome.
Are you conceding that you don't have any examples of this occurring?
Pisco, you're proposing something unprecedented. You are proposing something unprecedented.
I don't think the debate. So I'm not.
Oh, do you have examples?
So let's
of how
pause
this
real
turns
quick.
out? Well, you're doing something unprecedented. Pisco. Can you name for me a time when they did a 4-person partisan pack?
The argument
Name
isn't.
one.
The argument isn't specific to.
Pisco, name
argument.
one.
The argument isn't specific to a number of justices. So my argument is not indexed to that.
Do you disavow the 13-person pack?
No, I don't. But that's not what we're here to debate.
Do you condemn it?
We're here to debate court expansion, right?
Are you aware that James Carville said that Democrats should lie?
Ro Khanna is not the Democrat.
James Carville is who I said. That James Carville said that the Democrats should not talk about it. They should hide their power level. They should get into power and then just do it.
Why is it relevant what James Carville said? I thought we were here to debate like what's likely.
Nobody should trust you saying, "Oh, we're going to."
The argument isn't. The debate isn't whether you can trust me.
Pisco, I'm just giving an argument to pack it to 10.
My character isn't at issue here, right? Wait. Do you think my argument is the debate? My character is the debate?
Pisco,
is my character the debate?
The Democrats are planning to pack it to 13.
Is my character the debate?
You support packing it to 13.
Yeah, but we're debating court expansion generally.
Somebody said get in on this. No, I have a blacklist with this guy for good reason. Okay, I did the Rob Noor and him convo because it was like just a whatever thing at the other stream, but I don't think I would ever do a formal debate with him again. He's like obviously a bad faith actor, and it's no moderator has ever been able to like constrain his autism. Like it's just too stupid. It was just like dumb as fuck.
To argue the thing you actually support. Why should anyone take you seriously? Why would anyone care about your argument about packing it to one seat when that's not even on the table?
Why don't we start with just the minimal condition for being?
No,
why not? Why not?
We will not start with the minimal condition because that's not what the Democrats are proposing, Pisco.
Wait, no,
I don't care
but my
about
argument,
your logical syllogism, Pisco. I'm defending my country from your party's
So you don't want to
tyranny.
debate the proposition. You want to?
I don't give a shit
About the
proposition. What I'm telling you, PISSCO, is that your party is advocating for rampant tyranny, and you won't even disavow it.
I don't think this,
you don't even have the courtity to disavow it.
If you wanted to come and debate a particular, if you wanted to come to debate a particular plan, you should have told the debate organizers that that's what you wanted to debate.
Is expanding to 13 within expanding the court, PISSCO? Is that within?
It's a subset. It's a subset, but it's not the only.
It could be expanding with one. I think PISSCO in his intro even said it could be blocking one of their judges, or there could be other ways to do it, but.
It's a subset, but it's not the only. Yeah.
And is it a subset that you personally support?
It's one of many measures that I would support. But why don't we start with? Why don't we start?
Supported by the Democratic Party?
Some, but not all. Some, but not all. Some, but not all.
Your position,
but let's defend your. Why don't we just take this the easier
hypothetical position that your party's not?
Well, the whole. Hang on a second. It's all hypothetical, right? So I'm going to propose. So I'm going to propose. So I would be okay with a 2-person court pack. That's a position that I've expressed.
Fuck, I feel like PISSCO shouldn't even give this. PISSCO doesn't need to list a specific plan. Ryan is making him take way more of a specific position than what is required by the prompt of this conversation. But
before, I wouldn't be. I think that the additional 2 with Ro Khanna, that is enough for mild deterrence. But why don't we just not get into that more complicated factor and just look at something? Why?
Because PISSCO, recently you went on and you said we can talk about 13, which I support. That's a quote from you. This is your position.
No, but that's not what we agreed to debate about. We agreed to debate about core expansion.
I'm debating to save my country from your tyranny. I care.
I take that to be like meta and rhetoric and posturing and like.
I care not at all.
Okay, so then maybe you should have just done a speech instead of like doing a debate. I mean, that's a speech.
Yeah, true.
I am here to alert people to the vast danger that your party is posing.
So you weren't here to debate. You're not here to debate.
Unchecked danger that your party is
Are you here to debate or not?
And here's the deal. You won't even debate the position you hold. Well, you won't debate the position your party holds.
I want to debate the position we agreed to. We agreed to a proposition. That's what I want to debate.
If you are happy to disavow 13, I am happy
I don't.
to
It's just
talk about
tangential.
11.
I don't, but it's tangential to what we agreed to debate about. We agreed to debate on a specific thing, and you wanted to debate like a harder, I guess, in your view, to defend version of that.
When you proposed it, I said you can take it however you want.
Well,
I'm talking
do you
about
think a
what your party
2-person
actually
do you think a
wants to do.
2-person expansion would be an expansion?
I don't care about some narcissistic competition between you and me. You are trying to rape our country with tyranny on behalf of a party that is packing the court to 13 and expanding the Senate by 2 states to lock the Democrats out of power, and you won't even disavow it. You don't even have the courtesy to disavow it, and you expect me to play mind games.
So we can
with you
schedule.
about
It's not a mind
policy that
game.
you don't even hold?
I'm trying to actually focus us on the thing that we agreed to talk about.
I don't care what you are trying to focus on, PISSCO. You support 13. Defend it.
Yeah, but like we can schedule a debate on 13, and I'm happy to do it with you right now.
If you want to quit,
so let's
quit.
Well, that's just not what we're here to debate. So you're not.
I'm here to talk about.
Are you here? So you're not here to defend.
Are you going to condemn it?
Well, no. We can schedule a debate for the 13 if you want.
Are you going to condemn it or not?
No, I would support it. Just
then
not.
We're talking about 13, and I'm going to talk about 13.
That's not a proposition. Wait, that's not what we agreed to debate about.
I don't care.
You don't care about our agreement on the debate?
I don't care about the agreement. I care about the future of my country and saving it from the
so you should have had a speech
that you want to impose.
So are you conceding the proposition then?
PISSCO.
Are you conceding the proposition?
I don't care about the proposition at all. I care about the fact that
I care about
advocating for open tyranny.
You don't care about.
You care more about some mind game competition between the two of us. You care more about some narcissistic debate.
I care about what we agreed to debate about.
Narcissistic debate prompt. Wasn't it his prompt?
Well, then, if you care about the future of the country,
you just said you don't care about that.
You think 13 is good, then you should be able to defend 13.
I can. We can schedule that if you want.
13, go.
Wait, no. But we scheduled a debate. The debate that I came here to actually have with you is the debate about what we agreed to debate about. That's what I think we should do.
PISSCO, no, I do not care about that at all.
You don't agree about the agreement we had to debate this thing?
Not at all. Not when you are advocating for tyrannical control of the country.
That's just rhetoric,
Ryan.
Rule. Ryan, that's just rhetoric. Okay,
it's your position.
I don't want the meta. I just want the actual debate.
If 13 is not tyranny, defend it.
Yeah, I will. We can schedule a debate on the 13. I just thought we were here to...
we can schedule it later, PISSCO?
Yeah, we can if you want.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, or you could concede the proposition and we can talk about the 13 right now.
We talk about the 13 right now. I don't care about the proposition.
I want you to...
I don't care about the proposition. Defend
I do want to clarify if I should consider that a concession on this specific proposition.
I am happy to talk about whatever... Sure, I concede.
You concede. Okay, so you concede the Democrats are justified in court expansion. Just be clear.
No, I obviously think that's bullshit.
And why are you lying? Wait, no, stop. Wait a second. Why are you lying and saying that you concede when you don't actually concede?
Because my personal integrity matters less to me than the future of my country.
So you lie when it's convenient.
You are open to tyrannizing the country.
So you lie when it's convenient.
Defend your proposition.
So you lie when it's convenient.
Would I lie to defend my country from tyranny? Yes. Would you?
In the context of this debate, you're lying because it's convenient for you to do.
You won't even defend the proposition the position you hold.
I would, but I want to debate the thing we agreed to.
Well, PISSCO, I don't give a shit about that. Defend 13. Go. That's what the Democrats are
I'm not going to move
proposing.
to a
Defend
different proposition until we get like a finality on the actual thing we
We
agreed
have
to.
finality. Go.
But no, we don't. You had a fake concession and by your own terms a lie
Yes,
to
it is
concede. I mean,
obviously,
why?
I'm obviously lying when I concede. Go.
Yeah, no,
Continue.
but I
13,
don't want a fake concession. I want an actual resolution on the thing we
Okay,
became debate
PISSCO.
about.
Well, you're not going to get it. 13.
What?
Defend it.
Wait a second. We had an agreement. You and I, we had an
PISSCO.
agreement about what to debate about, and
Hey,
now
PISSCO,
you're just going back on
if
it.
you had the opportunity to break an agreement to stop Donald Trump from doing the false slate
Depends on the
electors, would you have broken that agreement?
Depends on the agreement.
Okay. Well, what you're proposing, you're not even sure about that?
Depends on the agreement.
Okay. You're not even sure that you would. I think you've described that as authoritarian, fascist, all
Yeah,
kinds of things.
it depends on the
wouldn't
agreement.
Break an agreement to solve that? Would you break an agreement
Depends
with me
on
about it? Would you break an agreement with me about a debate prompt?
It depends on the nature of what's at stake, but like this, the
This is pretty low stakes,
The concept, yeah, that's why it makes no sense to lie about it, right? Like it's not that whether this debate happens or not, the thing's going to happen.
Progress made in the debate? Nothing.
You know?
PISSCO, real quick, I'm getting a lot of asking if you could just lower your mic slightly.
Oh, sure. I'll try to do that.
Appreciate it.
Here's the issue, Pisco. What your party is proposing, I view as.
Do you agree this is more bad faith than Rob? Ooh, that's a hard one. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Rob Noor and Ryan Mullally, I think, are bad faith in similar ways and in different ways. I think Rob Noor will actually like research stuff and be very selective about the things that he presents or knows about, and it's like very clear that he has like massive confirmation bias going on when he's doing his research to the point where I would consider it like a form of bad faith. But I feel like Ryan kind of does that, like he has selective knowledge, but I feel like he's a little bit more rhetorically snaky. Like I would say that Ryan Mullally is like closer to Andrew Wilson than I would say Rob Noor is. That we're like measuring like specific degrees of bad faith. It's kind of, yeah, it's kind of hard to say exactly, but yeah.
Worse than anything they have accused Trump of doing. This is the worst, most tyrannical thing I have heard. And by the way, Pisco, when I preferred Trump in 2024.
Don't you think in this specific case they've made zero progress solely because of Ryan trying to weasel and PISSCO just not budging? Kind of. I mean, nobody like really pays attention to this, but I would blame the moderator here in this case. Like, PISSCO came with an affirmative argument. He has a prompt. Ryan in the beginning was unwilling to engage with it. He wanted to filibuster and then do rhetoric. And then now he's having a really difficult time navigating a formal argument, and he just wants to like blow things up to kind of more larger meta concepts like retribution or whatever, and he's unwilling to engage. But I mean, like this is all on Ryan, and then maybe on the moderator for not intervening enough.
I sacrificed my vote. I didn't vote for him because I thought what he did with the false slate of electors was disqualifying. You, on the other hand, are openly advocating for this tyranny. You're openly advocating for it, and you don't even have the balls to defend it. You don't even have the balls.
You can't say that,
you want to
because
do,
I am willing to
Pisco,
defend that.
What,
But I
so
also
defend
wanna,
it.
No, I do want to. I am willing to defend it, and I just told you we can schedule a debate for that.
This is the lawyer's banality. This is let me point to this little technicality, and hopefully you won't see that what we're planning to do is lock the Republicans out of power.
Ryan, it's not Ryan. It's not a technicality. It's
do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
So that's not a technicality. What you're referencing.
Pisco, do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
It's not a
like this is like. Are you sorry for killing your wife? Are you sorry for killing your wife? I was like, bro, how the fuck am I supposed to engage with this?
Technicality. It's whether
Pisco, do you favor locking the Republicans out of power?
It's not a technicality. So I want to address what you just said. You said that I'm doing something
Pisco,
like unfair.
do you favor
so I'm
locking
not going to get
the
moved on
Republicans
a derail,
out of
right?
power?
Like you're just doing rhetoric. You're just doing rhetoric right now. It's not helping. I'm trying to defend myself.
Pisco?
So we had an agreement. I'm not going to get like sandbagged by you on a different proposition.
Do I favor locking?
That's not the prompt. Oh my god.
The Democrats out of power? No.
I
no. don't.
You're so virtuous and you're wonderful.
I think that's
we're all here to just virtue signal. That's what you're doing right now.
Well, it's a very, very easy question, Pisco. It shouldn't be that hard.
You're a great person, except you lie about trivial.
You can't answer the question whether you favor locking the Republicans out of power.
It's tangential. I don't want to get a derail.
You can't favor it? You can't answer that
No,
question?
I have an answer, but I just don't want to derail. Do you understand that?
How about this? Do you think we should live in a world where people in California and New York run everything? Do you favor that
rhetoric?
world?
I mean, that's about as relevant as your Senate thing was. I mean, these are all irrelevant.
But would you deny that position? You think we'd be in a better world if California and New York ran the show?
I have a view on what you just said, but I think at this point I'm not going to entertain any more derails. And I think that we should.
So then I'll just
concede on the proposition, or you can engage it and have debate.
I'll just read some fun quotes from PISSCO then.
What? Like the moderator should at least come here and say, "Hey, stop! What are we doing here, guys?"
Is this
back in the day when he was
is this really debates?
When he was PISSCO 95, he had a chat with Destiny called "The Problems with Packing the Supreme Court: Discussion with Law Student." PISSCO 95, and at the 30-minute mark, he said, "Don't you think we live in a better world if California's running the show and New York are running the show? Isn't that a better plan? Isn't that a better world?" You can go look it up for yourself. Here's another conversation that PISSCO recently had. He went on the Brad Palumbo show with actual Justice Warrior Sean, and he was asked about the ratchet issue. The ratchet issue, PISSCO, which is a premise in your debate. Hey, this is a premise in your argument, PISSCO. This is a premise in your argument.
Which premise is that? Can you actually tell me which premise?
Nope. There will not be a cascade of consequences.
Yeah, go for it.
How was that?
Brad brought up the ratchet effect, and PISSCO said, quote, "What you present as a negative," in reference to the ratchet effect, that is to say the ratchet, the back and forth, that's a virtue. And Brad Palumbo then clarified, quote, "That's a virtue." And you said, I quote, I can explain why it is a virtue. Yeah. I'm not done reading the quote yet, PISSCO. And Brad continued, quote, "When it leads to the point that we have 100 members of the Supreme Court," and you said, "I'll tell you why."
Kind of weird that he has this ready, but likely never wanted to debate the first topic and just pivoted to this. Yeah, especially if it's the case that PISSCO was running around on Twitter with this argument beforehand. He had the opportunity to see the argument and engage with it and start to attack it. But, like, why would you... Like, the fact that he took specific care to prepare and then not prepare for the actual debate that's kind of crazy, but yeah.
And then Brad said, "And it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually. Would we be in a better or worse place?" And you said, "You might be befuddled by it, but it's a virtue." You said it was a virtue, PISSCO. Brad said, "We have 100-member Supreme Court, and people ignore the rulings, and you call it a virtue."
Yeah,
I mean, I will, and
you're just going to talk over when I'm trying to explain it. So at least when it comes to legislative court packing, you have the virtue of bicameralism and presentment. And what you present as a negative, that is to say, the ratchet, the back and forth, that's a virtue. The fact that you can have a legislative court packing...
That's a virtue.
It is a
virtue. To a point where there's 100 members of the Supreme Court.
I'll tell you why.
And it becomes a joke, and presidents will just disregard its rulings eventually.
I'll tell you why it's a virtue.
Better or worse place.
You might be befuddled by it, but it is a virtue. And the reason is the fact that it's more peculiar circumstances to do what Mitch McConnell did. You need to have this situation in which the president is in control and you have a Senate on the other party. That means that there isn't parity in terms of the options available to both sides. And so it's uneven on that view. So it's more undemocratic. You don't have bicameralism. You don't have presentment to the president. And the circumstances of the non-legislative court packing are more rare and weird and more unique to the Republican majority in the Senate. And those are virtues that you can't contend with. In what sense is it better to have that than the legislative court packing? And you're like, the ratchet. Why is that worse than having a permanently skewed court? So first of all, I shouldn't even entertain this derail. It has nothing.
True. How does this go on for 2 more hours? Do they ever actually get back to the argument, or is it just...
do a conversation on that. I'm happy to talk about what we think for the Senate, or expanding the Senate for Puerto Rico and other places. We can schedule debates on that. I don't shy away from my positions at all. I'm proud of them. I think that they're justified. And when there's a particular debate that we schedule on one of those topics, that's what I want to debate. And I'm happy to say, and we can schedule whenever he wants to have a debate on those other matters. But as with respect to the proposition, there's just no reason to believe that the parade of horribles that he's talking about is going to come to fruition. There have been examples of court packs in this motivated by partisan reasons in this country's history in the U.S. Supreme Court. We didn't descend into the breakdown of the rule of law because of those court packs. That didn't occur. That's also happened in the context of state Supreme Courts. We didn't descend into a severe consequence cascade in Georgia, in Arizona, and in Utah. Have you heard any bit of empirical evidence for that claim? And if there is no reason to believe that there will be a severe consequence cascade, in fact, in my opinion, all of those consequences, or at least most of them, will be improved, right? Those conditions, that is to say, the public's view of the legitimacy of the court will be improved. The actual consistency of the rulings will be improved. The intermediate appellate courts and the district courts applying the rulings, that clarity will be improved. As a matter of just administration and caseload, that will be improved as well. So I don't actually think that there's a basis to believe that these severe consequence cascades could happen. And what we're left with is, I think, an intuitive moral notion that most people agree with and know, which is we ought to the extent possible, repair injuries that were done without justification, wrongs that were done, if it's possible, to heal them in such a way as it doesn't create a set of bullshit. You don't have to believe them to support. You don't have to believe them to support a measure. And I'm asking you, why? Why don't you support Puerto Ricans? Why don't you support Puerto Ricans?
Partisan attempt to lock the Republicans out of power.
Why don't you? Why do you not support Puerto Ricans having a right to vote?
Because I think it is a partisan attempt to lock the Republicans out of power.
But do you think Republicans should be in favor of it?
No.
Wait, why?
because I don't think that Puerto Rico should be a state is necessarily a good idea. But that would be a whole other topic.
In virtue of what is it not a good idea? Oh, it's a whole other topic now. Yeah, it's a whole other topic. That's of course stopping Ryan. It's a whole topic.
For example, imposing U.S. law on minimum wage, on contracts, on a whole variety of other things would be a good idea.
I legitimately don't know. I'm sorry. Does U.S. federal law not reign supreme in Puerto Rico? Do they have a completely and totally separate legal system? Do Puerto Ricans have to follow U.S. federal law? Yes. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that means, but okay.
In Puerto Rico. And furthermore, because they have a totally different economy than we do, PISSCO, because there are problems.
Totally different economy. What is he? They use our currency. They're restricted to all the same things that we are in the United States. Like, it's not like Puerto Rico can go and manage their own trade deals. It's a territory of the U.S. They can't go and make deals with countries or join trade unions against us or use their own currency. Am I missing something? What is he talking about? Like, Puerto Rico it's a U.S. territory. They have U.S. passports. They're citizens of the United States of America. Wait, what does he think Puerto Rico is? Like a foreign country? That's like big. That's kind of like I don't even know.
And furthermore, because they have a totally different economy than we do, PISSCO, because there are problems.
Different economy.
Example,
so does Texas. No voting for president or Congress.
If you impose a minimum wage on Guam, what happens?
A minimum wage? I don't fucking know. I don't know the
It becomes illegal to work because nobody makes fucking minimum wage in Guam.
Yeah, I don't know. So there might be reasons to tailor your remedy so as not to destroy the economy of the given places. But in general, I think it's kind of weird that you're like, oh, I'm against giving representation.
What is Guam's minimum wage? Guam's current minimum wage is $9.25 per hour. Is our federal minimum wage still $7.25? What is the U.S. federal minimum wage? Is $7.25 an hour. Does he just think every single person in Guam is like a poor, destitute native islander, like hunting with spears and arrows? What is he? I like how he's just so comfortable. Dude, I need this skill. I gotta have this skill. I don't know if I need to drink a little or maybe do some Quaaludes or I don't know what kind of drug you need to bring you to this level. You're like, I'm just gonna fucking make shit up, bro. Donald Trump went to a great school. Trump failed half his classes, bro. Like, if I just said shit like that, I would be so powerful. Trump actually failed almost every class. You didn't know that, did you? Fuck. That guy didn't know that. He had no idea. Donald Trump graduated. Donald Trump didn't even graduate from college. Why do you think he always says he went to school? He didn't graduate. Oh, shit. The guy wouldn't know that. He'd have no idea.
Minimum wage on Guam, what happens?
Minimum wage? I don't fucking know. I don't know.
I like how he's not even stating what would happen. He's asking like he's laying a trap. This guy is laying a trap with supplies that he doesn't have. He like covered. It's like imagine you like dig a big hole and put spikes at the bottom and you cover it with leaves. He just like covered a spot on the ground with leaves and then PISSCO walked on it, but there's like not even a hole there. Like what do you think would happen in Guam with a federal minimum? Like their minimum wage is higher than ours, but he's like so confident. And PISSCO doesn't know. What an idiot. PISSCO doesn't know the minimum wage in Guam. What a moron.
It becomes illegal to work because nobody makes fucking minimum wage in Guam.
Yeah, I don't know. So there might be reasons to tailor your remedy so as not to destroy the economy of the given places. But in general, I think it's kind of weird that you're like, oh, I'm against giving representation to a place because their economy is different.
No,
because that's true to qualities.
I'm going to move on after this response.
I'm against giving
Oh, thank you, moderator. Yeah, we can't go back and forth on this. Thank you.
Representation to a place because it's clear that the entire purpose of the conversation is absolutely partisan power, which you have endorsed as a good rationale in multiple conversations.
Well, here it's over.
Like Alito did with gerrymandering for partisan purposes, that's totally a-okay to partisan gerrymander all over the United States, but allowing new states into the union is not good if there might be a political partisan bent to that. Isn't that always going to be the case? So that means no more new states unless it's 50-50 voters. We have to do a poll on if you would vote for the Republicans or Democrats. If it's not 50-50, you're not allowed in the union, I guess. Okay.
Overdetermined. It's a good idea because it helps Democrats in my view, but it's also more foundationally and it's independent rationale because they deserve to have sovereignty, the people of Puerto Rico.
All right, so this next one here, kicking it back over to PISSCO. Lenny Gradsons 5, he says, PISSCO, can you engage with the necessary entailments of your argument without dismissing them as irrelevant to the letter of the argument?
I absolutely can. Yeah, no, I absolutely can deal with the necessary entailments of the argument. And I don't know, what are you raising that's a problematic necessary entailment? If you don't spell out what the problematic necessary entailment is, then I don't understand or the thing that's such an absurd consequence, then I can't really respond to it. I don't think that there are, maybe there is. Maybe we can work together to find some absurd situation, but I don't think Ryan's done a good job of showing what the absurd necessary entailments are.
PISSCO has said that the consequence cascade won't happen, and the reason that he said that is because he believes the status quo is so horrible that even if you get to 100-member Supreme Court, as Brad Palumbo said, it would be virtuous because 100-member Supreme Court would be better than the status quo. So go watch the conversations he's had. He's had multiple conversations. It's all documented. PISSCO has gone on record saying that it would be radical not to pack the Supreme Court because he thinks the status quo is that terrible. So if he thinks the status quo is that terrible, then okay, I guess he just doesn't care about the consequence cascade. But yeah, I think it obviously would be a consequence cascade. The only way to prevent it would be to lock the Republicans out of power.
But no. So this is what I'd look for evidence of a consequence cascade, right? Things like this happening before and causing that, right?
Nothing like this has ever happened before.
But that's on your assumption it's a 4-person pack, which isn't entailed in the proposition.
It is the thing the Democrats want to do.
But that's not what we're here to debate, Ryan. You would point to evidence of things like...
I don't care about your argument.
Put that aside. All right, I heard it.
Or
you don't care about lying. You don't care about...
I'm here to have a debate, but I don't care about your argument or the prompt. I want to debate the Dem. I want to debate somebody who's not here on a prompt that we didn't agree to. Actual king.
Same Walsh tyranny, PISSCO. Cool. I don't care. Cool. I'm here to defend the country, not talk about
You're not here to actually debate the proposition. Got it. Yeah, we all understand that. So putting that aside, right, I would look to historical evidence of like similar things causing this. I would look to contemporary examples of state Supreme Court pacts where such things have occurred. I would point to some kind of like data or something, or some kind of like strong intuitive feeling perhaps that I would share. But there was nothing like that on offer. It was just like, this hasn't happened before, therefore it will happen. I mean, I just don't understand why that's compelling.
Ryan, quick response. The next one's for you here.
This is exactly the game, right? PISSCO wants to not debate the 4, which is the thing the Democrats want to do because he knows that's unprecedented, and then say, hey, you can't show historic evidence that this unprecedented, never before done thing that we're planning to do will have a bad effect because, of course, it's never happened, so I can't have historic evidence because it's never happened before. And then he's going to retreat to this, but what hypothetically if we did this 2C thing that I actually think we shouldn't do, and that the Democrats don't actually
agree
support.
To the topic.
This
Why are you crying? Oh, you agree to it.
This is what PISSCO's doing. He is sane-washing tyranny, and he knows.
This is PISSCO's world.
You agreed to the topic, and then you lied about it, and now you're crying. Why won't you debate something different? I'll schedule that with you.
Next question here. Big League sends another 5. He says, Ryan, you keep saying tyranny, but democracy is tyranny. Do you also reject democracy?
Democracy is not tyranny necessarily. It's tyranny if it infringes on natural rights, and there's some other criteria. If it becomes arbitrary, if it becomes one party, if it becomes if there's no method for the minority to have any representation. There are ways that democracy can become tyrannical. It's not inherently tyrannical, though it can devolve into tyranny pretty easily if you're not careful.
This is a really good question because the reason I started with the Mitch McConnell quote about the people getting a say, right? The whole argument for the non-hearings of Merrick Garland is the people should have a say on the future of the Supreme Court. Well, if you hold to that, if Mitch McConnell was right about that, and if it's not problematic to have that be an incentive, why wouldn't the people's representatives, through bicameralism and presentment to the president, why shouldn't they have a say about the composition of the court? That was Mitch McConnell's rationale. So yeah. If you think that there's something inherently tyrannical about having the court being more responsive to the democracy, talk to Mitch McConnell, but we're going to respond in kind according to the neutral self-defense principle that I laid out.
Watch the game. We want it to be responsive to the people. But again, as I just said,
why are so many YouTube lawyers like that? I don't get it, man. If it's like a mental illness or cognitive impairment, or if it's like the politics like switch has been flipped so hard, it just like shuts down the rational mind.
If you take away the safeguards, then democracy, I agree with the super chat, can become tyrannical. So what's PISSCO want to do? Oh yes, let's have bicameralism and presentment. Let's put it through the proper process. But before we do that, let's get 4 more seats for the Democrats in the Senate. Let's abolish the filibuster to get rid of the procedural protections, and then we'll do the process. Yes, this will prevent the 51% from voting to beat the 49% forever with sticks. This is the democracy PISSCO envisions. The one where, as he said to Destiny, the people in California and New York get to run the country as PISSCO prefers.
All right, so this next one, Mr. Far from Jordan for 5. He says, moderator is MIA. Why is every other word from Ryan 13? Unhinged performance from Ryan. Waste of time and breath. A new low. I appreciate
I think people understand that like a debate is when you're supposed to debate like a topic.
Yes.
We agree to that topic.
Yes.
And you can be like, but he's sticking to the topic. That's bad. I'm just like, okay, then watch Ryan give a speech or something. I mean, I came here for a fucking debate. I don't want to be like in the position of trying to stay to the norms of debate and being accused of like, I don't know, being shifty or a liar when Ryan's just being a bitch and not addressing the argument.
I came here to expose you as a snake who wants to impose tyrannical restrictions on the country, and I did.
What? Oh, so you didn't come here to debate the prompt. You came here to do some weirdo rhetoric thing that PISSCO accused you of doing from the very fucking start. Okay. That's definitionally, by the way, not to be, you know, whatever, but definitionally, that is bad faith, right? This is so he admits that he literally came here in bad faith. But that's an auto win for PISSCO, at least. Although he's kind of been admitting the whole time, right? Like you came here not to debate the prompt.
That's why I came.
Good job.
Understandable perspectives. Yeah.
What? No, it's not.
I definitely try to do my best here. I
understandable perspective.
No, that's not what I said. Just how you both can come here. I asked understandable perspectives. Yeah, I definitely try to do my best here. I asked
understandable perspective.
No, that's not what I said. Just how you both can come to the conclusions that you do. For me, I understand.
What? Okay.
Understand how me kind of stepping back and waiting to be called in on a couple of those moments, you know, can be a little frustrating for some people in the chat that thinks I should be a little bit more hands-on than an open dialogue typically calls for. But absolutely take all criticism as best I can personally. One other thing, guys, there is probably not enough time to get to everyone's super chats, so we'll from this point on just gonna have to take some 20s and up. But I'm gonna read all the ones that come before where we're at right now.
You guys are cleaning up over there.
So we got Even Lord for this is for kind of Ryan, I guess. He said, Ryan, amazing job making Destiny rage quit on Noor.
Appreciate you, buddy. That was funny as hell.
Wait, but I watched some of that, and it was actually another pathetic performance, because like at a certain point, Ryan was like, 9-0, 9-0, 9-0, 9.
At a certain point? You mean for like the first 30 minutes, right?
I know, as though that were a legal argument, and then making like just like questions about realism and whether the court actually would, in a given hypothetical, address it in a given way, just in virtue of like what you think the consequence would be. So again, examples of like non-relevant arguments that don't deal with like the legal merits of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, if we want to talk about
section 3, yeah, let's do section 3.
If we want to talk about the 9-0, that's fun. PISSCO is so extreme that he actually thinks that the liberal justices who voted 9-0 in favor of not letting states take presidents off the ballot were dead wrong. Maybe packing to 13 is not going to be enough for him. Maybe he needs to pack to 17 or 18 just so that he can get to show that I'm wash out those liberal justices.
That's evidence that shows that I'm good faith.
Got it wrong too.
Wait a second. That's evidence. That's evidence that shows that I'm good faith.
Let's go straight to 20, PISSCO. Let's make it a nice round number.
So the fact that I disagree with liberal justices from time to time shows that I'm good faith, right? Like the fact that the kind of packing that is on offer here wouldn't entail particular overturnings of views that I think are some of the most egregious opinions ever means that I'm not just trying to like center on specific opinions with the exclusive goal of trying to overturn them. And that's not what it's entail. I mean, I would support this even if I knew that we weren't going to overturn Trump versus United States, even if we weren't going to overturn Anderson or Dobbs or any of these decisions. It has to do with the argument that I presented.
PISSCO, okay, again, guys, you can go.
He's just like incapable of engaging with anything. What do these guys do? Okay, here's what I'm curious, because I at least like play games, so I can like say, yeah, I've been slacking off because I played Mugenics or Factorio or something. What do these guys do with all their free time? He doesn't read any court cases. He's not really reading any other like legal commentary. Maybe, I guess he could be scrolling all day. Like, what is he doing with all of his free time that he has no argument to bring up related to any of this? That's just, I don't understand.
Watch what he said. In his total domination debate at 4 hours in, 11 minutes, it looks like, he said his arguments, quote, arguments on reform and expansion of the court are at their peak, at their maximum, when we are concerned about separation of powers, because that's what the court has fucked up the most. Yes. They have totally skewed the proper separation of power on appropriations, on holding executive branch officers accountable as a matter of immigration law. And then he goes on specifically to mention the 9-0 Section 3 case as one of the examples where the court fucked up, justifying reform.
I stand by everything I said there. I stand by every single thing.
So that's why I think PISSCO and 9, packing to 13 might not be good enough for you. You got to wash out those damn liberal
it's all about
voted in favor.
No. Like, there's also another argument too to say that like if the composition of the court was different, or if you had one more or two more justices that would have voted liberal, that some people might have switched that vote too, right? Like it might be that like a couple more liberal votes would actually cause it to go not from a 9-0 to like we'd have to add so many, it would be like a 10-9 decision, but it could be if you add two more, because there were concurrences there that disagreed with pretty important parts of the ruling. A 9-0 with two more could become like, it wouldn't be a 9-2 because the three libs would join, which would make it a 6-5. Then maybe Amy would join, which would make it 5-6, 6-5 in the other way, and then maybe Kavanaugh or maybe Gorsuch. I don't know. I'm not sure. Like, but I'm just saying that like the idea that if it's a 9-0, adding no more, you would have to add like 10 more justices to overcome. It's not necessarily true, but it's all. This is a retarded argument anyway.
Oh, it's about percentages. It's about percentages. That's what we care about. It's about what
it's your quote, PISSCO. You listed it.
What I agree with my own quote, and you misinterpreted by the way the other quote. You keep doing it, and I have to assume now you're lying because I just explained to you and what I meant and what is evident from the evidence, where I was saying the virtuous aspect before he said the thing about the 100 justices. So you're now knowingly lying and spreading that lie.
I'm
asking you please to stop.
I'm asking, justification.
It's not post hoc at all. That's clearly what I meant.
Well,
and if you watch my explanation,
people heard what I said. The videos.
You're quote mining in a dishonest way. You're quote mining.
I gave the timestamps.
Right.
People can find the videos. He said what he said.
We got to move on because I do want to circle back to some of the ones in the beginning where there were multiple.
Are you going to like take
comments
back
from
the
some other
accusation
people.
of Josiah and Wick colluding to take you off of that panel?
No.
Fuck no.
Yeah, you'll just accuse people without any evidence, right? You'll accuse people of stuff and you have no shame whatsoever.
Yeah,
I read all those texts. There was no collusion. There was never any communication. You're a worm, man. You're a worm.
If
What
they
can I
let
say?
me on the panel, the same thing would have happened to
You're a
him that
worm.
happened to you tonight.
So you levy
Okay.
accusations without evidence because
We're gonna move on here. Jacob Foreman for 10. You might want to address this, PISSCO, because he is claiming you are a power-hungry bastard, just like the rest of the Democrats. Republicans won't even pass a voting integrity bill because they are afraid of power. You're a joke.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, if your read on the relative parties is that the Democrats are the ones who are power hungry and, like, most norm violating, then you're just, like, I think, totally lost.
Yeah.
The Democrats, if anything, I think, are far too weak when it comes to having accountability and structural reform needed to guard our republic. And no, my argument that I levied here is neutral in its terms. The only way in which it inures to the benefit of the Democrats is that the injured party, as a result of the initial violation here, was the Democrats. That's why, just in the same way as if someone attacks you, right, the benefit of self-defense is given to the defender and not to the attacker. And that should be understandable to people who, like, comprehend basic self-defense.
Well,
Okay,
I feel pretty attacked. Well, this Senate packing and court packing coming from the Democrats. Better defend myself.
Okay, Ryan, we got one for you.
Well, this Senate packing and court packing coming from the Democrats. Better defend myself.
Okay, Ryan, we got one for you too here. C Gotch 87. I'm trying to go back and forth here like a zigzag. Ryan needs another Crucible debate course. This is just sad from him, from C Gotch 87.
I appreciate that. I think actually, if you go back and watch my debates, you'll see that I never take this approach. And one of the questions that you might ask yourself is, why would I do it here and never before? Never before have I taken this approach. And the
Have I
reason
not
is
addressed the prompt and lied about it,
because the gravity of the situation demands exposing what is actually happening here.
I've never been totally irrelevant and horrible and embarrassing before. I did this because I needed to do a meta little performance for the Facebook dads.
Damn. Okay, we got to circle back here. Big League Drew asks, to both, how long has your family been living in the United States?
Real long time. Depends on which side.
What?
I don't quite know off the top of my head how many generations. It's and it forks quite a bit. So depending on which side of the family tree, between like one and many.
That's a really weird question, right?
Many generations. There's a mix.
And the quick follow-up before PISSCO answers, this is also to both. How do you think you'd feel if you didn't eat breakfast today?
Normally hungry, but I pretty ramped up on adrenaline right now, so I don't think I'd notice.
All right, go ahead.
I did have breakfast, and so I can't answer that question. I did have breakfast. As to the longevity, I was born in this country. I'm first generation. My parents were not. I'm not going to get into how many years, but I was born here.
Awesome. Appreciate you guys getting that answered. Big League Drew has been on one with the questions here, which we appreciate. Truth Revolt TV for 5 says, James, step in and do something about this trash debate. Why should I stay subscribed when you bring on low tier
It's
debate?
obviously a founding stock dog whistle. Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. They're asking, like how rooted is your family in America? Are they European enough? That's what it sounds like to me.
Haters. I don't
That's what I
get to
would
decide
assume.
how people choose to debate on the thing. I can just say, is that a concession, or let's stay on the topic, and then after that, that's kind of what.
I think you did fine with moderation.
Appreciate it. Everybody's gonna have an angle. I'm trying to be. Okay. We're almost done with these last couple here. Appreciate you guys.
Wait, what is this?
The Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution and the Due Process Clause. And by for being on the ballot?
Or PISSCO goes over your debate. Wait, how long was this? Or how long does this last?
The Equal Protection Clause of the Constitution and the Due Process Clause. So here we have due process, and here we have equal protection. You can sue for a violation of due process as such, right? Is your cause of action arises under the constitutional provision itself. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat. You don't need further enactment from Congress. Congress couldn't get rid of the due process clause by just passing a law saying, we're not enforcing the due process clause anymore.
Oh.
States would still be allowed to enforce the due process clause, the equal protection clause. Like, that's why they're constitutional amendments. We don't want to give Congress the authority to just eviscerate all of our amendments with simple legislation.
Of course.
And so the other parts of the 14th Amendment, this was a point raised by the Anderson petitioners, who were right and robbed in this bullshit opinion. They were right. Other parts of the Constitution of the 14th Amendment are self-executing. And Ryan gives the whole game away on this point. How? Do you know what he says? When the state disqualifications are brought up to him, do you know what he says? And by the way, not just state disqualifications back in the 19th century. There's a state disqualification right now for a man who was disqualified for January 6th. His name, look it up. Look it up, assholes.
Is this in New Mexico?
Coy Griffin.
Or Arizona?
Look it up. This man stands disqualified. This man stands disqualified under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment for state office because of January 6th. No, we have Patrick. Yeah, Patrick, but no. Do you know what he says about, he says it's okay, right? He says, oh, well, that's state governments. Of course, state governments have the right to enforce Section 3. Well, then, by your own logic, Section 3 is self-executing, right? The states are enforcing.
Just not self-executing for federal office. The argument is nonsense. Yeah.
Section 3. In other words, Congress didn't have to put in legislation to make Section 3 viable. Congress didn't have to put legislation to make Section 3 enforceable because the states are able to directly enforce Section 3. So you've answered the self-execution part, and you've answered it. It is self-executing. Now, what the court is trying to do and what people try to do is they want to split the baby here and say, oh, well, it's self-executing for states, but it's not self-executing for the federal government.
What does self-executing mean? Is it the idea that it's not challenged? Self-executing means that... I don't even like the term, but maybe I'm retarded. Maybe there's a reason why this term exists. Like, if a law is there, then the law is in effect. That's it. So, like, if there is a law that says there shall be no president who has not attained the rank of Grand Master in StarCraft 2, then, and that's like in the Constitution, then that's it. That's the law, the Constitution. You wouldn't be like, well, okay, so somebody wants to run for president. They've only ever gotten to Diamond in StarCraft 2, right? Well, did Congress pass a law enforcing that part of the Constitution? Congress doesn't need to pass a law enforcing that part of the Constitution. The Constitution is in full effect. Of course it is. Self-executing. It's there. It's in effect. You would never question whether or not Congress wrote a law to enforce that part of the Constitution. Of course it's in effect. That's what self-executing means.
For federal offices. But of course, it makes no sense. It's just a failure to understand
basic
the typical
law,
powers
anything
associated with running elections for president in the United States. Because traditionally, the power when it comes to regulating elections is divided when it comes to legislative elections, right? It's traditionally divided. States have authority, but Congress can alter them, right? States have authority as a default presumption, and they do, by the way. They have exercised that authority. As recently as this year, we were having different states, I think in Nebraska, other examples, who are testing whether or not a candidate is bona fide, right? Think about that. Think about the patchwork from that. States are testing whether you're a bona fide candidate, whether you're in good faith a candidate, having like signature requirements for being on the ballot. Those are like independent, self-standing, substantive rules, limitations that you're putting on ballot access for a candidate. So states already...
In what case is it not self-executing? Well, there would have to be some provision written in. Like if it were to say that so long as Congress passes a law, then nobody with brown hair could be president, right? Like if there was some, what do you call this in grammar, in English? Conditional clause or something? I don't know what the fuck you would call it. But like if there was something like that, then maybe. But generally speaking, everything in the Constitution is law. You don't need, I mean, and law is law. You don't need more to enforce the law. It is the law. Like it's up to, I guess, Congress and then the president eventually on how to enforce the thing, but...
They exercise this authority. They already do it. They already exercise that authority when it comes to federal legislative elections. And they do it not just on the constitutional requirements for office, but also independently created state requirements for office, for ballot access, I should say. Now, there's a limit here. There's a limit on how much like truly powerful requirements you can impose for access to the ballot and for access to office, right? You can't really exceed the qualifications for office in the Constitution. But for ballot access, you are able to put in some rules. Otherwise, what, could 20,000 people just break an election system by everyone saying, hey, I want to be on the ballot for this, for that? They are allowed to put some limitations on for ballot access. And no one short of Neil Gorsuch, while he was a circuit court judge, or it might have been Kavanaugh, I think it was Gorsuch, held that states are allowed to disqualify you for other constitutional requirements. This was in a Colorado appeal. And in fact, in time in the election process,
okay. Is there any other point to this?
Like enforcement of Section 3 afterwards. They did. They're allowed to. That doesn't address the argument. If you go to the debates about why they implemented it, right? What did they say? Method to enforce Section 3. 4 of them. And I think we have something to say about that. Just because we acknowledge as a powers perspective that he ignores a wonky mark. What am I trying to say here? When it's convenient, you cite Supreme Court precedent. When it's not convenient, Roe v. Wade.
Yeah.
When is it also not convenient? Try Chevron doctrine. Try the opinions regarding removal of the president, Humphrey's executor. Whenever Supreme Court precedent is inconvenient to the conservative end, Ryan is totally fine, and this Supreme Court majority is totally fine to fucking toss it.
Yep.
So just notice when the deferring is happening. The deferring to case law only occurs when it's convenient.
Correct.
The deferring to Congress also only is conferred when convenient. We defer to Congress when it comes to, for example, let me think. Maybe a good example of this is Chevron, or maybe an example of this is some of the executive, like calling forth statutes, some of the deployments of the militia, even hiding it, and their claimed authority for it. Answer: vagueness. The vagueness on what the term legitimacy of the court is even supposed to reference. Because if legitimacy of the court means like the need to, but like when you're talking about track records and what cases have you done. All right, let's start first with some housekeeping, or the meaning of the term SEAL Team 6 to murder your political opponent.
Okay. No one else is going to do this. I'm never going to get a debate on the COVID shit, on the lab leak stuff. It'll never happen. I need to know for myself, though. Okay. The Hunter Biden laptop story. This is my mini project for the next week. I've seen enough weird stuff that I don't know if this thing was ever fucking real, ever. And I'm so curious about this. When you say not real, what exactly was not real about it? As in, I don't know if this laptop or any part of it is even a real laptop. If it was ever even Hunter Biden that ever even dropped this off anywhere, ever. Or if there was a laptop that had other stuff put on it or anything. I have no idea. I've seen so much weird shit. But wasn't the Biden call to Hunter from the laptop? Yes, but we'll get to that. There was so much weird stuff around this that I feel like journalists don't care about because it's Hunter Biden, and the few that do just, it seems like, don't understand the technology very well. I'm just curious. In October of 2020, a controversy arose involving a laptop that belonged to Hunter Biden. The owner of a Delaware computer shop, John Paul Mac Isaac, said that the laptop had been left by a man who identified himself as Hunter Biden. Mac Isaac has also stated that he is legally blind and could not be sure whether the man was actually Hunter Biden. 3 weeks before the 2020 U.S. presidential election, the New York Post published a front-page story that presented emails from the laptop alleging they showed corruption by Joe Biden, the Democratic presidential nominee, and Hunter Biden's father. According to the Post, the story was based on information provided to Rudy Giuliani, the personal attorney of incumbent president and candidate Donald Trump, by Mac Isaac. Forensic analysis later authenticated some of the emails from the laptop, including both emails used by the Post in their initial reporting. One thing that like really hurts credibility in a lot of these stories is it's like never, ever, ever normal people who are involved. Whenever you hear about somebody who's gotten like caught doing some weird shit or like is in trouble, like Michael Flynn, this is a good, or American patriot who got caught up in some bad stuff and the FBI went after him for no reason. Okay, what's Flynn up to on Twitter if we check? Just curious. Oh, he's got a movie. Nice. That's the full thing is published on X. Okay. We're talking about in 12-verse Shia Islam, although there is no single established term called end times epistemology. Shia tradition does handle knowledge of eschatological events. I'm talking about some Islam shit here. It must be said that the American people hold our Congress in very low esteem. We need term limits. Okay, not too crazy. Remove John Thune now. Damn, he doesn't like Thune in the Senate? Okay. The other General Flynn, right on the money. Stand against tyranny wherever it raises its ugly head. Free will is never for sale.
Looking at the Indo-Pacific over the...
Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait.
General Flynn, you previously served as the commanding general of the U.S. Army Pacific. Looking at the Indo-Pacific over the past few years, do you think the region in general is becoming more tense military-wise?
I don't know if I would consider it tense. I think what I would say is that each of the countries here, to include the United States, are reacting to what I've described as the incremental, insidious, and irresponsible behavior of the Communist Chinese Party. Not the Chinese people, but the Communist Chinese Party and its leadership. So that's what I think is actually happening here.
We know after the Trump-Xi summits, President Donald Trump has said that U.S. arms themselves to Taiwan.
Okay. We've got retweets from our good friend Stephen Miller. Reposted. Kill to order. China's organ harvesting industry with Jan Jakilik. Retweets from Mr. Wonderful. Oh, we got a book. His Twitter feed is not actually as bad as it was when I checked it like a year ago. It was a bunch of like weird COVID conspiracy stuff, voting conspiracy stuff. This is just like normalish boomer conservative.
I'm going to pull up a passage from this book, and I'm not going to.
I don't think the guy in that video was Flynn. I mean, it didn't look like him, but isn't that what the... That's what the... Oh, wait, Charles Flynn. Wait, what the fuck even... What is this, then? It's the other Flynn read bio. Oh, it's Flynn's brother. Oh, okay, whatever. I don't know what this interview is for. Good friend Tulsi Gabbard.
Iowa. After that, we'll have Kelly Smith from Aubrey.
Texans are rising up. I was kidnapped by Muslims. Wait, what the fuck is this?
Good evening, council members. It's a pleasure to speak before you this evening. Thank you for hearing everybody and giving everybody a chance to speak. You may be asking yourselves, what is a guy from Iowa doing here in this town to speak on this issue? Well, actually, I come from Texas royalty. My great-grandfather was the first president of the Texas Republic. And for a lot of you, that might sound crazy. Wait a minute, Texas was a republic. But yes, it was. And my great-grandfather was Sam Houston. Also, another great-grandfather of mine was Davy Crockett, who fought in the Alamo. And if I go back even further than that, my great-great-great-grandfathers fought under General George Washington in the Continental Army. I was born on Langley Air Force Base. Almost every single one of my family members has served in the U.S. Armed Forces.
Okay.
Me, I took a different route. I went into ministry, traveled to 58 countries preaching the gospel.
Hell yeah.
I was kidnapped and held hostage in 2021 by Islamists in the Middle East.
Okay.
While on a mission trip to take care of the Coptic widows and fatherless. If you remember the 21 men that were beheaded on that beach by ISIS in Libya, I was taking care of their families.
All 21 families?
My children have lived on the mission field, on the front lines. Even my kids, my oldest, are 8 years old, and their friends were killed by Muslims. I don't want to bring any mosque to Texas, ever. We shouldn't have one here. It's incompatible with what it means to be an American. The oldest mosque in the United States actually is about 50 minutes from where I live now, where I raised my family. I'm 29 years old, I have 6 children. I'm one of 17 children, a Catholic family. most of whom live in this area, by the way. My brother is married to an Indian. She was a Muslim Indian, and when she came to America, she converted to Catholicism, learned English, and married her husband, my brother. And that's what assimilation looks like. When she was looking for a place of worship, she didn't suggest building a mosque. She decided to go to a church, because that's where we worship as Americans in this country. The question is for Texans, what does it mean to be Texan? This question is very important, because as we build temples in this state, we are changing the layout and the structure and the fabric of this beautiful Texas state. So listen, this is not what we want. Christ is king. May God bless America, and stay true to your roots. God bless you guys. Fight for it.
Did that hostage thing in 2021, was he held hostage? An American held hostage by ISIS in Libya for a year? Did that happen? Link me a story. This is Rare Foundation USA. In the news, they cut off testicles and shoved them in their mouths. Their own testicles in their own mouths? Mastermind of Bataclan Jihad massacre. Treasonous journalist, son of Texas Republican, charged with serving as unregistered agent. Oh, shit. Switzerland, knife attack by jihadi Muslim shouting Allahu Akbar. Mental illness or jihad? The ideology behind the knife. The Mamdani playbook hits New Jersey. Cares Ali Al-Jarrah and the red-green axis move in. Oh shit, wait, what is this? Muslim Brotherhood-tied operative, Ma'in al-Quda exposed. Deep bin Laden and Al-Qaeda ties now building Islamic City in Texas as part of the project to conquer America. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. What is this? Did they already make it? Look at these guys. Oh, shit! You watch the hood? I'll watch the skies. Al Huda Islamic Center. Holy fuck. What's happening here? Future Fitness Swim Building. What the fuck? Future Clinic. Future 2-story school. What the fuck? What's happening here? Ooh, he's got the Muslim beard. She's got the Muslim scarf. Not good. Okay, I'm sorry. We don't need to. Fully autonomous, Sharia-adherent Islamic enclave in rural Katy, Texas. A self-sustaining, parallel society featuring a grand mosque, K-12 school, Islamic university, apartments, health clinic, sports field, and its own strip mall, while openly using taxpayer school voucher funds to raise the next generation of Muslims from cradle to grave, with almost no contact with the non-Muslim world outside. Oh my God, what's going on here? And the Muslim Brotherhood is behind it? What? Sorry, okay. Anyway, sorry, we got way too, okay. All these guys are usually crazy on Twitter, that's what I'm saying. Wait. This guy is no exception. I didn't mean to go off on the Flynn guy. Okay. John Paul Mac Isaac. John Paul Mac Isaac. That's him. We've seen him. American Injustice. My battle to expose the truth. The crack smoking, hooker financing, Burisma cashing, sister-in-law banging. What? Oh. I guess. Wait. In-laws don't count as incest, right? It's just maybe tacky? Okay. Receiving heir to a political dynasty. Hold on. if in-laws don't count as incest, why do cousins? Hold on. Okay, let's say that wait. Hold on. Wait a second. Hold on. Something's not making sense here. This person is married to this person, okay? Now, let's say this person has a sister. Okay. If this person here bangs this person, an in-law, that's not incest, right? Correct. Now let's say this sister has a kid with some other person. And then let's say that you and your significant other have a kid. Why is this is incest, isn't it? Is this is this a cousin or it's a cousin, right? They're blood related. Oh, hold on. They're blood related because these people had this kid and this kid. So they both have, oh shit, I got it right up here. I see. I see how they're moving. Why was I on this guy's Twitter? She's got questions. I've got answers. Thursday. Oh, Hunter Biden. Okay. A long time ago, we had there were YouTube videos of this guy. Do we have these anymore? Interview. I feel like he had his own YouTube channel. I don't know if it exists anymore, though. In October of 2020, Hunter Biden supposedly dropped off a laptop at a Delaware computer repair shop ran by a legally blind owner, John Paul Mac Isaac. Don't you have all notes for this? I might somewhere. I'm trying to remember what you should be able to search my notes. Search oh my god, what is this? Good one. Was it a debate I was preparing for? Okay, hold on. No. Oh, YouTube channel. Thank you. Did I actually make a note on this, on the laptop thing? I don't know if I did. If I do, link me in the notes somewhere, okay? Okay, hold on. This was not dropped off in 2020. It was April of 2019. In April of 2019. I know you're not a fan of Sean Ryan, but you should watch this first. Hunter gives a solid breakdown of why the story is fake.
You know why Twitter...
I think we watched him on this, didn't we? Watch him on all of this? I know we watched the Channel 5 thing. I'll have this for now. Okay. Man, where do we even start on this? We'll just read it down. Just read down the wiki of this. There's not like a good like mainstream media article that's like written up this entire story, is there? Whoa! Oh, never mind. What do you think happened? I thought he deleted those videos. Where's Uncle Adam's been? Fuck! New York Mag story. Ooh, okay. Big one. All right. The sordid saga of Hunter Biden's laptop most invasive data breach imaginable is a political scandal Democrats can't just wish away. This was written on September 12th, 2022. Imagine the entirety of your digital existence plotted out before you, your accounts and passwords, your avatars, your contacts, every exchange of written dialogue, the full history of your logged interests, banal and forgettable, and closely held. The note where you scrawled once urgent word fragments that now makes their sense to you. Blah, 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 blah. Imagine about the center. Are you going to read the House report on it? If there is one, then yeah, link me, baby. This is Olivia Newsy. Wait, why do we not like her? I feel like I have a bad impression of her from some other reporting. Or is it just related to this? Oh, she was the one that had the affair with RFK Jr. That's right. Imagine revealing this. The first thing you need to understand about the Hunter Biden laptop, though, is that it's not a laptop. The FBI reportedly took possession of the original, at least if you accept the version of events promoted by those who have distributed the data, which Hunter Biden and his lawyers don't. And all we have now are copies of copies. When it first publicly surfaced 20 days before the 2020 election, the authenticity of the material was doubted to the degree that Twitter and Facebook effectively banned the story from legitimate political discourse. Since then, mainstream news organizations, including the New York Times and the Washington Post, have come to verify that at least some of the information contained in the cache is authentic. It's hard to think of a single living individual who's experienced as total an annihilation of digital privacy since our devices became extensions of our consciousness. Man, that must be horrible. A suite of executives and thousands of employees were victimized by this. Okay, hold on. Just real quick. What is the laptop? Let me just throw these here real quick. Does anybody have a link to the original New York Post story? New York Post, Hunter Biden laptop 2020. Do you think Hunter Biden's laptop was a stolen hard drive that was cloned? Well, so we'll look for this later. Fuck, I was reading about this a bit on stream, but I just didn't want to dive into that rabbit hole. But now I kind of do. I think I do. There's a really interesting website that had a ton of information about the forensics of the files on that laptop, and a ton of stuff had been added and removed from it, which was incredibly fucking weird. I don't remember the name of that website though. Fuck. Oh, here's a VOD where you went over everything.
From gossip and family drama. And by the way,
who cares?
Best way to take care of business.
Done.
I filed my taxes and I paid penalties and interest.
At that point, Colonel Mac Isaac passed along John Paul. Oh shit, was this excerpt from a book or from a report? This shit, fuck, that was so fucking weird, bro. The original story is linked at the bottom of the wiki article.
And they're going to think that because
these are completely made up emails, and the Joe Biden campaign is saying that the meeting never happened.
Fuck! So. Did I not take notes on this? There was so much weird shit around this guy. Okay. He linked something that looks good. Oh, this is a really weird website I saw a long time ago. Well, I'll dig into that later. Okay. Fuck you. Okay. Smoking gun email reveals how Hunter Biden introduced Ukrainian businessman to VP dad. This was the first Hunter Biden laptop story. This was the big one, the New York Times one. Hunter Biden introduced his father, the then Vice President Joe Biden, to a top executive at a Ukrainian energy firm less than a year before the elder Biden pressured government officials in Ukraine into firing a prosecutor who was investigating the company, according to emails obtained by the Post. The never-before-revealed meeting is mentioned in a message of appreciation that Vadim Pozharsky, an advisor to the board of Burisma, allegedly sent Hunter Biden on April 17, 2015, about a year after Hunter joined the Burisma board at a reported salary of up to $50,000 a month. Dear Hunter, thank you for inviting me to DC and giving an opportunity to meet your father and spend some time together, blah, blah, blah. The blockbuster correspondence, which flies in the face of Joe Biden's claim that he's never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings, is contained in a massive trove of data recovered from a laptop computer. The computer was dropped off at a repair shop in Biden's home state of Delaware in April 2019, according to the store's owner. Other material extracted from the computer includes a raunchy 12-minute video that appears to show Hunter, who's admitted struggling with addiction problems, smoking crack while engaged in a sex act with an unidentified woman, as well as numerous other sexually explicit images. The customer who brought in the water-damaged MacBook Pro for repair never paid for the service or retrieved it, or a hard drive on which its contents were stored, according to the shop owner, who said he tried repeatedly to contact the client. Interesting. Okay, what is the history? Or what would we call this? Chain of evidence? Chain of custody. According to an according to the original New York Post article. How do you stylize this? The shop owner couldn't positively identify the customer as Hunter Biden, but said the laptop bore a sticker from the Beau Biden Foundation named after Hunter's late brother and former Delaware Attorney General. Photos of a Delaware federal subpoena given to the Post show that both the computer and hard drive were seized by the FBI in December after the shop's owner says he alerted the feds to their existence. Okay, so in April of 2019, a water-damaged laptop was dropped off to a Delaware computer repair shop. I should say a water-damaged MacBook Pro, we'll say, just to be clear. Ran and owned by... He was the owner, right? This Isaac guy? John Paul Mac Isaac. Before turning over the gear, the shop owner says he made a copy of the hard drive and later gave it to the former mayor, Rudy Giuliani's lawyer, Robert Costello. Wait, hold on. Okay. Identifying a sticker from the Beau Biden Foundation. The owner identified the MacBook as belonging to Hunter Biden. He alerted the federal authorities of the laptop's existence. They came and took it via a subpoena in December of 2019. But before turning over the laptop, the owner made a copy of the hard drive and later handed it over to Robert Costello. The lawyer of Rudy Giuliani. Steve Bannon, former advisor to President Trump, told the Post about the existence of the hard drive in late September, and Giuliani provided the Post with a copy of it on Sunday. Steve Bannon told the New York Post about the drive in late September of 20... Would it be 20... It would have to be 2020, huh? Right? To make sense? Let's see. When did they come? Oh, not necessarily, I guess. Fuck. I don't understand. Damn. They had this drive back in 2019. Please see attachment A. Fuck. There was a second. Oh. Apple MacBook Pro laptop computer. And then an external hard drive as well. Okay. What? What? Are 3 and 5 just ads? Okay, based. All right. Okay, Bill 2, Hunter Biden. Blank has quoted blank business days with the completion of this repair. During this time, unforeseen complications with parts and shipping can affect the time required to complete the repair. If a situation should arise that prevents the repair from being completed in the quoted time, blank will provide an updated estimated time for completion. Blank is not liable for repairs completed outside the quote. An exact completion date cannot be guaranteed. Liability for damage to your computer is limited to any damage determined to be caused by blah, 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 blah. Okay. Let's see. So this was a bill to Hunter Biden for data recovery for MacBook Pros. Attempt data recovery from 3 MacBook Pros. Recover data to store server and contact customer when complete. Okay. So Steve Bannon must have told the Post about this in late September 2020, I'm guessing, right? Giuliani gave a hard drive to the Post on Sunday, so near probably this article, October 14th, 2020. Ooh. Probably on the 11th of October. Gave his copy of a hard drive to the Post. Let's see. The store owner's receipt claimed he was recovering data from 3 different MacBook Pros. Can we tell by serial number what kind, what the MacBook was, like what version or whatever, based on that serial number? FVFXC to MMHV29. Let's see. This would be I am human. Holy shit, these are getting harder. Okay, the next letter. Oh, no. Easy. Wait. Boom. Okay. This will be a 2017 MacBook Pro. Is there a way to tell, or I know there's a way to tell. I'm sure at some point are MacBook drives auto-encrypted? Does anybody know? Where are my MacBook users? And then if the answer to that is yes, oh no, but they're not. So if I have somebody else's MacBook, I can just plug it in. I can take the drive out. I can plug it into somewhere else and click and drag files. And I know I have every file from that computer. Yes, you can easily if it's unlocked. Obviously, if it's unlocked. But that would imply that the drive is encrypted, meaning you would need the password to unlock it. Yes. You know what? Are 2017 MacBook drives encrypted by default? No, they are not encrypted by default. 2018 Plus was. Okay. Any physical computer you have access to can be broken into if the drive isn't encrypted, even if it's locked. Yeah, obviously. Stop typing. Fuck me. I need a computer people only chat. Stop. Just stop. Okay. Motherfucker didn't read the last sentence from that message that tackled exactly what he was talking about. Last sentence from what? Any physical computer have access to be working to drive this one, and unless it's a heavy-duty encryption, there are tools to break in even. My understanding is if you have a Windows encrypted drive or if you have a MacBook encrypted drive, that encryption has not been broken. That's not. I don't know if it's fucking AES 522048 or whatever the fuck. I don't know what the default encryption is, but that my understanding is that encryption is nowhere near broken. So I don't know what that message is supposed to mean. My understanding is you have a drive that's encrypted with there's a standard Mac encrypted drive or a standard Windows encrypted drive that you can't. There's no way to get in unless there's some exploit against older OSs that let you log into the drive, and then that would unencrypt it. But AES 256. That's how long my dick is. Okay. Less than 8 months after Pizarski thanked Hunter Biden for the introduction to his dad, then blah, 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 blah. I look at that, blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I don't think this has anything else about... It doesn't. Okay. New York Mag thing. This is still information on the laptop. The way John Paul Mac Isaac tells the story, it was right before closing time on a Friday evening in 2019 when a stranger walked in, brushing past the vintage Apple PC mounted by the door of his computer repair business in a strip mall in Wilmington, Delaware. Mac Isaac was used to encountering devices and their owners in extreme distress. By the time they make it to me, he says, it's pretty dire. This customer had 3 broken laptops. Mac Isaac asked for a name to put on a repair order. Hunter, the customer replied. Hunter, the customer replied. Last name? Biden. According to an image of the repair order, which was signed by someone whose signature looks a lot like Hunter Biden's, the date was April 12th, 2019. On April 12th, 2019. Okay. Biden has said he spent much of that winter and spring living an itinerant, that's a word, right? Living an itinerant existence in motels and Airbnbs up and down the East Coast on a furtive journey of self-destruction. He has never offered an alternative explanation of his whereabouts that day, so it's safe to assume that he was in Delaware. He doesn't think he was out running errands, a friend says, but he can't say for sure, given his mental state at the time. The whole Biden family was trying to pull itself into shape to run against Trump. Okay, questions. Hold on. Is there even a laptop? What about 3 laptops? Is the repair shop owner even blind? Can we know for sure where Hunter Biden was on April 12th, 2019? Okay. Wait. Okay, musics. 3 laptops and a ... Oh, did he drop off that external hard drive as well? I saw that in the subpoena, but... I wonder why the FBI, though, only subpoenaed for a single... Stop, fuck. They only subpoenaed for a single laptop. I wonder why. The subpoena for the materials only mentions a single MacBook Pro and a single Western Digital external hard drive. See attachment A, that's it. Okay, interesting. According to an image of the repair order, which was signed by someone whose signature looks a lot like Hunter Biden's, the date was April 12th, 2019. Biden said he spent much, blah, 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 blah. Okay. If you don't run, I'll never have a chance at redemption, Hunter had recently texted his father. I'll run, but I need you, Joe Biden texted back. Only focus is recovery. During this period, Hunter's days revolved around scoring and smoking crack-based. He had been in and out of treatment, but he couldn't stay clean. Like every addict, Biden had a litany of reasons for using. In his case, every politically attuned American already knows the tragic history. Car accident that killed his mother and sister when he was 2 and left him badly injured. The lifetime of comparisons to his more perfect brother, Beau, then Beau's death in 2015, and his grieving father's decision not to run for president the next year, when many Democrats are convinced, at least in retrospect, that he would have beaten Donald Trump. Now, 4 years later, Hunter was fighting with his ex-wife over their ruined finances, and with Beau's widow, Haley, over the fallout from the doomed affair they began after his brother's death. It was during this period that Jill Biden summoned Hunter to the family home in Wilmington, where he found his family waiting for him along with 2 drug counselors. Hunter split. The man behind the counter at the Mac shop didn't know about any of this personal turmoil. Like all of his customers, this one was just a blur to Mac Isaac. He says he was first drawn to computers as an artistic kid with a medical condition, albinism, that impaired his eyesight. His eyesight is 2400. Okay. And kept him from driving, but did not prevent him from seeing magnified images on a screen. He says that what he recalls of the man who brought in the laptops is a smidge of blue and gray clothing, a strong whiff of alcohol, and an air of entitlement. Do you have any idea what like, I know people that are, I would say, legally blind, but they always wear glasses. If your prescription is -3, what is your vision? Like, how do you, like, I don't know how these things fucking work. Decoding the values. Is there a way to, like, tell? I'm negative. My prescription is -5.5, and I'm 1 out of 200. 1 out of 200 or 20 out of 200? Like, I feel like people who are like -3 or -4 or more on their prescriptions, like, just don't usually operate day to day without their glasses. Like, they always have their glasses on. Is that true for you guys, or do some of you operate in the real world without your glasses when your prescription is that extreme? Like, that just seems kind of crazy that his vision would be that bad and he would be accepting things from customers without, like, looking at anything. Like, how would you even know to, like, accept a computer or accept anything? Like, what if somebody gives you a MacBook and it says, like, on the, like, top of it, like, nuclear secrets, government is coming to kill you, like, and you'd have, like, no idea or whatever. Okay. Isaac's vision is 2400. So he was unable to visually identify the person who dropped off Hunter's laptops, according to a piece in the New York Mag. He says that what he recalls of the man who brought in the laptops is a smudge of blue and gray clothing, a strong whiff of alcohol, and an air of entitlement. Mac Isaac was a Mac guy in every sense. He had a tattoo of Apple's smiley face Finder icon on his bicep and a triangular Firewire icon on the back of his neck. In an unlucky twist for Biden, he was also a Trump supporter, and like everyone in Delaware, he knew the name of Joe Biden's younger son. How many is Delaware? That's like a heavy blue state, no? I wonder what the chances are. Whatever. Kind of. Not super blue. The 3 laptops Mac Isaac recalls were all liquid damaged. One was dead, one was easily revived. The third, a 13-inch MacBook Pro, had a sticky, ruined keyboard. But Mac Isaac thought he could still salvage its data. The job would cost $85 and take a few days. Interesting, okay. After the customer left the store, Mac Isaac says he closed up shop, popped open an Amstel Light, and started to work on the recovery. He dragged and dropped folders from the broken laptop onto an external drive. Almost immediately, Mac Isaac claims he saw that the computer contained a large quantity of homemade pornography sitting right on the desktop. It's not like I hadn't seen anything like that before, he says. It was probably the most I've ever seen in one place. A few days later, the blurry customer returned, this time to drop off a portable hard drive to hold the contents of his laptop. Wait, what? Okay. Let's see. It would be on April 12th, 3 water-damaged MacBook Pros were dropped off to a Delaware computer repair shop. A few days later, the same customer returned and dropped off a portable hard drive to hold the contents of the laptops. When you see a grown man in a rainbow boa and a jockstrap, Mac Isaac says, it's hard not to have that image in your mind when he's staring you in the face. It was pink in truth, and it was an average scarf. But why would you even have to open the files? I mean, I guess if you're snooping and you want to, sure. But like, there's no reason why, there's no reason why you would have to. What the fuck is this? Stumbling through life, I have egg on my face. Now I feel terrible for not taking you serious. I'll show respect next time. Thank you, Stephen Austin F5D. If you're my Mossad bots, then thumbs up. But he finished the job, made the backup, and called the cell phone number the customer had given him to say he was done. The customer didn't come back and never paid the $85. Mac Isaac says he put the broken laptop and the portable drive in a locked closet. 2 weeks after the customer's visit, on April 25th, Joe Biden officially launched his presidential campaign. What was he, what was he recovering these files onto? I guess just his own external drive, or he had like a server that he was copying things onto? And then later on, okay. Okay, kind of a weird, it's kind of a weird story, okay. The fine print of the original signed repair order says that equipment left in the shop longer than 90 days becomes its property. In interviews, several experts on Delaware law agreed that the document would make the laptop legally Mac Isaac's after that time, and once he took possession of the computer, nothing would legally prevent Mac Isaac from sharing its contents with the world. There is no world where this is true. I absolutely don't believe that. I would love to know who these several fucking experts are. No shot. I do not believe that's true. That if I were to drop off, I'm sure that you could legally own like the physical drive itself or in the physical computer for sure. And maybe even personally you can go through. But the idea that if somebody leaves it there, you can publish every single thing on that drive to the world? No shot. No shot is that true. I do not believe that. No way is that true. There's no way that that's true. Even so, by his own account, if it's yours, then why not? Well, ownership here is very difficult to... When we're talking about ownership here, we're talking about like a weird thing. Owning a physical thing doesn't like give you the copyright ownership of that thing. So like if I buy, like let's say that you sell me a computer, and let's say that I buy the computer, I am the owner of that computer. Let's say that I open your hard drive, and let's say that you have Counter-Strike installed on it. I don't now own the rights to Counter-Strike. I can't publish Counter-Strike online as my own game and then sell it to people or whatever else. That's not mine to sell. I don't have the property rights to all of the underlying intellectual property. I just have the physical computer that I bought. Even so, by his own account, Mac Isaac started to poke around before 90 days had elapsed. The very first time he looked at the desktop, he says, he noticed an intriguing file, income.pdf. That kind of stood out, Mac Isaac says, so I clicked. If you want to make an argument to justify what happened next, the income file is where it all starts. The Laptop from Hell, a 224-page book based on raw material from the data dump by the New York Post columnist Miranda Devine. Hold on. Let's put this down here. Fuck it. Notes. The Laptop from Hell. It's a 224-page book based on raw material from the data dump by New York Post columnist Miranda Devine. Before even the 90-day expiration notice, Mac Isaac began to poke and prod at the contents of the laptop, starting with an income.pdf file. Let's see. Quotes from materials found on the laptop to make the case that Hunter felt like his family's cash cow. The son assigned the role of rainmaker, while his father and older brother devoted themselves to public service. Bo didn't take on these fucking responsibilities, Hunter reportedly ranted in a 2018 voice memo. He didn't do any of this shit. In a text to his daughter Naomi, who was 25 at the time, Hunter complained that he had to pay for everything for his entire family for 30 years, assuring her that unlike Pop, the family's name for Joe, he wouldn't take half your salary. In right-wing circles, these texts have been construed to suggest there was a formal revenue-sharing agreement between Joe and Hunter. Though looked at in a more forgiving light, they could be read as hyperbolic bitching. In a memoir chronicling the dissolution of her marriage, If We Break, Hunter's ex-wife, Kathleen, describes him as an archetypal get-rich-quick guy. From early in our marriage, she writes, the big breaks were always just on the horizon, and every new partnership held enormous opportunity. 2008, around the same time Barack Obama selected Joe Biden as his running mate, Hunter formed a consulting firm called Seneca Global Advisors and got involved in a business venture with John Kerry's stepson and a man named Devin Archer, who would later be convicted in a $60 million scheme to defraud a Native American tribe. Hunter was not implicated. During the Obama years, Hunter embarked on a series of overseas ventures, the most significant of which in the end involved a company called Burisma. Trying to find anything else about the laptop. Trying to elevate the okay. By July 2019, news organizations, possibly the New York Times, have published investigations on Hunter's dealing with Ukraine. Conservative outlets were trying to elevate the story to a major scandal. Rudy Giuliani and investigative journalist John Solomon, among others, were holding regular meetings in an effort to advance the narrative. Mac Isaac was reading Solomon's articles and watching Fox News. Every time he heard a new name, he would search for mentions of it on the hard drive. One particularly intriguing email Mac Isaac discovered suggested that an advisor to Burisma's board named Vadim Pozarsky had secured an audience with Joe Biden when he was overseeing diplomatic relations with Ukraine as VP. What? Dear Hunter, read the alleged smoking gun email from April 2015. Thank you for inviting me to DC, giving me an opportunity to meet your father and spend some time together. Mac Isaac claims that he ignored the laptop's porn and concentrated on turning up evidence of what looked, at least to him, like political corruption. I kept my blinders on, Mac Isaac says. All I cared about was Burisma. Then, in September of 2019, word leaked of a CIA whistleblower's complaint about the White House call with Vladimir Zelensky, on which President Trump pressured the newly elected Ukrainian leader to investigate the Bidens and Burisma. A counter-scandal erupted, and the Democrats convened impeachment hearings. Mac Isaac thought the laptop might aid Trump's defense. Mac Isaac claims he was also fearful. Let's see. Isaac claims he followed along with the news of Hunter Biden and Trump's impeachment, following along the news by searching the laptop for names related to headline stories. Eventually, once Trump was impeached, he thought the laptop could be used, or could be useful to the Trump campaign, and wanted to help. Why were the emails stored on the laptop again? We will get to that, but there is a weird explanation for this. Let's see. Mac Isaac claims he was also fearful. He was deeply versed in conspiracy theories about the deep state and the murderous political elites. I'm a guy at the backside of an 80s strip mall, he says. How hard would it be for me to disappear? Mac Isaac reached out to his father, Steve, a retired Air Force colonel. In October of 2019, Colonel Mac Isaac visited an FBI branch office near his home in Albuquerque. An agent brushed him off, advising him that he ought to consult a lawyer about the legality of examining the laptop. A few weeks later, though, an agent based in Delaware followed up with the colonel, who referred him to his son, telling him to use a special code word they had set up to thwart would-be assassins. Okay. 2 FBI agents visited Mac Isaac's home. He says they seemed primarily concerned with figuring out if the computer contained child pornography. Mac Isaac said he had not seen any. On December 9th, 2019, according to the date on a copy of the grand jury subpoena, the agents came to Mac Isaac's shop and took away a MacBook, serial number FVFXC28, blah, 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 along with the external hard drive provided for the data recovery. I would be very careful with this unless I missed something. A subpoena is just them going to a place looking for something. I don't know if that means that they actually got it. I don't know if we can see like the result of that subpoena anywhere or if that's published anywhere. We don't know if they actually got it. That's just what they were authorized to go and procure, right? As part of a search warrant. That same day, the House Judiciary Committee was preparing to debate 2 impeachment articles. Mac Isaac was thrilled. Finally, Attorney General Bill Barr and the Justice Department were going to see what he had discovered. Mac Isaac had made a copy of the laptop's hard drive for himself as insurance. Wait, hold on. First by using his, let's see. First by using his father, a military colonel, as a proxy. In October of 2019. With the FBI agents visiting him finally. A few weeks later, the FBI agents came with a subpoena in December of 2019 for 1 MacBook Pro and 1 external hard drive. Before turning over the laptops, he made a... Okay. Let's see. Mac Isaac had made a copy of the laptop's hard drive for himself as insurance. Can somebody tell me, how do they go from 3 laptops to 1 laptop? I'm curious how like 2 of these just are always like omitted. Okay, so Mac Isaac had made a copy of the laptop's hard drive for himself as insurance. He had also set up a kind of dead man switch, making another copy of the hard drive to give to someone he trusted, with instructions to pass it along in the event of his death to President Trump's lawyer, Rudy Giuliani. Within a few days, he started to feel uneasy about the FBI. The agents called him up, asking for assistance in getting access to the drive. Didn't the FBI have its own tech support? He thought back to his conversation with the agents, especially a comment he recalled there making about his safety concerns, something to the effect of, nothing happens to people who don't talk about these things. Was that a threat? He got back in touch with his father, and they called up an uncle, another former Air Force colonel who served on the board of a conservative nonprofit. We already got this in here. He thought back to his conversation. Okay. I don't understand. Before turning okay. A few days later, the FBI apparently contacted Mac Isaac requesting help accessing the laptop's drive. I don't know what that means. I don't know what... There's so many... when it comes to tech stuff like this, when like details start getting omitted, I think it gets really weird. Stalk me for a last message to see why the 3 laptops are retarded. I saw your messages. They're retarded, though. I don't know what to make of your messages. What? Why not 3 laptops? See page 42. Oh, wait. Never mind. Maybe you weren't retarded. They claimed 1 laptop was unrecoverable. Oh, wait. Hold on. Sorry. Somebody else said something. I'm sorry for calling you retarded. I love you, buddy. Page 42. In April 2019, Robert Hunter Biden brought 3 damaged laptops to Mac Isaac's computer repair store, the Mac Shop, to recover any available data. After Mac Isaac provided a keyboard to use with 1 laptop and determined that another was unrecoverable, Biden signed a repair authorization form and left the 1 remaining laptop with Mac Isaac for him to recover data. Oh. With 1 laptop and determined that another was unrecoverable. So he only ultimately left 1? He brought in 3 and he only left 1? Keyboard used with 1 laptop. How was he able to determine, without putting glasses on, how was he able to determine the data was unrecoverable instantly, right then and there? Like, what does that even mean? How long was this meeting? That... I guess he probably just runs a software to check. He's legally blind with 2400 vision, and he's running software without putting his glasses on. He can do all of this to run software, but he can't look and see who's standing in front of him. How is his eyesight good enough to do one thing and not the other? I just don't... I'm sorry, I could be wrong, but no, I don't know why I'm hedging on this. I don't believe that a person would be running a store like this with no glasses on and would just... Like, do people just not walk in and just steal shit from him? That doesn't make any sense. This sounds fucking retarded. I'm sorry. It just sounds fucking weird as fuck. He seems like Daredevil. Okay. Where were we? The Mac Isaacs decided to alert Congress to the existence of the laptop. They reached out to the offices of Representative Jim Jordan And Senator Lindsey Graham, but heard nothing back. They tried to get in touch with the president through the contact page on the White House website. Also, keep in mind that, like, this guy was able to, this guy also just happened to be, like, an insane deep state believer guy who thought that the FBI was going to murder him. Like, it's just so convenient. So much of this is so fucking weird, but okay. That's okay. Keep going. While the process dragged on, Trump was acquitted by the Senate, Joe Biden clinched the nomination, and the pandemic shut down the world. Mac Isaac started to wonder, what if Biden was elected? 9 months after the FBI's visit, he decided to pursue his fail-safe option. The next link in the chain of custody was Robert Costello, the lawyer for the president's lawyer. Costello was representing Giuliani in an FBI investigation into his own Ukrainian activities, and as such, he had asked the former mayor's staff to be alert for new information coming in over the transom. I don't know what that means. Transom? On October 27, 2020, according to the text of an email Costello shared, one of Giuliani's assistants forwarded a strange tip that had come in through the contact portal on the Giuliani Partners website. From John Paul Mac Isaac. Why is it so difficult to be a whistleblower when you are on the right? For almost a year, I've been trying to get the contents of Hunter Biden's laptop to the proper authorities. I first reached out to the FBI and they came and collected it, but I have reason to believe they have destroyed it or buried it in a filing cabinet. Luckily, for my protection, I made several copies, and I've been trying quietly to bring it to people's attention. The tipster went on to claim to have email proof that Hunter and a business partner had been paid more than $1 million in fees by Burisma, and that they had used their influence in the White House to pressure the Ukraine government to stop investigating the company. I feel the closer we get to the election, Mac Isaac wrote, the more this will be ignored. Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Not that many videos, I guess. December 5th, 2020. So at this point, he would have already handed over this stuff. They had already subpoenaed him. October, he'd already had... Okay.
Hello, my name is John Paul Mac Isaac. I'd like to take this opportunity to explain my story and to disprove many of the rumors and speculations regarding my actions and my character. Where to begin? This is me when I was little, and this is my father. Wait, let me go back further. This is my grandfather, John Alexander
Bruh.
Mac Isaac, a Scottish Canadian who, after World War II, flew and fought for the United States Air Force against the Soviets in the early parts of the Cold War. In time, my father, Steve Mac Isaac, would follow in my grandfather's footsteps, graduate from the Air Force Academy, and become a military pilot. He deployed to Vietnam to fly AC-119 gunships and continue my family's fight in the Cold War. That fight would consume over half of his decorated 30-year career defending freedom for America and its allies.
Okay.
For 2 generations, the Mac Isaac family has fought during the entirety of the Cold War against communism and the Soviets. That's why it's completely absurd that anyone would ever consider me to be a Russian agent or influenced by Russia. I'm proud of my family, I'm proud of my country, and I'm proud to be an American. If I could see well, I would have followed in my family's profession and joined the Air Force. But instead, I spend my free time going to veterans reunions and archiving and preserving true American heroes and their stories. Men who fought in the warmer parts of the Cold War against the very people I am accused of actually being.
Okay.
Another term that I have been labeled, which unfortunately is a death sentence in my industry, is hacker. And for the record, I am not, nor have I ever been a hacker. Those guys make so much more money than I do. I was hired, but never paid, to perform a data transfer from a MacBook Pro to an external hard drive. The signed paperwork clearly states the process and sets the expectations. There's no magic or Hollywood. The process is no different than dragging and dropping from a USB drive. The only difference is that I had to perform some surgery on the Mac to get it to boot to the point where I could recover the data. To imply that I'm a hacker or that that information is hacked has had an irreversible impact on my business and my character.
Okay, thank you, and God bless America. This was on December 5th, 2020. This campaign is unpublished. Fuck. What did he... Well, I wonder what this originally said. Hold on. Damn, you raised 137,000. All these motherfuckers raised so much money. How did they all get so much fucking money? December 5th, 2020. Let's see. $137,000 from a give, send, go he created. Okay. What? I can't click read more on the archive? Let's see. You had to shut... Okay. Since October 14, 2020, when he was revealed to be the source of the Hunter Biden laptop, John Paul had to shut down his successful business, was forced to flee the state, and now suffers politically motivated attacks from the very systems we as Americans were taught to trust. He has been fighting for a year and a half to get the truth out to the American people, and now he needs your help in his fight to get his book out. Oh, man. He is an American hero. Okay. It was him. December 11th, 2020.
My name is John Paul Mac Isaac, and I am legally blind. I'm an oculocutanetic albino. My vision is a direct relationship to my albinism. I have an operational vision of about 6 to 8 inches. I can see good enough to move around in a couple feet, but after that, it's mostly blurry shapes. Through the use of visual aids and larger screens, I've been professionally repairing Macintosh computers for over a quarter of a century.
I think the issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these points, we're just going to keep...
Wait, sorry, hold on. I need to watch this. Okay. October 14th, 2020. I think this was when reporters went to his store, because I think October 14th, I think, was when the article was posted.
The issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these points, we're just going to keep showing up here, and this is going to continue. And all we want to know is just the order of things, how they happened, so that we can get it right. And until then, you're going to continue to face these questions.
Aren't going to portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want to give us that information. I'm just, I will try to write this as straight as possible. This happened, this happened, this happened.
All of us, yeah.
All of us, yeah.
I appreciate it.
On October 14th, 2020, reporters ambushed me in my Wilmington repair shop, demanding that I confirm that it was really the client that had dropped off the laptop for service. I was concerned that if I had told them I was 100% sure that the client was who he said he was, that they would ultimately see my cane or use my visual impairment to discredit me. As it would stand, and ultimately the same reporters, without citing my visual impairment, would go on to actually question my ability to identify the client.
Thank you for sharing about your medical condition, you not being able to see potentially ever walked in here.
It was him.
The client came into my shop April 12th, 2019. I'd never seen the client before, nor have I paid enough attention to the client to recognize him. But when checking him in, he provided a first name, a last name, an email address, and a phone number. The client did seem surprised that I didn't recognize him during the check-in process, but I made a further connection when I noticed that one of the 3 MacBook Pros had a sticker that represented the client's deceased brother's foundation. And after checking in the machine and performing the data recovery, I am 100% sure that the person in those videos, photos, and other data that I was hired to retain and performing the data recovery, I am 100% sure that the person in those videos
recovered about 300 gigabytes of data. April 13th, 2019. Okay. It's good to have these down. April 13th, 2019.
Photos and other data that I was hired to recover is the same person that came into my shop and dropped off that machine. The copy of the driver's license signature, the other documents and bank statement signatures all match the signature on the check-in document. With the realization of who he was and what I had seen on that laptop, concern for my safety grew. I can't imagine a family that would be comfortable with that kind of information being in the hands of someone they didn't know, especially if that family is running for president of the United States.
Thank you, and God bless America.
The person in those videos, photos, I noticed that one of the 3 MacBook Pros had a sticker that represented the client's deceased brother's foundation. But after checking in the machine and performing the data recovery, I am 100% sure that the person in those videos, photos, and other data that I was hired to recover is the same person that came into my shop and dropped off that machine. The copy of the driver's license signature, the other documents and bank statement signatures all match the signature on the check-in document. With the realization of who he was and what I had seen on that laptop, concern for my safety grew. I can't imagine a family that would be comfortable with that kind of information being in the hands of someone they didn't know.
Like a guy who believes in the deep state. Okay, what do they say in here? Let me use the rest of my break. 1 sec. Oh. Wait, hold on. Sorry, hold on. Bop, bop, bop. Okay.
Oh, wow. Yeah, nice to meet you. Yeah. My name
The audio for all this is so fucking bad.
is John Paul. John Paul, okay. My pleasure. Have a good day.
You rescued him for 5 minutes there. I think you rescued him for 5 minutes. You did a good thing.
There you go. Okay, so now you can go back to your solitude, sir. Nice meeting you, John. Cheers.
Hey, I get to go to solitude. See you guys later.
John Paul, so what everyone wants to know, and I think is like the definitive question, is who'll reach out.
Is this new footage? No, it's just stuff nobody's ever really dug into this before. The only reason I want to do a deep thing on this now is because I've actually lost faith in literally anybody to do any real like homework, reading anything. So now I feel like maybe there is like a huge story here and there's just been nobody that's actually like tied it all together or done anything. So fuck it, I don't care. I'll fucking do a week on this.
To go first on Giuliani. I think that's the answer we need to have, or there to be some clarity on this.
Call from A0 service.
There's a whole bunch that happened in the middle.
Oh my fucking God.
I don't feel comfortable about talking about it because I'm still concerned. You know, it's. I'm sorry, guys.
When you say a whole bunch, was it a bunch pertaining to federal investigators or a whole bunch that pertain to other actors?
It's literally the worst fucking. It's the worst recording of all time. Fuck me, I don't care. There's a few journalists that wanted to interview him after everything happened. Yeah.
Well done to everyone.
You know what I mean, though? Was all this stuff happening there?
If we all agree to off the record, so I can find out if I can just ask you if I'm allowed to talk about this. Can we do that?
No.
Shit.
You can go call
So are
the
you
lawyer
saying-
and ask him, and then come back and talk to us.
So do you know how, did you send the copy to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer? Do you know how the copy of the hard drive got to his lawyer? No comment?
And why this is important is because the Rudy Giuliani connection to the impeachment inquiry last year going after Joe Biden, and now we're a couple weeks before the election, and so that's the sticking point right there.
Do you think this was a kind of known secret among Trump circles that even before you gave this to Giuliani, that this was out there, that there was this hard drive with potentially incriminating things?
I saw stuff that made me uncomfortable, and I felt afraid and fearful of repercussions, fearful of, all due respect again to your professions, this kind of stuff, and I wanted it to go away.
Have you heard from any of the Bidens, basically from the time that you received that laptop till today?
Did you call the FBI from the store or your cell phone?
What?
From your house?
Then they approached me.
The FBI,
The
how did the
FBI
FBI
approached you?
How would they know about it?
That's what I thought. See, that's what we were talking about earlier. You did something. You made some action that tipped the FBI off. And I don't think we've gotten clarity on that. Or maybe you didn't. Maybe Hunter Biden told the FBI, which I doubt.
So far, we're going to run something like I hope you guys think I'm just waiting for this for me to say no comment.
Well, I'm also confused because you told me that you did reach out to the FBI and that they didn't really do much with it. So was it that they came to you or that you went to them?
I was afraid. I reached out to some people that I trusted that could possibly get me in contact with the FBI that I could trust.
So for this, the people he trusted was his dad, who was a colonel in the Army or Air Force, and then his dad went to an FBI field office somewhere, and then a few weeks later, the FBI came out and talked to him, is what happened, according to what he said.
And then they showed up.
Was this over the internet that you reached out to these people?
No.
These were friends. You know these people for a long time?
Yes.
About how long?
Like law enforcement or civilians?
And are they Republicans, or are they anything to do with politics?
No.
They're just
no comment.
Just friends of years.
Imagine the absolute Kino if there's like an uncovered video that we find, and this guy's like on the phone with Hunter Biden screaming at him, and he's like, Hunter, you're gonna destroy your fucking life going after these BPD women and recording homemade pornography and putting on your fucking laptop. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Multiple years.
People I trust.
Less than 10 years?
And so this was last winter, fall, and then they subpoenaed you on December 9th, according to you.
And you, oh, sorry.
I think the issue for us is that the longer we don't understand these points, we're just going to keep showing up here and this is going to continue. And all we want to know is just the order of things, how they happened, so that we can get it right. And until then, you're going to continue to base these questions.
I still have an interest in protecting the people I care about. And because of that, I don't feel comfortable about talking about the pathway that led to the FBI show.
Have you had any communications with Trump campaign officials, Republican officials, political operatives of any kind about this?
And what I don't understand is if Hunter Biden never came back, and you have his paperwork that says Hunter Biden on it, the Bidens are all over this town, and everyone kind of knows them. So, did you not try to reach out to anyone who may have known the guy who's running for president? Say your son's laptop is here?
That's generally not standard operating procedure. Customer gives us multiple points of contact, and when the repair is complete, we make every effort to reach out to the customer.
Call from SLOP service.
We either recycle it or we replicate it with the parts that we used. If it's repaired on required parts, we take the parts back out. So we can use them in another thing, and then dispose of the machine.
And thank you for sharing about your medical condition, you not being able to see potentially whoever walked in here. But there's a part of the story that says that there was a Beau Biden Foundation sticker on the laptop. And so you saw that?
Yeah, it was on the cover of the Apple logo.
Okay. So it's that and the form that you think you believe and are certain that it was Hunter Biden's laptop.
And the stuff I saw.
What other information on the laptop that leads you to believe it was Hunter's?
Personal information.
Is there any thought in your mind that this might not have been Hunter's and might have been somebody trying to set Hunter up?
No.
Okay.
Did you ever review the contents of the hard drive, or did you just copy it and send it?
The paperwork says I checked in the machine to do a data recovery from a liquid damaged computer.
So you would have seen some contents of the hard
I
drive.
would have been responsible for dragging and dropping all the content.
All of the contents.
It was a mess.
And even though you couldn't see Hunter Biden, supposedly, who was here in this office.
No, I wouldn't recognize him in a lineup. You know, I mean, it's like, obviously there's three masks on faces, which just screws me up 100 times more than now than it did a year ago. But, you know,
And sorry to keep asking about this, but you just said you would have recognized him in a lineup.
I would not.
But you would not have recognized him in a lineup.
But,
okay.
Did you ever see Hunter Biden before?
This is what I don't really believe, IC2. How is anyone able to reconcile the fact that he can't see for that one particular customer but can immediately work, etc., on the laptop while the guy is standing there and he never seems to wear glasses? Is this motherfucker popping out contact lenses randomly for fun? I've never in my life known anybody who has severe vision problems who doesn't basically always, even in the house, they usually wear their glasses. That it'll be like exclusively for sleeping or showering, they'll take them off. The idea that this guy is like legally blind, 2400 vision in the office and he doesn't wear any corrective lenses while the only employee there, and that somebody could walk in and then he has like a huge monitor to analyze the contents of a drive, but he can't even see the I don't buy any of that. I'm sorry. That's wild to me. I think that's crazy.
No, I really wasn't paying that close of attention up until last summer.
Did you say, I mean, I had asked if you had known him growing up. Are you from Delaware?
No. Well, I'm a military brat.
Okay.
And was stationed all over, but then escaped slow lower Delaware in the 90s.
So you're in the Air Force, or your parents were in the Air Force.
So when did you realize that it was Hunter Biden's laptop? I'm just confused about this, because it was not when you walked in.
When he paused and said, Biden, I feel like I was expected to know who he was.
Really? Tell us more about that interaction.
Oh, he's on the paperwork, so I guess he can. I asked him for his name, because the standard procedure is, I'm like, let me get you checked into the system. First name, Hunter. Last name, and then there was a long pause, and then it was Biden. And I'm like, oh. And then I kept working. I have tons of, well, not tons. I have a handful of famous people that come in here, but I either don't recognize them or I don't know who Sabrina the
So where did the leaks come from then? Well, so we'll get into that, but there's a crazy website that has just a whole bunch of information that I never deep dove into before. I just kind of like skimmed it. But like supposedly there is really strong or maybe even dispositive evidence that Hunter Biden's iCloud account was hacked around this time. So the idea would be that I don't even know how they got this information. I don't know where this comes from, but I never read this. I never read this in detail. But the idea would be, I have a laptop, and I want to put a whole bunch of bad shit about you on the laptop. If I could gain access to your iCloud account, what I could do is I could create an account on the laptop, I could link it to your iCloud account, and I could just sync everything, and then I could just hand the laptop to somebody and say, hey, a blind dude maybe, I'm Hunter Biden, and then walk away, and now you have a laptop that, if assuming the drive's not encrypted and you have the password or there is no password to get in, now you just have all of those iCloud files that are synced to that laptop right there in front of you. Because, yeah, that would be the way that you would do the transfer. But I haven't done like a deep dive into this stuff before. I've just seen this website because I don't know where how they got this information. But like this shows that supposedly that Hunter Biden's laptop, the iCloud account was compromised. There were other people logging into it. Yeah. So I would have to check. But like I said, I've just never deep dove into all of this before. I want to click a check, plenty of function. Yeah, I haven't like deep dove into this before. But if there was a hack around the time that this laptop was dropped off, then conceivably, it's just, yeah, all of the iCloud materials were loaded onto the laptop, handed over to somebody, and then that guy quote unquote leaked it. Like this guy might not even be maybe a bad actor at all. He's just like a schizo deep state guy, maybe. But I don't know. Yeah.
The older sister.
But I don't know. I didn't watch the show. And do you remember, did he say why he was dropping off his laptop here in Delaware? Because we have reason to believe that he was not living here at that time.
Customer came in with three products, three liquid damage MacBook Pros. One was a complete write-off, and I diagnosed that at the counter. It's a 2016 or newer model where you can't do a data recovery if there's substantial liquid damage to the logic board. It's Apple solders the drives to the logic board and makes it impossible. The machine can't do it. There's just no way to take off. This machine was a write-off. So I handed that back down. The second machine had just a keyboard issue. It was preventing him from typing in some of the keys were responsible also for liquid damage. So I gave him a keyboard.
I don't know what, when we say the drive was soldered to the board, is this something where like if you were to remove the drive from the board, could you just reconnect the, where the pins are soldered or whatever, could you just reconnect that to another board and access the drive? Is that a trivial thing to do? When I say trivial, I mean for like for an advanced repair shop, or is this for some reason is this impossible? Fuck, this would be a good Louis Rossman question. Louis. Why the fuck am I? Okay, I don't care. What year did they say? I believe it was a 2017 MacBook.
He said, come back in, bring back the keyboard. So more of this. The other machine, I needed to disable some hardware inside of it that was
I cleared the audio with AI.
Barker, by the way. Yeah, my name's John Paul. John Paul.
11:52.
Damaged and corroded that was causing it not to boot. So that required it being disassembled. This kind of question, preventing him from typing in some of the keys weren't responded. Also a little damage. So I gave him a keyboard. He said, "Can you come back in? Bring back the keyboard so you can borrow this." So I guess it still is your keyboard. The other machine, I needed to disable some hardware inside of it that was liquid damaged and corroded that was causing it not to boot. So that required it being disassembled, turning it on, getting the computer up by network, and then manually transferring the data to the store server. And that's what we agreed on was the initial check-in for there.
What model was that one?
Like how, like there's no way he's doing all this and can see this and has the tools to see all this, but he can't see who the guy dropping it off is.
2016, I believe.
And so it's the third computer that you found.
The third computer was the only computer that I checked with.
So you didn't see the contents of either of the two, not the keyboard damaged one, obviously not the one that was on the one that was totally damaged. You just looked at it and said, "I can't do anything with this." Yeah, back then, or
it was a write-off. I just handed it back to him.
Okay.
I'm not going to check something in when I know that there's no hope for it.
What kind of liquid was it? Do you know?
I lack the facility, but that's fine.
And do you remember if he said like?
And we don't think about in the tech world. We just don't think about whatever.
Definitely.
Yeah, we just.
Do you remember if he said if it fell on a lake or did he knock from water?
If he is only nearsighted, he said he can see like 3 feet. If Hunter never got in his face, or he didn't have the glasses then, does he... Wait, so what? So the guy dropped it off at the end of the counter, and then when this guy went to pick up the laptops, he ran back, and they traded... Like, no, come on. No.
I typically don't ask those kind of questions. Nobody wants to go into detail how they screwed up their $70
And so I'm just a little confused because why would Hunter Biden have 3 computers that were all broken? He's not like a computer salesman.
Rich?
Yeah, so many laptops. I hear my 3 MacBooks, please.
I guess. Maybe probably.
That he's rich?
Was it a mechanical hard drive or solid state hard drive?
All these products have solid state.
They're solid state drives.
Okay.
Have you ever in the past seen content on a device you're repairing and contacted authorities?
Absolutely. When I worked at Apple, oh shit, should I talk about it? I was a lead genius at the Aspen Grove Apple store many years ago, and one of my techs, a customer brought in a computer that had crashed, and if you own a Mac, sometimes when you turn them off instantly and you turn them back on, whatever you had open would open up, back up automatically. So pretty much what you were doing at the time of death would show up. And that happened to have child pornography on it. So I was alerted. I locked the Genius door.
Holy shit, it's Doobie.
I called Littleton Police Department and they came to the confiscating mission.
So did you call the Wilmington Police Department this time?
Yeah. Because I did not see child pornography.
Did you see anything illegal, potentially illegal? Or what you thought to be illegal, which is why you contacted somebody about this?
I thought that if people knew what I knew, then my life would be in danger.
If people knew what you knew, the people as in, again, the Bidens are you talking about? I mean, because now people do know what you know.
There's a whole lot of players on this. Like,
the Ukrainians? Is that what you're talking about?
Dino service.
I mean, don't put that in there. Guy's got a hit squad. And I don't
That's what you're afraid of.
I don't even do. Oh, I'm afraid of somebody wanting to not make sure that I don't extort them for money or that I don't do, things with their computer. They would silence people too. So I was afraid for the owner. I was afraid for the people that are involved on the content of it. And I just wanted it out of my shop.
So you're afraid for Hunter Biden, not of the Biden family?
I was,
You're afraid of Hunter Biden?
Not Hunter.
or the Biden family.
Yeah, just the lengths that people will go to in this political climate to keep things a secret.
And you're afraid of the Ukrainians?
A little bit. They're not. Some of them are very nice people.
Okay.
So that brings me back to my question about why did you re-up it to Rudy Giuliani? If this all went away, because the FBI didn't do anything, and Joe Biden did not come after you.
Yet.
You genuinely think Joe Biden is putting your life in danger?
People that work for him, sure.
Do you think if Joe Biden were to be elected president, your life would be in danger? More so than it is now.
Probably about the same, but probably a little bit more. I don't know.
It seems like if there's
Is there a way to
risk
2x this
that
or no?
might
On
exist, it would have grown. It would have gotten worse in September after you had transferred the information to Rudy Giuliani's attorney. Like, if you're concerned before that, I just don't understand why you would put yourself out there farther and give this information to somebody who had actively been working to somebody who we all would assume if I was going to give information to Giuliani that's potentially damaging the hunter, that's going to see the light of day. So why would you do that if you're trying to keep it no problem?
I really don't want to acknowledge what you said, but I don't want to say no comment anymore because it's getting exhausting. I don't know this.
I think you should just tell the truth because
I am telling the truth.
I know you're telling the truth, and you've been very helpful for us because we framed you before this too. But I guess that is what we care about, right? We can all agree, Giuliani, and that is because it's part of the election. And it seems like you said you were scared because you had bad photographs of Hunter Biden, but the story now is they're blowing it up to be about Ukraine, and so you kind of re-upped the political angle of this, and so that's why people want to know. And it's totally fine if Rudy Giuliani reached out to you, if that's the truth, or if you reached out to him. We just kind of want to know what happened.
Like, why, if he doesn't really want to talk about this, why is he even giving an interview? I don't understand.
I can't talk about it.
Like, why
I don't
not
want to talk about the timeline. I don't want to talk about who reached out to who first. And I mean, it's
maybe this is a better way to talk about it. And do you think the public needed to know this information about Joe Biden's meeting with the head of Burisma? Did you personally think, this is compelling information the public should know before they vote for or against this guy?
No, it wasn't about voting. It wasn't about the election, to be honest.
Okay.
I thought everything was fine until the impeachment.
Until the impeachment. The impeachment hearings were before the FBI.
No, the FBI picked up December 9th.
Right, the hearings were in November. And then the actual impeachment happened later.
The impeachment process
was after.
Right.
Was after. And
but the hearings, those big hearings in the House.
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
Right,
a lot of them were.
I think it was later.
I remember I was on a trip and I was listening to it, and that trip was in November. Anyway, go ahead.
So I don't know.
When you were going through this laptop, I mean, a lot of the content was from emails. Were these emails separately saved to a file or to the desktop?
Oh my God. A reporter who knows anything about computers asking an important and relevant question. What a great question. Did we listen to all of this before? This is a great question.
Or were they just part of an inbox? Like, how did you find those emails?
No comment.
But it's
Did
pretty
you even
important.
see the emails? Because once again, it's just such an innocuous email. If I have 100,000 emails in my system right now, did you even see the email? Because I think that's important to know too.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. No comment.
Did you at any time post this information or reach out on internet message boards, 4chan, 8chan, anything over Tor or the dark web, or in any ways inform a group of people about the existence of this laptop?
No.
No.
Just those people you trusted, he said. Just the people that I thought could help me and reach out to the FBI in a manner that would attract FBI agents that weren't local, because I had a fear of repercussions. And was this people? How many people are we talking about that you reached out to? It's couple one. Just one. You had a friend or an acquaintance. Yeah. Was he a friend or she? Sorry. Okay. I trust them, and I knew that they would
dad here,
help me out, and they are better at this political spy press thing than I am. So therefore, I was like, again, wanting not to deal with anything, but I wanted it to get out of the store, and I wanted to do it safely. So I figured put somebody that can vet who they're talking to and get a good vibe about them, and then before they pass them over to me.
I'm sorry, did you repeat that? Did you say they're better at the political spy press?
Well, like, this, okay, so this, like, I'm not good at talking to the press. I've never really done it.
Right.
I'm not good at politics or figuring out what I can and can't say in the world of political things. And then going to the FBI using other people, that kind of feels like covert spy shit. So, you know, that's why I said spy, whatever.
What office of the FBI came if it wasn't Wilmington? Like, if it wasn't in this area?
I believe it was Baltimore with the Wilmington. They have a Wilmington office. It's like the whole same thing.
And so you never heard from the FBI after December?
No, they checked up on me. Can I tell this part?
Yeah.
Can I tell this part?
They needed help accessing his drive.
So you had repaired it, about?
No, I disabled the part that wasn't working, and then so moving forward, they hooked up a USB mouse and keyboard, and they should be able to boot and access the drive.
Right.
So they called me and then asked me if I could give them assistance over the phone on how to do that.
They didn't have their own tech people that could do that?
That was a head.
Are you sure you gave this to the FBI?
I mean,
First, I mean, it's in the FBI possession now, but did you check their credentials when they came in?
Yeah.
Are you certain they're FBI agents?
Again, I didn't get the monocle out to look at the badge or anything, but I trusted them. And plus, when you've never been issued a subpoena in your life and somebody rolls up on your beach with a subpoena, you kind of freeze and do what they're told.
So the person who put you in touch with the FBI, this is a person that you trust, that you've known. Is this a person that you love?
Oh, she's so good. Who is this lady?
Care about her.
Damn, she's locked the fuck in. Who was this journalist? I wonder who she was writing for.
Romantically involved with at any point?
No, I only date everyone. I'm not going to say that either. So. Get in trouble.
As I saw you're friends with him.
Kevin
Malloy?
Oh,
I'm friends.
No, Kevin, actually he sold the house for Mary that I bought, so it was like my real estate. And he used to sell his art out of the houses, which I always got. No, I like nice guy, but no affiliation or responsibility or any link to this whatsoever.
Does this person live in Delaware?
No.
John Paul. So I'm just a little confused about how you saw all this information if you weren't actively looking for it, because does each image pop up on the screen when it's transmitted over and each email, or
kid had a messy desktop?
So these photos were on his desktop.
There's about 1 million things on the desktop.
So a lot of people, you could hear our kind of skepticism, I think. And a lot of people are going to read this, and this is why we're trying to do clarity, because people are going to read this and say, this is ambiguous, we don't know this. They're going to think the worst. They're going to think this guy is intentionally, and the thing is, if you are doing this politically, that's fine. We live in a political world. But people who are Biden supporters are going to say, this guy surreptitiously went behind Hunter Biden's back to ensure that Donald Trump wins re-election. And they're going to think that because, and maybe it's true, But if it's not true, the ambiguous answers you give us aren't going to portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want
And there's a part 2.
portray what your true motivation was. And I'm just warning, like, I understand that's what your stance is now. You don't want to give us that information. I will try to write this as straight as possible. All of us. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
And with that, there's no comment. People are going to read it ambiguous. This guy is secretly working with Giuliani. I just want you
That's
to know.
the point that they care about.
Yes. Exactly.
Giuliani.
Yeah, just so you know that. That's how it's...
And that's fine.
The facts with the ambiguity is going to be perceived that way.
Did you share anything in addition to the hard drives, the information from the hard drives with anyone, such as any closed camera, closed circuit video footage to prove that it was Hunter Biden who walked in or anything of that nature?
This is interesting. Like, what? Yeah, I don't remember what the answer was when we looked this up last time. Where the fuck was the? Is there any security camera footage?
No, the cameras are only really meant to be a deterrent for theft, and then if something does get accidentally taken, I usually review it within 24 hours to see what happened and then address it as it comes. So the drive that's in there is only like a terabyte, so it only holds like 2 months.
And I just want to expand a little bit more on why we want to know about the Rudy Giuliani connection, because there are questions if this is just completely...
Address it as it comes. Taken. The cameras are only really meant to...
circuit video footage to prove that it was Hunter Biden who walked in or anything of that nature?
No, the cameras are only really meant to be a deterrent for theft, and then if something does get accidentally taken, I usually review it within 24 hours to see what happened and then address it as it comes. So
be a deterrent for theft. Okay, so they would see the people coming in, no?
Drive that's in there is only like a terabyte, so it only holds like 2 months.
And I just want to expand a little bit.
It holds 2 months of data, but you were prodding around that laptop. You knew who it was before the 90 days expired, no?
More why we want to know about the Rudy Giuliani connection, because there are questions if this is just completely made up, maybe from hacking from the Russian GRU of Burisma, because that was hacked last year. At the
they
could just say, no, we didn't find any wrongdoing there that was specific, because...
which then the last...
Or since you gave the information to Giuliani,
there were the tech support phone calls to get them set up.
Wait, fuck, this isn't... Hold on.
Portray what your true...
10:20. We were at 21 minutes, part 3. Hold on.
You're scared for your safety. Why would you go to Rudy Giuliani?
That's
the New York Post.
No, I don't feel anything about that.
You don't have any animus towards Brian Costello.
Picture. You need to give it to Giuliani.
Beginning of September.
Wait, I don't think you're caught up to our yet. That's fine. Okay, sorry.
The end of last up, maybe from hacking from the Russian GRU of Burisma, because that was hacked last year, at the end of last year, around the same time. So if you gave the laptop or hard drive directly to Rudy Giuliani and you said, this is everything on it, I mean, that kind of takes out some of that narrative that these are completely made up emails, and the Joe Biden campaign is saying that the meeting never happened. So therefore, there's going to be questions about the email, if it's true or not.
I don't know how to respond to that.
Do you remember seeing that email on his laptop while you were going?
When I was transferring data, there was a lot of things that I saw on the laptop that were very specific to him and his fields.
And
which raised concerns, and that's why I approached the FBI.
Right, and specific to a meeting between Joe Biden and that agreement. Just because, like you said, you can say that would help. Veer the conversation away from this is all fabricated, maybe.
Well, I mean, it's. I wish it was fabricated. I wish he had paid his $85 bill and picked it up. Given this way.
I guess I'm just confused on the timeline. So when you initially looked at this laptop, you had already heard about the allegations of corruption and improper, use of Joe Biden's title. You already were aware of all those allegations when you saw these emails, and that's why it stood out, and that's why you reached out?
Yeah, that's about accurate.
Okay.
Do you think that person, that friend of yours, who linked you with the FBI in any way double-crossed you for shit? No. They worked in good faith in your interest?
Are you still in touch with them?
No comment.
No comment.
Well,
are they okay?
No comment. Okay.
Okay.
I haven't talked to anybody today.
Okay. But recently?
If you're afraid for your safety, why did you open up your store today instead of just keeping the door locked? So you wouldn't
get promises to my customers. And trust me, I want to get out of here right now.
So do we. But the Rudy Giuliani point, and I'm sorry to just keep harking on this and you, but you've now, since we first walked in at 11 o'clock, you've almost answered all of our questions, which we're very grateful for, besides the Rudy Giuliani point. And Rudy Giuliani is deemed by many people to be a shady character who does not play straight for information. And so we need to know if you reached out to him or if they reached out to you. That will indicate to people that you are working with Rudy Giuliani for this.
Yep.
That is how that
was.
Right now, I'm probably screwed any which way, so it doesn't really matter. I mean,
The only thing
does matter.
Yeah, the only thing, there's so much misinformation out there, so much bad faith acting. Like and I'm not just saying this. I mean, I want the information, but also like it's always refreshing the few times you get somebody who's actually speaking just frankly and
he's
saying,
being very
I did
honest.
this, you have been honest.
And
Like,
also
I did
just-
this for this reason.
The stakes are incredibly high. I mean, this is not just your lives; these are the lives of arguably the whole country and possibly the balance of power in the world. We're talking about the presidency. We're talking about the leader of the free world. We're talking about implications for an election that is 20-something days away. And hedging on this question, it could impact the safety of a lot more people than just the people you care about.
No comment. Because that's not what is important. What's important is that, you guys do this to everyday people all the
No,
time.
this is a big story.
It's a tough job.
What's the important part?
I don't know how much to do it. I'm worried.
That makes it seem like you're worried about Rudy Giuliani. And that,
No, I'm worried about saying the wrong things and getting in more trouble than I already am. I'm worried about my safety, salvaging what I can out of my business.
Why do you think you're in trouble? Like, what trouble are you in?
There's
I mean,
again, all due respect to your profession, there's like a million press people have been beating the hell out of me today, and it's like,
I mean, presumably everybody knew that. You gave this to the FBI. Somehow it got to Rudy.
They told me
Giuliani.
that nothing ever happens to people that don't talk.
Nothing ever happens to people who don't talk.
Who told you that?
The FBI, and that made me scared, because that's not something I would expect the law highest branch of. I don't think it was more along the lines of, in our experiences when stuff like this happens, nothing ever bad happens to people that keep quiet.
you're now alleging that there's an FBI cover-up.
That's what you had indicated earlier, too.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it, kind of. No shit, no comment. It's too late. It just feels a little odd, don't you think?
I think on that, if that's what you believe, you need to give us more.
That's
can
one
you
reason
give us
why I'm
the
afraid.
name of the FBI agent. You said they came from the Baltimore
Yeah, we
office?
can go ask them.
Or Philadelphia.
We can do this to them.
Yeah.
Well, again, everybody's got a job to do, and I'm not trying to make anybody get in trouble.
So who was it? What was the name of the agent?
Is it on the subpoena?
So I tried to get this subpoena. It's not, the full subpoena is not on the Nimmer Post site.
I don't feel comfortable about doing that because, I know if I don't want to talk to the FBI again because they're probably not going to be very thrilled to talk to me, and I don't want to be put in that situation.
Why would you be thrilled?
Well, thank you for the five gifted subs in Kick Chat.
You didn't feel like the FBI was handling it or on top of it. Then did you reach out to Giuliani?
No comment. Sorry. Guys are nice people. Sure, I can't get you guys in water.
No, we're good.
How many
It's not
different
for Russia.
how many FBI agents have you had contact with, either in person or via email or phone? Is it just those two? You said two agents who came here that day, one from Baltimore and one from Wilmington.
I'm not sure where they were from.
Are you not sure where they were from?
Because I know Baltimore branch has a Wilmington office.
And you were sure they were FBI, not prosecutors from the district, the U.S.
Pretty sure, because the one, in all the email correspondence is a special agent.
Can we see that?
Yeah.
Special agent. Special agent.
I don't know, I'm scared. The FBI you don't want to mess with, because
But you went to the FBI.
I thought I was following the chain of command.
The only way if the FBI is up to any wrongdoing, then you coming clean right now and telling the truth would actually help you. Great point.
Or make me a target.
I mean, they already know that you are in the news. They already know that you're the name of your shop.
And they don't know what I'm saying, because I'm trying to say no comment.
Right, but if they feel like you've left something out and there's a reason to silence you, essentially, if you don't speak on it now, you're at more risk than if it was already out. The public knew your version of the story, and it would look very, very suspect if something happened to you after that.
And very bad for the FBI.
It's a chance I take, right?
I don't know if people are going to believe that easily, though. I mean, I know it's scary, but because it just seems like they could just say, no, we didn't find any wrongdoing there that was specific. Because what do you want them to do? Arrest Hunter Biden, or I just don't know what the goal was. What they didn't do right.
And the FBI didn't leak this information. Like, the source of the story was not the FBI, as far as I know. The source of the story was Giuliani. So,
yeah,
like, you gave this information to the FBI. Presumably, I mean, if we're being gracious, and when they looked at it, they said, "There's nothing there." That's it.
If that's the case, then.
So other than just like a niche, a notch on the timeline, why is the FBI even relevant to this? If this was, ultimately sparked this story because of Giuliani, and you giving him the information in September.
Yeah, actually, that is true. Why even turn this into the FBI? What the fuck? Like, it's not like he saw a crime being committed or anything. So that is, I don't even think of that.
I guess has the FBI contacted you in the last month?
No. The last
Or since you gave the information to Giuliani?
There were the tech support phone calls to get them set up, which then again raised some flags. Like, why is this?
You said calls. The first time you said it was one call. Now you're
Well, I
saying
called
it's multiple
shortly
calls?
after, and then called the next day. They needed some other advice.
What was the other advice they needed the next day?
What type of cable to buy?
Cable for what?
Powering.
For power?
Yeah.
But they're the FBI. They don't know how to do that.
Scratch my head.
Yeah,
Again, there was that. There's.
So since you gave the laptop and the the external hard drive to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer? You haven't heard from anybody.
No comment.
The laptop or the hard drive?
That's just what the story hinges on. Because people want to know because it questions your integrity and honesty. Even though we all think you've been very honest for the past 2 hours or so, you're not going to answer that question. And they think you are working with Rudy Giuliani to go against Joe Biden because you voted for Donald Trump in 2016.
I'm probably not going to have any integrity by the end of the day anyway. So I'm pretty much at the point where I don't care. What people think.
If you are a political operative, that's okay.
I'm not a political operative.
Okay.
I am just a guy that just had something that I wanted out of this shop. And
why didn't you throw it away?
Yeah, why not just...
Because that didn't seem like the right thing to do.
What?
You might have been taken advantage of by a political operative. Does that cross your mind?
Yeah. And that's why I was very careful and I'll try to be very careful up until the end. But
did it feel wrong giving some information from someone else's hard drive if they weren't doing, if there was nothing legally wrong, like child pornography was? Does it feel wrong to give that information to somebody else? Have you ever done that before in a case that wasn't child pornography or some other legal situation?
I still want to respond to that, but I don't think I should.
Why didn't you save the security footage?
Because it's just the customer.
Because what?
But it wasn't just, when he brought in and you saw the data and the contents of it, it triggered you to realize that this was a big deal.
I wasn't triggered until later.
Until 60 days after? So between 60 and 90 days? Because he said he started prodding before 90 days.
Still past the 2 months mark of the servers?
Yeah, it was middle of the summer. This was when I started to get concerned, and because you see stuff in the papers and the news and online, and you're like, I recognize that name. I recognize that name.
And you're like, holy shit, I got this guy's laptop, and you just start scrolling through to see if anything's on there? Or?
No comment.
And was that this summer or last summer?
Last summer.
2009.
Are there any other copies?
Not that I know of.
So you only created that one copy of the hard drive?
There was a copy that I created at one point in time as a safety precaution, for fear that if something bad happened to me, then I gave a drive to somebody that would hopefully leverage it to get me out of whatever trouble or hole I've been placed in.
Is that the same person who you contacted before, who you were saying is a close friend of yours? That's the same person. So that person also has a copy?
Not anymore.
Has any other part of the Biden family ever dropped off equipment here?
Not that I know of.
Is there any other equipment that you have that has aroused your suspicion about with regards to kind of somewhat political aspect?
So you obviously have a favorable opinion of Rudy Giuliani.
Why do you say that?
Because a lot of people don't, and if they were accused of working with Rudy Giuliani, they would say, no, I hate that guy.
I don't like hate.
I don't like that guy.
I'm not that type.
He doesn't tell the truth.
I'm not built that way. When you're afraid and you don't know anything about the depth of the waters that you're in, you want to find a lifeguard. Oh shit.
Rudy Giuliani was a lifeguard.
Oh, man. No comment. No.
I don't know. I think you just need to confirm to us that you reached out to Brian Costello, or Brian Costello, the lawyer for Rudy Giuliani, reached out to you. It needs to be one or the other.
Does it have to be?
Yes.
Why?
Because that's the truth, and you've been so honest, and I think...
But if I say no comment, it's like...
No.
I'm still not making...
No, that's an answer.
I mean, you just said you sought out a lifeguard.
Yeah.
Well,
I
sought out a lifeguard with my friend that knows more about this stuff than I do, and I sought out help from a plethora of people, and you'd be surprised how nobody wants to talk to you.
And so when you were at the end of the line, you said, all right, I'm going to talk to Rudy Giuliani's lawyer. No one else will help me. I'm going to get them to help me.
No comment.
Well, it sounds like you just said you sought out help from several people, and so there was an intermediary between you, someone, and Rudy Giuliani team.
No comment on that part, but I made... Oh, shit.
I mean, you're exactly right. A lifeguard.
I needed help. I thought the FBI was going to help me, and then I got the overwhelming sense that they weren't going to help me, and I needed to do something else.
Help you to do what?
Keep me safe.
So after you had given this information to the FBI...
honest about what they were doing?
You're talking about the Bidens being honest about it?
No, the FBI.
So the FBI got this information, presumably didn't do anything with it, or still is conducting an investigation. You still felt unsafe months after that. I don't understand why you felt unsafe.
One of the agents called me up like 3 weeks later, or less than 3 weeks later, just to see if anybody has come in looking for it yet. Because if they do, give us a call, stall them for a day, and we'll be back in with it.
And did they indicate that that would be the Bidens or the Giuliani?
Fine. Anybody representing Hunter would come looking for it, let us know, and we'll get it back in your hands. Stall them for a day. Don't email us, only text.
But in this, the way that you're thinking about it, you would say you're kind of alleging that the FBI is protecting Biden,
No, I'm not alleging that at
protecting
all.
by him, but then you're also saying they're going to try to go after him because you need to stall him. You're like working in cahoots with them.
What? I missed that last one.
You're like working in cahoots with the FBI by saying stall them, answering the phones, things like that.
Well, they're asking me to, if somebody comes looking for this, that I need to kind of tell them about, it's in our recycling facility, and let me go take a look and I'll dig it out and I'll give you a call tomorrow.
There's
And
not a
I
part 3 to this, right? This is the only
instructed to text
other part.
one of the agents and then say, bring it back.
Text on any sort of messenger in particular?
Just regular text.
And so then why did you go, or you, or the intermediary that you have between you and Rudy Giuliani's team, if you're scared for your safety, why would you go to Rudy Giuliani, who's a private citizen? Is it because of his connection to President Trump? Or why was he the beacon of hope for you?
No comment.
You obviously went for some reason. And I don't understand why you can allege wrongdoing of the FBI and not of Rudy Giuliani. You're like really standing by him.
Well, I'm trying to say no comment on order. I mean, if that's the narrative that you want to push, that's fine.
Well, what protection can he provide you?
What?
Rudy Giuliani. What? You were scared, so you go to him, and he protects you how?
Well, I don't think I said that to that extent.
Okay. Well, you're scared somehow.
I've been a little afraid for over a year and a half.
So then
but how does he assuage that fear? How does he protect you? I mean, tell me.
I don't feel comfortable about talking.
And so you feel duped by him because he leaked it to the New York Post.
No, I don't feel anything about that.
You don't have any animus towards Brian Costello, the Rudy Giuliani lawyer who turned on the New York Post to this.
No, I have no opinion on the matter.
Okay.
I mean, I prefer this outcome as opposed to getting shock jogging in the morning, but, it's...
Okay.
So the fear is that if this had not come out, you would be shot to keep it. Somebody in the Biden camp would shoot you so that it would be... Okay, but I mean, what I'm saying is, why would it doesn't make sense, I guess is what I'm saying, because it was already in the FBI's hands. They would have had to have gone after all those FBI agents and knew about it, right? Like, if they took you out of the picture, the hard drive is still there. It's going, presumably there was a launch of some sort of FBI investigation. How would taking you out of the picture protect the Bidens from this information? That doesn't make sense to me.
You want to say perceive me as a threat?
But the FBI had the information, so you can go out.
I knew what was on there.
So did they.
And then they probably knew I had a copy because I was pretty vocal about not wanting to get murdered, so I'm going to have a copy.
So the FBI were vocal about that?
I'm pretty sure they figured it out.
How would they have figured it out?
Because they're the FBI and they're investigators.
But they can't.
So they can't figure out a computer for you?
Is he schizo or just a random dumb Republican or a victim of foreign intelligence? I mean, if you go and look at his Facebook page, somebody earlier said that these are the things that he likes. This is from February of this year, I'm guessing. Select all squares with presidents. Ha ha ha. Happy President Day. May the 4th be with you. Fuck around, find out. Ooh, they're getting Comey. Oh my God, he's making a documentary? A teaser for my upcoming documentary. American Blocked. Fallout from social media's political bias. Ooh. Wait, where is this posted at? Is it an S? No way, is that right? Oh, shit. Oh, 4 years old. Oh, wait. Oh, I'm sorry, this was posted in 2021. Did we ever watch this trailer? I don't remember. Holy shit, what the fuck is this? Intel on the 51 intelligence community members who pinned a letter calling my actions Russian disinformation. Who hired most of them will shock you. Heh. What is this? Outside the DOJ, going to the FBI, November 15th, 2022. What a badass.
Yeah.
That raises my concern about did that computer go to where it was supposed to go.
So what happens, John Paul, when we go to the FBI? We've already gone to the FBI, and they say no comment. But what happens when we go with all these specifics? There's 2 agents from Baltimore or Wilmington, and they say, we have no record of that, we won't, and then it's FBI versus you.
That's fine.
Okay. And you keep bringing up this killing of Seth Rich, the conspiracy theory. That has been thoroughly debunked in the DNC murder and the jogging in the morning.
I was just giving the example of how,
Well, those
Epstein didn't really hang himself. This guy gets shot jogging. That's...
So you think those things are true?
I think
that
not the government as an entire entity, but I think that there's a history in this country of people with political motives doing horrible things.
And so name some examples.
I don't want to be on the receiving end of that. I could Google it, I guess, if you like. But
so you have no problem with Joe Biden's elected president?
Well, as long as he doesn't have a vendetta.
And you?
I mean, I don't care. Like this.
What are people talking about? Congratulations, you won. Justical said you won. Imagine he's trolling. Oh, by the way, he'll never answer this question. Or if he does, he won't answer it honestly. Apparently Dan was going to talk to Justical tonight. Fuck! Cherry deleted her tweet. Fuck it, I'm a screenshot of it. Somebody should ask Justical if he's still in contact with Cherry. She has been tweeting recently 1 trillion %. Because he's been telling her to tweet things to cover him. Because she just tweeted, I think, like an hour ago, nobody has any right to talk about me, blah, 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 blah. And then Jessica was like, well, sorry, it looks like we can't have the debate because I think you're going to bring up Cherry. Which, I'm sorry. Fuck you. You decided to make a public accusation about me, and you went on Justical's stream for months. You still have videos that are published on your YouTube channel. Like, you can't decide to be a massive part of this publicly, and then a year later be like, I don't actually consent to anybody talking about me ever. Fuck you. That's ridiculous. You know who else didn't want people talking about them or digging up their shit or harassing them other family? Probably the Rose Girl, but everybody seemed to cheer that on, so nah.
I don't know. I'm getting exhausted.
Just one more thing. I mean, this story's going to
Steve Jobs used to say that a lot.
Yeah, I know. I understand. So this story's going to come out eventually. At some point, there's going to be the FBI internal sources. Giuliani's going to. It's going to be clear who gave who what. It's going to be clear that Giuliani came to you, or you came to Giuliani, or the FBI did this or didn't do this. Eventually, I mean, usually with these sorts of things, the facts come out. They take a while.
Weren't you saying a couple days ago that you didn't want to bring Cherry up? Yeah, I didn't, but like she's been involving herself more and more to tweet cover for Justical. So fuck her. Sorry.
So, I guess this is my pitch to you to speed that process up.
I don't feel comfortable about speeding anything up right now. I just trying to do the right thing that I felt was right. That was honest, and I tried to go through the proper channels, and I still think I did the right thing.
I mean, you wanted this pushback for Armand. You wanted this information out there. You want people to know. That, so
I didn't necessarily want the entire world to know this. I just wanted it out of my store. I wanted it to be. I wanted some level of safety and security because somebody else, supposedly a high enough branch of the food chain of government, to offer me some level of protection.
But why wasn't that safety and security achieved after you gave it to the FBI? Why did you need to go to Giuliani? Or why did you need to give it to Giuliani after they came to you? Whoever came to you first?
I don't feel comfortable about it.
I'm sorry. Apparently Connor has said also, he said this yesterday too, and he said it again today. Apparently I don't know if he's reporting me or the other family or whatever to the FBI for child porn. Dude, I swear to God, it's got to be like fucking Epstein, fucking some other crazy, like Jared Fogle, and then it's got to be like fucking Destiny for like the child pornography, child rape files. I cannot imagine like the FBI getting a call and it's like, what do you got, Scott? I got a child pornographer. Okay, tell me about him. His name is Stephen Monell. Saying, oh, Jesus fuck. Okay.
Explaining the details that transpired between December 9th and beginning of September.
These poor agents. No wonder they couldn't get back to this guy about his laptop. They were investigating the 450 million fucking child rape reports they were getting about me, I guess. Okay. Damn, this guy.
Thank you for calling the Mac Shop. Unfortunately, we're not available to answer your call at this time, but if you'd like to leave your name, number, and a brief message, we can return your call as soon as possible. Thank you again, and have a great day.
Really looking forward to you guys going to jail for making up this whole Hunter Biden story. You should have covered your tracks a little bit better because, yeah, you're probably going to go to jail. So, that's that.
913 views. Did he ever release this? Or is this his J6 video? Oh my god, do you have another Give Send Go? Is this the same one? Oh no, I think this is the same one. I feel like I remember all the G's.
I am so disappointed by what you did. You had a great reputation, and you just threw that out the window. I will never.
Hi, I just wanted to find out how much they paid you. Does that give everyone else a discount since you clearly made lots of money?
Yeah, it's just funny that the origination from all this Connor drama was just me on stream floating the idea of not allowing people that I'm like close to, of not wanting to be friends, or rather, I don't want to be close to anybody who's having Doobie in their Discord, like talking shit about me for 6 hours a day every day. I didn't even like message Wick or Connor or anybody saying like, this is the new rule, blah. I was just floating the idea on stream. That's what kicked all of it off.
So Cox, a political idiot, lying. That deserves really get your ass fucking blown out like committee, man. You're just stupid. That's just so ignorant. More fake news. Don't love me. You need to go.
Oh. On October 14th, the New York Post ran a story based on content I lawfully acquired from an abandoned laptop left at my shop. Immediately after the story broke, I was bombarded by angry phone calls and emails from people across the country. A common theme throughout those hate-filled messages was the revelation that I was a criminal. How and why were so many people convinced I had broken the law? What action was I accused of performing that would lead people to believe I had committed a crime? You made a post on Reddit. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I did make a big post on Reddit. Wait, fuck. Now I don't remember the timeline. Was this before or after I spoke to anybody, or wasn't this about... No, wait. The Connor post I thought was after we had a huge fight about it, wasn't it? Yeah, the Reddit post was after. Fuck you. It didn't take me very long to figure it out. Oh, shit, there's a conspiracy. Wait, how and why were so many people convinced I had broken the law? What action was I accused of performing that would lead people to believe I had committed a crime?
2 weeks ago, Twitter made the unilateral decision to censor the New York Post in a series of 2 blockbuster articles, both alleging evidence of corruption against Joe Biden. The first concerning Ukraine, the second concerning communist China. And Twitter made the decision, number 1, to prevent any user, from sharing those stories. And number 2, you went even further and blocked the New York Post from sharing on Twitter its own reporting. Why did Twitter make the decision to censor the New York Post?
We had a hack materials policy.
When was that policy adopted?
Holy shit, Luke Skywalker? Wait, is this really what the guy, fuck, what was the name of the owner of Twitter? Is it Bill something? What the fuck was his name?
In 2018, I believe.
In 2018, go ahead. What was the policy?
Jack Dorsey.
So the policy is
that really what he looks like?
Limiting the spread of materials that are hacked. We didn't want Twitter to be a distributor for hack materials. We didn't want Twitter to be a distributor for hack materials. We found that the New York Post, because it showed the direct materials, screenshots of the direct materials, it was unclear how those were attained, that it fell under this policy. Now,
so in your view, if it's unclear the source of a document, in this instance, the New York Post documented what it said the source was, which it said it was a laptop owned by Hunter Biden and had been turned into a repair store. So they weren't hiding what they claimed to be the source. Is it your position that Twitter, when you can't tell the source, blocks press stories?
No, not at all. Our team made a fast decision. The enforcement action, however, of blocking URLs, both in tweets and in DM, in direct messages, we believe was incorrect.
Let me ask you something. You claimed it was because of a hacked materials policy. I find that facially highly dubious and clearly employed in a deeply partial way. Did Twitter block the distribution of the New York Times story a few weeks ago that purported to be based on copies of President Trump's tax returns?
We didn't find that a violation of our terms of service in this policy in particular because it was reporting about the material. It wasn't distributing the material.
Okay, well, that's actually not true. They posted what they purported to be original source materials, and federal law, federal statute makes it a crime, a federal felony, to distribute someone's tax returns against their knowledge. So that material was based on something that was distributed in violation of federal law, and yet Twitter gleefully allowed people to circulate that. But when the article was critical of Joe Biden, Twitter engaged in rampant censorship and silencing.
Wait, what the? This isn't even like a trailer for anything. An excerpt from my upcoming documentary. Or I thought there'd be like video camera footage of him like looking wistfully into the distance, pondering his, I don't know, his life.
And I'll be darned if we aren't right back there again.
Around the world. Fortunately, we've been able to build partnerships across the industry, both with the companies AI.
Who is the FBI spying on? Me? It begs. Oh my God. All right, sorry. Okay, too far off. Okay. Where were we? 1, 2, 3 videos. Okay, 4th video. The truth. The FBI.
My name is John Paul Mac Isaac. Initially, I was reluctant to tell the media about my family's involvement with reaching out to the FBI. My efforts to protect my family from the press ultimately were used by the press to discredit me and discredit my account of my interactions with the FBI.
Okay.
This is my opportunity to clear things up.
Okay.
See, that's what we were talking about earlier. You did something. You made some action that tipped the FBI off.
Oh, this is about the excerpt from the interview we heard earlier.
Or maybe you didn't. Maybe Hunter Biden told the FBI, which I doubt.
Well, I'm also confused because you told me that you did reach out to the FBI and that they didn't really do much with it. So was it that they came to you or that you went to them?
By the end of the summer, and feeling pressured by the events in the news, I turned to one of the smartest and most trusted people I know.
My dad. Sorry.
During a return trip from a gunship reunion in Salt Lake City, I had ample time to explain to my father what I had seen and voice my concerns. We decided that the best course of action was to contact the FBI and persuade them to collect the abandoned equipment and provide some level of security should someone come looking for it.
Okay.
We decided, out of an abundance of caution, that my father would reach out to the FBI through their Albuquerque, New Mexico field office.
Oh, okay.
And hopefully get a feeling of how receptive they would be to helping us. So on October 9th, 2019, my father walked into the FBI office in Albuquerque, New Mexico and spoke to an agent.
Okay.
This is when my father, a retired colonel of 30 years in the United States Air Force, described to me the most humiliating experience of his entire life.
Wow.
My father spoke to an agent that refused to give his name. Then that agent, after hearing my father's concerns, promptly made a copy of the paperwork, told my father to lawyer up and get out of his office. Defeated, my father and I spent the next 3 weeks wondering what we were going to do. And then on November 1st, my father received a phone call.
Okay.
On November 1st, 2019, Agent Joshua from the FBI reached out to my father, requesting to contact me. My father collected his contact information and passed it on to me. A quick Google search revealed that Agent Joshua had been making a name for himself, busting child predators.
Wow.
I instantly trusted and respected Agent Joshua and instructed my father to pass along my contact information.
Let's see, 2. Okay. BCC. Sir, thanks for the call. Was worried after a bad encounter with my FBI visit in ABQ. My son is John Paul Mac Isaac. Goes by JP. His cell is blah, blah, blah. Data point. He is legally blind. Does not drive. You will need to go to him, capital H. Once you decide who is going to talk to him, capital H, please have him/her call me first. Because of my background, there is a password I have that the agent must have for JP to go forward. I did this because I feared for his life. I'm sorry. It's not funny.
Soon, Agent Joshua called and requested a time to meet and talk about my concerns. I agreed. And on November 21st, 2019, Agent Joshua arrived at my home with an additional agent, Agent Mike. When seated in my living room, Agent Joshua asked if I had seen any child pornography on the client's laptop. I responded that I had seen a lot of questionable material, but I wasn't paying that close of attention to see if there were children involved. But it was a concern based on the personal and private nature of the material. When asked what I was concerned about, I told them it was the personal material as well as financial and political information that could be criminal or illegal and should be in the hands of the authorities. I was also concerned about individuals, both foreign and domestic, that might seek to do me harm based on what I knew and what I was in possession of. And I just wanted it out of my shop. They told me that they'd have to contact their legal team to see if this was something that they could take possession of, but they could not make any promises. Agent Mike texted me and requested a timeline of the events leading up to me reaching out to the FBI. I responded and awaited further instructions.
Wow.
About a week later, agents advised me that they wanted to come into the shop to make a forensic copy of the laptop, but unfortunately they would be unable to take possession or custody of the laptop at that time. A little disappointed and a little reluctant, I agreed to meet them at the shop December 9th. Trust me. I responded and texted if this was something that they could take possession of, but they could not make any promises. Agent Mike texted me and
November 21st, 10:31 a.m.
requested a timeline of the events leading up to me reaching out to the FBI. I responded and awaited further instructions. About a week later, agents advised me that they wanted to come into the shop to make a forensic copy of the laptop, but unfortunately they would be unable to take possession or custody of the laptop at that time. A little disappointed and a little reluctant, I agreed to meet them at the shop December 9th, 2019.
Wait,
But unfortunately they would be unable to take possession. Unfortunately they would the shop to make. A week later, agents advised me that they wanted to come into the shop to make a forensic copy of the laptop, but unfortunately they would be unable to take possession or custody of the laptop at that time.
They wanted to come in to make a copy of the laptop, of the image of the laptop, but they couldn't take possession of it. What kind of subpoena or warrant could you get to take an image of the disk, but not the disk itself? Well, I don't know. That seems kind of weird. Whatever.
A little disappointed and a little reluctant, I agreed to meet them at the shop December 9th, 2019. I first received a phone call in the morning at around 9:50 from Agent Mike.
Okay.
Requesting that I text him the serial number of the hard drive that the client had abandoned. Both agents arrived at the shop at around 11 a.m. Agent Joshua immediately handed me a subpoena commanding me to appear before a grand jury.
Whoa.
A note in the middle of the first page stated, in lieu of personal appearance, please see Attachment A. Attachment A included two items, the MacBook Pro with the serial number and the external hard drive with the serial number that was requested an hour earlier. I was ecstatic. I was getting everything that I wanted. I was getting protection from the FBI. I felt safe. I finally was getting this abandoned laptop and its questionable data out of my shop.
Wow.
If there was evidence there, then it was finally in the hands of proper authorities. For the first time in months, I was at ease. And I thought that this whole ordeal might finally be over.
Wow. God bless America. Okay. We'll just watch these two other ones. Okay. Deaf ears and looking back. Ooh. Okay.
My name is John Paul Mac Isaac, and this is the story of what happened after I gave the laptop to the FBI.
Well, it sounds like you just said you saw that help from several people, and so there was an intermediary.
The stakes are incredibly high, and hedging on this question, it can impact the safety of a lot more people than just the people you care about.
It wasn't long after my December 9th interaction with the FBI that events transpired that would cause my previous concerns for my safety to return. Agent Mike instructed me that moving forward we should only communicate through text message, no email. He also said that if somebody came into the shop looking for the laptop, that I was to contact him immediately and install them for 24 hours, and agents would return the equipment. When leaving the shop that day, Agent Mike turned to me and said, in our experience, nothing ever happens to those that don't talk about these things. And at that time, I was just so happy that the laptop was leaving my shop, I didn't hardly notice the odd instructions or the thinly veiled threat.
True.
Shortly after agents collected the laptop, I received a call from Agent Mike requesting assistance in accessing the drive. I assisted them by providing phone support until they were able to access the drive and its data. I thought that it was odd that they required my help, and I was starting to get uncomfortable, but I figured I had no choice but to cooperate with the FBI.
I don't know why he doesn't include more details here. It sounds like he does have a legitimate computer background. He said like one or two sentences earlier was like, okay, it seems like he knows what he's talking about. But like, what were they asking for here? Did they need help disabling some component on like the motherboard? Did they just need a password? Did they not know how to like turn on the laptop? Is there like a jumper or something that they needed to hit on the board because the power switch wouldn't work? Like what exactly did they need help with? I wish he had more details here.
About 2 weeks later, I got a call at the shop from Agent Mike seeing if anybody had been in about the laptop. I said no, and that was the last I heard from the FBI. By that time, I was started to reflect on my interactions, and I was getting the feeling that the FBI's agenda no longer included my safety.
Uh-oh.
Why was this laptop not in a lab being professionally inspected? Why was it not admitted as evidence during an impeachment?
What does it have to do with the impeachment at all?
I was getting the feeling that the FBI was holding on to it until the owner returned for it, and that they cared more about protecting it than they were in protecting me. And ultimately, when it came to my safety, I was worse off than I was before.
Bum, 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 bum.
Towards the end of the summer of 2019, before my father reached out to the FBI, I did probably the smartest thing I've ever done in my entire life, and that was make a copy of the drive. I knew I had to get my story told, and I knew I had to find a voice to tell it. At this time, I was trying to have a business, and I was trying to have a life.
Okay.
I knew that I needed to study the material on the drive, and seeing on how there's no expectation of privacy when it comes to things you abandon. I chose a couple emails and files that I thought...
Hold on, let me... These were all part of the Hunter Biden emails, right?
I needed to study the material on the drive.
Okay.
And seeing on how there's no expectation of privacy when it comes to things you abandon. I chose a couple emails and files that I thought were topical and that would raise concern.
Wait.
At the time, I was trying to have a business and I was trying to have a life.
Hold on.
I knew that I needed to study the material on the drive, and seeing on how there's no expectation of privacy when it comes to things you abandon. I chose a couple emails and files.
Like, there's no way that's true. I can't believe it. I've never seen a law. I've never seen anything. Everything I've ever looked up. I remember in the past looking for this idea that there's no expectation of privacy for abandoned electronic devices. I can't possibly believe that any computer shop or that would be the standard operating procedure. Absolutely no possibility of that.
That I thought were topical and that would raise concern. Once again, I enlisted my father and later my uncle and armed them with the tools needed to go out and share my story.
I'm Colonel Steve MacIsaac, United States Air Force retired.
Oh, shit.
I was basically out of the story until a few days after the FBI had taken legal custody of the laptop. He did call me a few days later and said he thought it was strange that the FBI was calling him and asking him for technical support on the Mac laptop. I said, yes, that's very strange because the FBI has one of the best forensic labs in the world. It's outside Washington, D.C. And I had assumed wrongly that the day that they took custody of the laptop, it would be on an airplane and down there for proper disposition. So once again, I thought that the FBI had turned their back on us. And they were trying to solve it in-house or just find out what was on the computer locally. So then, in-house position. So once again, I thought that the FBI had turned their back on us and they were trying to solve it in-house.
Well, if the FBI has the best decryption, whatever bullshit in the world, then they can solve it in-house. What does he think in-house means? Like in the same building they got it in, or?
Just find out what was on the computer.
Okay.
Locally.
Okay.
So then I decided next best thing to do would be to go to Congress.
Yeah.
There were two particular people I admired, one in the Senate and a young lad who was over on the Judicial Committee in the House of Representatives. I attempted to get through to both those offices. Got the same thing. You're not willing to talk to me. You can't talk to one of our lawyers.
Wow.
I said, you understand. I'm not supposed to talk to you. I can only talk to a lawyer. Sorry, have a great day. About this time, I upped the ante with my brother-in-law, Colonel Ron Chico Scott, to say, okay, we've got to do something. We're running out of time.
My name is Colonel Ronald J. Scott, Jr., United States Air Force retired. After 30...
Hold on. It's not AI voice because this is 2020, but does this voice sound real?
4 years of service, to include my time at the Air Force Academy. J.P. MacIsaac is my nephew. J.P.'s father, Colonel Steve MacIsaac, reached out to me towards the end of 2019 to fill me in on the laptop and hard drive and their efforts to get the drive in proper hands once they discovered its contents. On May 8, 2020, I posted a message on the White House contact page indicating I had access to potential national security and criminal information and requested a referral to the Justice Department. No response. On May 13, 2020, I reached out to investigative journalist in response to an article he published regarding Blue Star strategies. No response. On May 18, 2020, I sent documentation via email and through the postal system. This consisted of a one-page summary of 3 documents on the hard drive and a copy of the redacted FBI subpoena. No response. On May 29, 2020, I sent a similar one-page summary and redacted subpoena via facsimile to Senator's office.
Wow.
No response.
Wow.
I think it's a combination of a country that's so paranoid to be fed misinformation combined with other major world issues at the time that caused my cries for help to fall on deaf ears.
True.
I was running out of time and I was running out of options, and I had one last hope.
Okay. One last hope. Thank you, and God. I like that he's starting to add the God Bless America. That wasn't in the beginning videos, was it? Did he have God Bless America in the beginning ones? Oh, no, he did. I'm sorry. Okay, thank God. We're always blessing America. Or God is always blessing America. Okay, final video that he made on this.
I still can't believe everything that has happened. Like, I wouldn't have to be here telling my story if people had done their job. And
do they explain what time they were running out of? Like, what was the sudden urgency? Because Trump was being impeached, and he thought that this laptop... They basically... Somebody in chat said it earlier. They basically thought that some congressman would run up onto the floor while they were debating Trump's impeachment, and they would, like, pull out this laptop and go, no, stop! It's all Joe Biden. They are rigging it against Trump. It's all them. That's what this guy expected. Unironically, that was what the pressing thing was. Yes, he admitted as much. He said as much.
Follow the law. I would still have a business. I would still have a place in my community. I'd still have my friends. I'd still be in my home, safe, sleeping in my own bed. But I no longer have any of these things because people refuse to do their job. After the FBI abandoned me, and at great cost, I tried to get the truth to the highest levels of our government. And I would discover that that cost, there's no end.
There's no end.
I never wanted to cause any additional pain to the client. From what I had seen, he had been suffering for quite some time, and I wasn't going to add to that. My goal was to get the criminal material to law enforcement and to the Department of Justice, and never to the press or to profit off of selling the story to a tabloid. I felt bad for him because I fully understand what it's like to have a powerful father and impose his will upon his son. But my father's will included a sense of honor, respect, dignity, and pride, not only for myself, but for my family and my country.
Wow.
When I was young, I admired my father for his courage and his bravery, and recently his 2 lessons have proved invaluable to getting me through my ordeal, and I wish every son had a father like mine.
Wow.
I was 25 years old on September 11th, 2001.
So he gave it to the FBI. How did Rudy get it? Well, first he gave it to the FBI, but he made a copy, supposedly, of all the information, and then he gave that copy to Rudy Giuliani.
And after the attacks on our nation, I remember reading and hearing, if you see something,
Or
you
to
say
Rudy
something.
Giuliani's lawyer, the Costello guy.
And I never forgot those words and why they exist. They're a tool for protecting the nation and its citizens. And it's the responsibility of the citizen to sound the alarm when there's danger. And I saw danger. I remember thinking to myself, if I get exposed, there's a potential that I could lose everything. And I thought that I would actually be okay with losing everything as long as the truth got out and I was safe and the people I cared about were safe. So here I am. My business is closed. I'm forced from my home. And I'm waiting for the next chapter of my life to unfold. But I know that if it were to happen again, and I was put in a similar situation, I would sacrifice it all and, again, sound the alarm.
Wow. God bless America. And then that's it? Now it's just random videos that he made? He's got these weird trailers. I fixed him a Channel 5's interview with Hunter Biden. Hold on, wait, what are these? Johnny Max. Now he's Johnny Mac. Johnny Mac's Catalina installation on a 27-inch 2011 iMac.
Bring new life into it. Hello and welcome to another installment of Johnny Mac's Bring That Mac Back, where we take an older Mac and bring new life into it.
Wow.
Today we will be taking a 2011 27-inch iMac and upgrading it to the Catalina operating system.
Wow.
The first step is to download the macOS Catalina patcher from DOSDude. Do a Google search of unsupported Catalina, and the first option will bring you to his website. Go ahead and click on the download link at the top of the screen.
Okay.
macOS Catalina Patcher is a tool that allows you to create a macOS installer for unsupported machines.
Wow.
A list of unsupported machines that the patcher supports is available on the website. Once downloaded, drag the macOS Catalina Patcher to your applications folder. It would also be a good idea at this time to get your hands on a copy of macOS Catalina installer, either from the App Store or Apple directly or another supported machine, and also place that installer in the applications folder as well. This screen allows you to choose either to download the latest version of the macOS Catalina, or this time when the utility.
Oh shit! I just noticed. Wait, is he?
When the installation is complete, the
He's-
machine reboots immediately.
Wait, he's recording this with a phone, or a camera. I'm sorry. That's DSP.
This time, when the utility menu is loaded, choose the bottom option for post installs. The post install patches are automatically selected based on your machine's model. Let the patches install, and I prefer to rebuild the caches when it's complete. With the post install complete, you can now boot and complete the Catalina installation. Once logged into a desktop, the Catalina Patcher software updates will run. Go ahead and run those. There's some additional software that I recommend installing as well at this time. Depending on your hardware configuration, you might have some thermal issues and excessive fan noise. I like to use a program called Max Fan Control to manually link temp sensors to the respective fans. In this case, I will be linking the graphics or GPU heatsink to the optical drive fan. I will be linking the built-in temp sensor in the solid-state drive to the hard drive fan, and then the CPU fan will be linked directly to the temperature sensor on the CPU heatsink. There is another issue when running Catalina on unsupported hardware, and that has to do with the backlight. Apple's built-in kernel extension for backlight control doesn't have the necessary steps to give the full range of brightness for these older LCDs. Luckily, there are tools from the Hackintosh, and as the software updates complete their installation, so concludes our installation of Catalina on an unsupported iMac.
Wow, now that's what I call. Full start. What is this? Okay, last thing. I'm so sorry. I'm just.
sounds like it was just became political cannon fodder to...
It can be perceived that way, but again, he hired me to do that.
Okay. Jesus Christ. Josiah going hard on Twitter. Wait, real quick. Quick meme pit stop.
Yes, that this is putting somebody I care about.
Apparently, Justicle's chat is blowing him the fuck up on everything.
Yes, that this is putting somebody I care about into like an agitated state, and they are not going to stop. They found a pressure point. It worked.
I don't understand how this is a pressure point if you didn't do it. I don't understand.
I also like that Lav, who's openly leaked revenge porn of me and other people, that is like one of the worst human beings to exist on the internet, made multiple fake rape accusations, fake pedo accusations against Hassan. Like I like how he has no problem platforming her to be. He always needs like a girl on stream to have some kind of like eye candy or entertainment for his stream. Like it was Cherry in the past, then it was Kelly. Sometimes it was just a gif of Kelly. Now it's Lav. It was Aaron for a little bit. Like so fucking weird and cringe. But also, man, that must suck to have people putting pressure on like family members and stuff around you. You should see how horrible it feels when those family members aren't even online people at all, and it's just like random people in your life that people are trying to destroy, and they're not even people who are putting all of their business online and streaming every day with you like Cherry was.
Pressure point if you didn't do it. I don't understand that. So that makes me think that there's something
a pressure point because as soon as shut the fuck up, Mrao, shut up. It's a pressure point because it is not true, and they will just make something else up. The exact millisecond I say no, this is false, and I show them it's false, they will just make something else up.
Oh, crazy. Man, I wonder how that must feel, that when you attack somebody on something or when you disprove some bullshit, they just bring up another fucking thing over and over and over again. I should just ask these guys what they don't like about me or what they hate the most about me so that they can just tell me all the things that they do, since apparently that's literally the entirety of their accusations against me, or just things that they do constantly.
That is why it's a pressure point, and I'm just saying, you won. Congratulations. I'm not going to cover you guys anymore. I'm not going to talk about you guys anymore.
Okay.
Yeah,
I really like
how many
you,
times
dude.
have I shown these people just
I don't know.
lying obviously, lying maliciously? It doesn't matter how many times I show them lying maliciously. It doesn't matter how many times I prove that. They will just continue to do it. And when they lie about this person maliciously and try to weaponize them against me, that agitates them. I don't want that to happen, so I can't stop it. They will just keep making it up. And
like these motherfuckers literally just had Connor set himself on fire for their amusement for a week. And who knows how much damage Connor's done to his everything in his life and his career. What the fuck? Who fuck knows, right? But it was epic and based and hilarious when they did it. To them, it was epic and hilarious and based when they were doing it with Cherry. It was epic and hilarious and based when they did it with Pixie. It's epic and hilarious and based when they did it with Abby. Like, it's so fucking awesome and hilarious when they can basically get mentally ill people to set themselves on fire to try to attack me, to throw themselves on me, to set me on fire too. But like, when people are asking them critical questions, oh, they did it. They kind of, well, they haven't used Kyla like that, but they've tried to go after Kyla. But like, he won't answer questions about a thing that he got caught lying so much about.
to happen, so I can't stop it. They will just keep making it up, and I don't have anybody else who will stand up and say, oh, obviously these things are lies. So I have two options. Either I give them my platform to continue the harassment, in which case I prove them all wrong, and we end up with just a new thing made up next week. Or I just stop and move on. Now, if either of you have an argument against that, I'm here to hear it. Tell me what it is.
Well, the argument
Is
against
this not the exact same thing that you were criticizing Chud for? Chud's avoiding coverage because he's scared of...
Except I said Chud's a bitch, and I would make the same decision he did in that exact position.
You can also just keep proving them wrong. Like, if all the things that they're saying are lies, then it should be easy to prove them wrong.
So just consider...
Ooh, Lav's not in on the... Lav's not in on all the bullshit? I don't know. I don't know.
You can also just keep proving them wrong. Like, if all the things that they're saying are lies, then it should be easy to prove them wrong.
So just consistently let them
What are you
lie
looking
about...
for in coverage? Like, what?
Yeah, I mean, the more they lie, the worse they
What do you mean you
look.
say that?
The more they lie, the
To
worse
who?
they look. So
To
let
who?
them do that.
To who? To who?
To everyone. What do you mean? That's how you lose your credibility completely, is you keep lying.
They have already lost their credibility completely. They've obviously
True.
Oh.
lied about everybody continuously.
True. Hey, yeah. That's
Yeah,
what
I
I
guess
did.
so, maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you know,
Anybody
it
who's
is,
paying
there's
attention to
something to be
anybody
said
who knows
about...
anything about this, like, you listen to Kyle Klinsky talk about Destiny, you listen to that whole space talk about Destiny, everybody knows who he is, everybody sees him, right? They don't take him seriously anymore.
All those Kiwi farm talking points, all of the up and down collusion that happens, all the logistical sending talking points to Hassan that he proliferates amongst his fucking weirdos. That's so crazy that even Kyle Kulinski would know like these random little obscure details about whatever my court case or whatever's going on, and like Gesticle trying to not so subtly hearken to his communication with these people. Like, oh, look, no, we've destroyed Dusty completely. Oh, blah, blah, blah. So pathetic.
That will just continue to spread. Regardless of any contribution on my part, that will continue to spread. Yes.
Good one. The fuck are these two things? He gave 2 interviews. This is May 27th, 2022. 34 fucking minutes, bruh. Oh shit, hold on. Oh, is that a little bit of James Bond I hear?
Hello, everybody. This is Charlene Bollinger, founder of The Truth About Cancer with Ty Bollinger, and we have just released the most important docuseries to date that we have ever given to the world called Propaganda Exposed. And this is our first in a series of interviews we're going to follow up the docuseries with. We're pursuing him, and he literally had read a little
and had a lot of very embarrassing.
Certain.
Damn, the whole thing is about Jesus. All right, well.
He got into hot water, and as you, he's been through a lot. Interested to hear from you. First of all, how did you get to where you are today? And I've read a little bit about you. I've listened to you with interest. Evidently, you had this computer shop. All of a sudden, you've got this laptop. How did that happen?
Well, it all started April 12th, 2019. It was about 10 minutes before my shop closed, and in walked Hunter Biden with 3 liquid damaged MacBook Pros. He wanted to get the data off the machines, and I thought they were, because one of them had a sticker from the Beau Biden Foundation, I just assumed that they were his deceased brother's old computers that he wanted memories off of. So I checked one of the machines, and one was a write-off. The other one I sent back with Hunter, but the I checked one that he wanted memories off, that they were his deceased brother's old computers that he wanted memories off, that they were, because one of them had a sticker from the Beau, and walked Hunter Biden with 3 liquid damaged MacBook Pros. He wanted to get the data off the machines, and I thought they were, because one of them had a sticker from the Beau Biden Foundation, I just assumed that they were his deceased brother's old computers that he wanted memories off of.
Okay, we're getting more. Okay, that's a lot of assumptions, but okay.
So I checked one of the machines, and one was a write-off. The other one I sent back with Hunter, but the third one I had to check in for recovery. When I started to perform the recovery, I started to realize that this wasn't his brother's.
Wait. So he knew right off the bat? Hold on, am I crazy? When did he say initially that he knew that it was Hunter Biden? Let's see. Identifying a sticker from the Beau Biden Foundation. The owner identified the MacBook as belonging to Hunter Biden before even the 90-day expiration. Okay. I feel like he said he didn't know that it was Hunter Biden until a little bit after.
We want to know.
That had dropped off the last repair shop.
Try to write this as straight as possible. This happened, this happened, this happened.
All of us, yeah.
All of us, yeah, I appreciate it.
On October 14th, 2020, reporters ambushed me in my Wilmington repair shop, demanding that I confirm that it was really the client that had dropped off the laptop. As it would stand, and ultimately these same reporters, without citing my visual impairment, would go on to. The client came into my shop April 12th.
For sharing about your medical condition, you would not be able to see potentially ever walked in here.
The client came into my shop April 12th, 2019. I'd never seen the client before, nor have I paid enough attention to the client to recognize him. But when checking him in, he provided a first name, a last name, an email address, and a phone number. The client did seem surprised that I didn't recognize him during the check-in process, but I made a further connection when I noticed that one of the 3 MacBook Pros had a sticker that represented the client's deceased brother's foundation. But after checking in the machine and performing a data recovery,
okay, so he says this all happened at the same time.
I am 100% sure the person in those videos, photos, and other data that I was hired to recover is the same person that came into my shop and dropped off that machine. The copy of the driver's license signature, the other documents and bank statement signatures all match the
okay.
Old computer. This was Hunter's personal computer, and it had a lot of very embarrassing content on it. And at first I didn't mind. I did the job I was asked to do by Hunter and hired to do. He then requested that I pay for, or he pays for it, but he never paid, and he never showed back up in the shop. A couple weeks later, his father announces his candidacy for president. And I started to get very fearful because Hunter was in possession of a document that said that I was allowed to recover data from these laptops.
The Beau Biden Foundation was started a month after Beau's death. Why the hell would a Beau Biden Foundation sticker be on the Beau Biden laptop? I don't know.
And I was just convinced that the Secret Service was going to see this document, kick down my door, take away the laptop, and then cause me to disappear. It's not unheard of, and I think we've all seen within the last year and a half the pattern of behavior where the Secret Service has been the Biden family's personal cleaning service.
Oh my
and
God.
I just did not want to be on the receiving end of that. And so as the summer progressed and it became my property, I tried to alert the FBI to its presence so that they could take it from me and provide me with some level of security. I was fearful because of the handling of General Flynn and Roger Stone that that basically the FBI was weaponized at this point. I think we all witnessed the Mueller report take 3 years and everything was Russia collusion, and that turned out to be a hoax as well. So I was really concerned that the FBI wasn't going to be honest, but I still felt like the FBI was the proper chain of command or the proper course of action. Because of that, I had my father, who's a retired colonel in the Air Force, reach out to the Albuquerque field office of the FBI. They promptly slammed the door in his face, told him to get out and lawyer up and not talk about it. About a month after that, FBI agents reached out to my father again, or reached out to my father this time, and then reached out to me and met me at my home. I tried to get rid of the laptop then. They said they couldn't take it. Ended up coming back to my shop December 9th, 2019, and with a subpoena, and they confiscated Hunter's laptop and the drive, as well as all paperwork relating to Hunter. So I kind of felt like this was exactly what I wanted. I wanted an FBI agent that I could call if something ever happened. I wanted this to be in the hands of the authorities. But as the impeachment trial proceeded, and there was no sign of this laptop being admitted as evidence, I knew that the FBI did not have my safety on their agenda. And in fact, I was even more worried because now the FBI knew that they were in possession of a laptop that could exonerate the president, and they did not do anything. And they also knew that I knew what was on it. So I sent my father and my uncle, who's another retired colonel in the Air Force, to reach out to members of Congress to try to get their attention. But because of the threat of Russian disinformation, nobody would listen to us. And eventually, I decided to just take matters into my own hands, and I reached out to Rudy Giuliani's office. And that's when Bob Costello called me back. And this was like the first human being that I've talked to, besides the FBI that it showed any interest in helping me and getting this information to the authorities. And so on August 28th of 2020, I was able to overnight a copy of the drive to Bob Costello, and the rest is history.
Wow, that is quite a shock that
Wow.
You have to go through that. And we understand, I mean, John Paul, we were put on the disinformation dozen list for telling the truth about vaccines. We had Biden's press secretary out there accusing us of all manner of evil, and Biden himself walking around accusing us of evil just for telling the truth. And a lot of what we said that they said was conspiracy theory is now conspiracy fact. They did conspire. And the things that we have said are factual, and they're proven mainstream information now. But 2 years ago, we were accused, and we still are to this day, because they keep pushing out their narrative. And that's what propaganda is. Propaganda is when they come in and somebody has a bomb of a story that exposes the dark powers behind the scenes. So they have their machine that wraps itself around us, lying about us and keeping the truth from the people. And when you say that the FBI has been weaponized, I think that you're right. What Roger Stone has had to go through, and we're good friends with him, is unacceptable. You know, and the fact that CNN showed up when they came to arrest him, how did they even know? So we see such collusion. When Biden went out there and said to the public that these 12 individuals are dangerous, they should be deplatformed in that very day. YouTube, within the hour, deplatformed our cancer channel, which didn't have anything to do with vaccines, politics, or COVID. We had solutions and protocols that were helping our followers, but they pulled that from them. And we have millions of people that follow us, and they're trying to keep these life-saving solutions from the people, which begs the question, why? So with what you've been through and what you saw on that laptop and what they knew that you knew, if they were for America and the American people, they would be working to look at it at least, wouldn't you think? Somebody in the FBI, why did they not look at this information?
I have no idea. I gave them an explanation. I gave them examples. I did some of the legwork for them. I even helped them. They called me after they confiscated the equipment. They wanted to take a look at it. So over the next couple of days, I assisted them over the phone in accessing the data. And the whole time I'm thinking, why is this not in an envelope sealed being sent to a laboratory outside of DC? Why is this being poked and prodded in an office somewhere downtown in Wilmington, Delaware? And I just red flag after red flag came up. And then again, the icing on the cake was during the impeachment trial, I fully expected the president to submit at least some of the behaviors that I had witnessed from the vice president in the Ukraine at that time that definitely merited a phone call from Zelensky or to Zelensky to figure out what's going on. And, you know, it kind of, it knocked the wind out of me. I did not know what to do. I've been trying to keep a secret, keep my life and my identity from all this hidden so that I could have my life and I could have my business. And I honestly feel if the FBI had done that job, I wouldn't be talking to you today. I'd still have my shop.
Wow.
Right. But I did hear in other interviews that you did, John, that the FBI gave you a warning and a promise of reward if you would just go back and be quiet. Is that the case?
Well, I wouldn't call it a reward. So whenever I have a tendency to be a bit of a smartass sometimes, especially under situations where my heart's pounding and I'm excited that I'm getting my way. And I was just so happy that the FBI agents were there, but I also got handed a subpoena, and I didn't know anybody on the planet that had been handed a subpoena. So in the excitement as the FBI agents were leaving, I kind of made the comment, "Don't worry, lads, I'll leave your name out of the book." And that's when Agent Mike turned around to me and he said, "In our experience, nothing ever happens to people that don't talk about these things." And at first it just sounded kind of nonchalant, but then I realized that was a pretty not so thinly veiled threat. And then they called me up 2 weeks later to ask me if anybody's come in and collected it, and I almost seemed surprised when I said, no, nobody's come in asking for it. And they also gave me instructions if somebody did come in asking for the laptop back, that I'm to stall them. I'm to give them, tell whoever's calling to give me, it's offsite, it's in our reclamation center, give me 2 days to get it. I'm to call the FBI and they'll arrange for it to be returned. And again, if this is evidence in anything, how can it be this easily be returned? And it turns out actually it's the only advice from the FBI that I heeded, because when Hunter's lawyer called me on October 13th, the day before the New York Post broke the story, his lawyer called asking for the laptop back. So I did what the FBI told me to do, and which was I said it's offsite, give me a day or two to sort it out, and I'll give me a call, and can I have an email with your credentials so I know who I'm talking to? And that is probably the quickest thinking I've done in all this in a while.
Yes. Well, you know, in my book, you're a hero, because many people in your position would have done the wrong thing. They would have thought of themselves first, and perhaps maybe they would have looked for a reward outside of just saving their own skin or their life. And, you know, we know there have been many big payouts for people that just walk away and do what they're told. And that could have been your future. But, you know, kudos to you for standing up for America and with this information, which was so concerning, trying to get it to the right people. Clearly, our government agencies have been compromised and weaponized against the people by who? And whoever is controlling the information that's on that laptop would give us the answer. And the thing is, you've seen it.
Yeah. Well, I'm hoping that the lawsuit that I just filed on behalf of, well, the American Project, Joe Flynn, General Flynn's younger brother, Joe Flynn, is the president of the American Project. And who told the 51 intelligence pillars in our community to pen a letter in the first place to label this Russian disinformation? It was astonishing to me, because I woke up, I actually never went to sleep on October 14th, but I saw the article come out at 6:30, and by 9:30 in the morning, 3 hours later, there was zero discussion on Twitter, YouTube, Facebook. It was like a complete media, like this iron curtain. And this testimony with Congress, he even said that the FBI approached Facebook, Twitter, and Google to warn them of a massive dump of politically motivated information that's going to be from a foreign entity designed to disrupt the election. They gave them warnings, and I want to see who decided to tell the FBI to go to these companies to warn them of a foreign disinformation campaign, because they're in August 28th. In early September, the FBI warned Zuckerberg and Twitter and Facebook and Google to look out. Who was being tapped? Was I being tapped? I want to see the FISA court for that. If I wasn't, then that means it was the lawyer of the president of the United States. And I'm sure they want to see that FISA court as well.
Wow. So to be clear, in my communications preparing for this interview with you, I'm just going to read a summation of what you've been through, which is a little bit of what you just said there, but it's just in a little nutshell.
Why are you so interested in this now? I just want to spend a week on it. I feel like this entire story was actually fake. I think the entire story was some fucking Russian op, and I feel like nobody's dug into it with that much detail. So I just wanted to spend a few days going over it all.
For the viewer, Adam Schiff, CNN, Politico, and Daily Beast all came out and called you, John Paul, a Russian asset. 51 different intelligence officers called you a domestic terrorist and a Russian asset. You had to close your business, you had to go into hiding, and you managed to make it this far, but you're pretty much bankrupted by these people, and we're here to support you. I know that you've got a page, it's a little bit like a GoFundMe page, and we're going to bring that up for you to see, and we're going to include this in the notes underneath this video, so please look for that. Give, Send, Go is the name of this page that a good friend of John Paul's has put together. We just encourage you, just a few dollars, if everybody that watches this gives a little bit, that will help him to continue to just be able to not only live and pay for his bills and food and gas and all the rest. And we know that, boy, the gasoline prices have gone up lately. I mean, that's kind of crazy. But he needs to, yeah, isn't that crazy that the Biden administration is pushing up the price on everything? My daughter has been telling me how much money she has to spend just going to and from Nashville to sing and her little thing she's doing. Everybody's being affected. But right now, John, you need to pay for the legal bill that it's costing you to
What do you mean by Russian op? As in, somebody dropped something off at this place, and it was just a laptop that somebody had prepared, I guess with the hopes that this guy would leak it. Maybe they knew he was like a crazy Trump fanatic or something, but they basically dropped a laptop off with a bunch of really like bad-looking shit about Hunter Biden with the hopes that this guy would turn it over to somebody or get it published by somebody. That's my guess right now.
Sure that your name is restored, your integrity and your reputation, and the people who are responsible for the crimes here committed will be held accountable. And it does cost money to go to court. Sadly, a lot of money. So if the viewer can go to that page there, it's pictured again, Give, Send, Go. The link is in the description. Please click it and give what you can and share this video and this interview with everybody that you know. So we just want to help you, John. Thank you for showing that slide there for us to see.
I just want to add to that like I pretty much got destroyed by Twitter. Twitter labeled me a hacker through blocking the material. Their explanation was that it was hacked material, and that implied it was a hacker. And that's pretty much a death sentence in my industry. And so I went after Twitter, and things were looking good. We beat them at Section 230, and the case was moving through. And then they switched judges on me with an Obama-appointed judge, which promptly threw the case out, and then awarded Twitter the Florida SLAP statute. So I had to pay all Twitter's legal fees, and that pretty much brought me to the brink of bankruptcy. And I can't begin to thank everyone who has contributed to my Give, Send, Go, because I can now focus all my efforts on not keeping my head above water or losing my house or all the other wonderful things associated with bankruptcy. And I can now focus on getting back in the fight and taking the fight to them and going on the offensive. I've spent a year and a half on the defense, and it's time to go on the offensive.
Yes, indeed. So we stand with you. So that's great that we have you standing in the gap for all of America. And people need to understand what freedom looks like. And in this day and age, it can be dangerous. But, we serve a risen Savior who gave everything he had, the very last drop of his blood, to secure a place for us in heaven. That's quite a hefty price. And he didn't earn it, we did. But here you are, standing in the gap for so many people, where a lot of other people, John Paul, would have caved. And thank you for not caving and for doing these interviews with the different media outlets to get your story out, because we know that this fake news apparatus, through, the media has been weaponized, social media has been weaponized, the government has been weaponized, the education system has been weaponized. It's all being used against us. And so we really need to lock hands and reach out to the American people directly with this information, which can and will restore America. In fact, I believe that we're winning. They're working so hard against us because we are winning. And it's all perception. Look what just happened to CNN's app that they rolled out. They spent so much money on that thing and it crumbled because everybody knows CNN is fake news. They hit us with such lies. They don't have viewers. So whatever lies they're telling, nobody's listening. We are the media.
Yep. No, they're panicking, and which means what we're doing is working. But it's not over. And again, I would love to clear my name. When you get accused of aiding a foreign power to overturn or affect the results of an election, you get labeled a traitor. And I come from an old military family, and the entire time, every generation of my family that's been in this country has fought for this country. And to have the label hacker, hacker less important, but traitor attached to my family's name, I'm just not going to stand for that. And they can try to take everything away from me, and I don't get it why they don't understand the logic that when you back somebody in a corner, they're going to fight back harder. And I have so much support from the people that have been backing me, both emotionally and monetarily, and just it feels like when this all started, it was nothing but death threats and hate mail. And over the past 6 months, it's been nothing but love. And I owe it to this country to continue to fight, because this is important, that what happened to me doesn't ever happen to anybody ever again. And we need to realize that for everybody who's afraid of us living in a socialist world and worried about this country turning to socialism, we have right now state-run media, state-run social media. We have companies that are marching lockstep with our government. There is no separation of corporate and state, and it's scary. And we're a lot closer than we think we are.
John, what is the most concerning bit of information that you found on that laptop that you're able to share with us?
Well, for me, the national security concerns that I saw were related to basically all the information pertaining to the Ukraine were being collected out of the White House. So schedules, inside memos and documents were being collected and then sent in the open, not in a secure channel, but in the open to private Ukrainian citizens that were employed at a private Ukrainian company that also hired the vice president's son. And the fact that you can't have the vice president's travel schedule sent in the open. If somebody could take advantage of that information, and that alone right there is one glaring example of national security. But the simple fact that I doubt we're the only country that has a copy of this laptop. I witnessed a behavior from Hunter with his technology and his devices that spanned over a 5-6 year period of time, where he thinks the Russians already have a copy. He hired a they assumed Chinese honey trap to work for him that was probably taking all his...
Wait, excuse me?
A 5-6 year period of time where he thinks the Russians already have a copy. He hired a they assumed Chinese honey trap to work for him that was probably taking all his personal... But you can't have the vice president's travel schedule sent in the open. If somebody could take advantage of that information, and that alone right there is one glaring example of national security. But the simple fact that I doubt we're the only country that has a copy of this laptop. I witnessed a behavior from Hunter with his technology and his devices that spanned over a 5-6 year period of time where he thinks the Russians already have a copy. He hired a they assumed Chinese honey trap to work for him that was probably taking all his personal information and sending it straight to China. There's no doubt in my mind that family is compromised.
Was there any evidence in the emails of any of this, that Hunter Biden was talking about this, or?
And there's no doubt in my mind that a lot of decisions we're seeing executed out of the White House. Certain individuals and oligarchs that are being left off of the list because they had a working relationship with Hunter. We're seeing a direct cause and effect where decisions are coming from the White House that are based on not the best for this country, but what's going to benefit the Biden family. And I've seen that behavior now for almost a decade.
Wow.
That's chilling information. And, you say that Russia probably has a copy of the laptop in other countries as well. When this first broke, and we watched it closely when it did, we saw information and pictures that were quite shocking being leaked. And one such example was coming from Taiwan. People were putting that out there. They were rooting for America. And they realized that according to these posts and these claims, they were hoping to help America to win against tyranny, against corruption, realizing that if America falls, so does the world. And so they were leaking some of the pictures that they were finding on the laptop, which were so shocking, to help people to wake up. Because pictures speak 1,000 words. So when you see images like that, it is shocking. And so some of the images were caught and captured and circulated around the world on social media and other information outlets as well. So we know that none of this would have been possible without you doing the right thing. So we appreciate you so much, and we want to support you. We want to support, and the link is, again, below, where the viewer can support you and your efforts. We will stand. We're going to personally donate to your fund. We're going to continue to stand with you, and we want to be that support to you as you continue to do the right thing. You're not going to fall. God's everlasting arms are underneath you. I am certain that he put you in this position for this time to do exactly what you're doing.
He's got a plan.
He does. He has a plan. He called the right guy to do the work. And tell us now about the book, because, clearing your name, we want to know the story according to you, and you should be heard. And here's a picture of your book, John Paul. Tell us about this book. What's the content, and where can the viewer find this book?
Well, I mean, the book, like I'm what they call in the industry a screw turner. It's I just fix Macs, and it's a simple life. I never thought in my wildest dreams I would be an author. But when Twitter pretty much beat me up and threw me to the curb, I
I was afraid that because I would not have an opportunity to defend my actions, explain my actions, and then hold those accountable in the court of law, that I needed to do it in the court of public opinion. And I decided to take my life from basically April 12th when he drops it off to November 5th of 2020 when I had to get on a plane to flee Delaware. I put that to paper, and it was tough to write it because it felt like these wounds were still pretty fresh. But I took a lot of notes and I was able to get it out quickly. And then the next step was to try to get the story to a publisher, and nobody would listen to me. And I chalked it up to two things. It was either nobody cared or people were afraid. I had become toxic. Twitter took me to the cleaners, so maybe a publisher was afraid that we would get a Twitter account canceled, or maybe the Russian disinformation was looming over my head, and that was preventing me from having anybody return my calls. So I was getting pretty depressed because I had spent all this time writing this down, and I felt like this was going to be my last opportunity to actually defend myself and to explain what really happened. And luckily for me, in December, when I did a piece for Fox Nation on the Hunter Biden story, I was able to get in contact with Miranda Devine, who wrote The Laptop from Hell. And I can't begin to thank her enough. She was instrumental in explaining this new world to me that I knew nothing about, getting me in front of her publisher. And then next thing I know, I signed a book, and now I have a book on Amazon. And hopefully the half of the country that thinks that this is all part of a Russian conspiracy or a plot from Republicans to aid Trump, they can read this book and understand that this had nothing to do with politics. This was called the right thing to do. And this I can only imagine that if it was Donald Trump Jr. that walked into my shop and the same scenario unfolded, that I'd have a ticker tape parade out in front of my house, or I would be labeled a hero by the right. It's not about being a villain or a hero. It's about the abuse that our media, both social and mainstream, took advantage of us as a country, and they pulled the wool over our eyes. They blocked a story with serious consequences, not just for me, but as we now know, the nation.
Yeah, so just to be clear, the name of the book is what?
American Injustice. And I know that kind of sounds a little ego-y. For me, yeah, a lot of bad stuff happened and continues to happen. But for me, the injustice was you're supposed to be able to, if you see something, you say something. And you're supposed to be able to go to people and say something. And I did, and I got punished for it. And that's the American injustice, is that we have these systems and they're not working for us, they're working against us.
Absolutely. And, we're with you, John. We have been attacked, too, for speaking up and telling the truth. We had to lose 7 close family members to conventional cancer treatments to learn the truth that we know today. And we now weave it through our films, our content, our books. And we have testimonies from people around the world, many thousands and thousands and many millions of viewers who have a better, more healthy life. In some cases, been sent home to die, who are alive and cancer-free to tell their story because they learned the truth not from their conventional doctors, but from the doctors we highlight in protocols in our films. We've also covered the truth about vaccines and now propaganda, which is why we're so proud to partner with you to support you in this good work. Because if we don't save this nation, if we don't save America, we won't have the freedom to choose the medical treatments that we feel are best suited for us, our families, and our children. And we won't have the right to choose a lot of other things that we would like to choose as well. This is critical. We are at a tipping point, and we are winning. And so I encourage you, John, to not stop in your good efforts. And we encourage the viewer to find, we're going to have a link to your book too, so that when it is finally released, they can purchase. When is that book? Is it released, or is it out for release soon?
It's pre-order. They say November 22nd. I really want it to be sooner because I'd love for something like this to get out before the midterms. Apparently, though, we don't make as much paper in this country as we should. So there's a bit of a logistics delay, but we're working on it, and we're going to see what we can do. I'm just excited for the opportunity to continue to try to get the truth out. That's all I've ever wanted, is just people know that there is a truth, that this isn't, you can't just slap a sticker of Russian disinformation and walk away from your problems. This is something that's big, and this needs to be addressed.
That's propaganda. They're covering the truth with their propaganda, with their lies. And they say it loud enough and long enough on these mainstream networks that they own, then it's true, but it's not. And we're here to bring the truth to the people. We want to have you back on the show, John Paul, with us. And anytime that you need the support that you're looking for, reach out, think of us first. We want to be there for you to encourage you emotionally and also financially, and then just feature you on a regular basis to our little network of followers, which is legion, millions. And we encourage our followers to share this interview with everybody that you know, because people need to wake up to what they're doing with this laptop, with this information, with this brave, bright.
I'm overwhelmed from the support of everyone.
We are legion. Then apparently there was one more that he did. Do I care about this? Shorter, 17 minutes.
So the Mac store owner who brought Hunter Biden's laptop from hell to the world is now revealing how the FBI threatened him to try to keep the story buried. Surprise.
It's going to be the same line of like, people don't normally get in trouble if they keep their mouth shut or something, right?
Surprise. John Paul Mac Isaac ran a Mac shop in Wilmington, Delaware in 2019 when out of the blue, Hunter Biden left his laptop there and then promptly forgot about it. Well, when JP Isaac realized what kind of criminal content was on the laptop, he offered to turn it over to the feds. What he ended up getting was an incredibly menacing visit from 2 agents. While the agents were there, he cracked a joke about changing their names when he wrote a book about the whole experience. At that point, he says one of the agents simply turned to him and said, quote, "It's our experience that nothing ever happens to people that don't talk about these things." In other words, stay quiet about this or maybe you'll suffer an unexpected suicide or mysterious American Injustice, my battle to expose the truth. Sure to check it out. But we're not just having him on to discuss that.
Have me on the show.
So the threats that you're now revealing, this is just basically indicative of a much broader and much deeper corruption with this rogue
August 17th, 2022.
Yeah, I think it was the culmination of my experience and my family's experience with the FBI during this whole ordeal, from the time the FBI kicked my dad out of their field office on October 9th of 2019, which tried to hand over a copy of the drive, to when they showed up at my shop and instead of bringing a tech guy, they showed up with a subpoena and said, "We're just taking everything."
Did we ever verify that quote? I mean, the quote may be real, but like I can imagine an FBI agent saying a bunch of dumb shit. I told you that. I think the first time, not the first time I got swatted, but the first time the FBI showed up in response to a swatting at this apartment. I remember when one of them were here. I don't remember this in relation, but he said something to me where he was like, "You got to be careful. You know that like freedom of speech isn't like a thing right now on the internet. He said something like that. But I'm 99% sure that what this guy meant was that because I think this was after the Trump assassination, that if you're saying crazy shit online, you'll get arrested or something. But obviously I could be running around screaming the FBI came to my house and they told me that freedom of speech isn't a thing anymore. It's not real anymore. Right. And it sounds like, especially because in that last video that this guy did, he just revealed a little bit more where he said he told the officer that he would include their name in his book, or he'd try to keep them anonymous in his book or something. And then the FBI agent was like, well, people that don't talk about this stuff usually don't get a ton of shit. If this guy is showing up and he's really scared about all this attention and publicity, it could have been a thing the FBI officer just said hey, if you don't fucking talk about this much, no one's going to give a fuck. Or it could have been the FBI subtly threatening him. It's hard to know without hearing the guy say it or whatever.
And I don't think that they had ever dealt with somebody that was so excited to have a subpoena to have this stuff taken from their possession, because they definitely seemed strange, but it threw up a lot of red flags. Unfortunately, they started calling me several hours after they took Hunter's laptop because they needed tech support. They couldn't get into it. They didn't have a charger. There was 3 or 4 phone calls. And I figured that by that point, I was concerned that I had made a horrible decision in handing over that laptop to the FBI. But then I figured I don't want to end up like Roger Stone or anybody else. I had to cooperate. So I cooperated with the FBI at that point because I figured I don't think this laptop's going to be put in an evidence locker or handed to the White House as evidence in the impeachment trial. So I didn't know what to do at that point.
And so since then, obviously, there's copies of the laptop all over the place. Things are coming out. The masses are now aware of what's happening. The mainstream press is very reluctant to report on any of it. And the FBI still has pursued no criminal investigation against Hunter Biden for the blatant criminal activity and the evidence of it on this laptop.
Wow.
Well, they seem to have their hands full going after conservatives. I'm surprised what happened at Mar-a-Lago happened now as opposed to months after Biden took office. We've seen the weaponization of that federal agency over the entire Trump administration. The reason why I made a copy of that drive was because I had seen the prior January, Roger Stone being televised his raid, the 3 years of the Mueller investigation, which we all now know is just phony. And the FBI played a huge hand in that. So I had to make a copy of the drive. I believe in the system. I think that the system's broken.
100%. It's fake. The FBI doesn't even have a charter, for crying out loud. Nobody can show us the charter for the FBI. I think there's a jot form going around petitioning the government, aka the corporate government crime syndicate, to show us where the charter is for the FBI. Where do they get their power from? Who appointed them this power to run around arresting people, trumping up charges, and incarcerating people without due process? What about spying on you? Do you think that you've been under the microscope since this?
Well, I definitely felt ever since my interaction, especially after watching the impeachment trial and realizing that the FBI was never going to admit that laptop as evidence, and then they cared more about protecting the Bidens than they would ever care about protecting me. So I kind of laid low, and I sent my father and my uncle to knock on doors of members of Congress to try to get their attention. It was finally in late August, when I decided that enough was enough, and I'm just going to give a copy of the drive to the lawyer for the President of the United States, and that was Rudy Giuliani. And I reached out to Rudy Giuliani on about the 25th, I think, of August, and then I eventually overnighted a drive on the 28th. And with the whistleblowers that have come out that have approached Grassley and Johnson's office, we have now learned that in August, a FBI employee named Brian Auden labeled my information, the intel that I had provided, that they had labeled it Russian disinformation. And we know from a congressional testimony from Zuckerberg, it was late summer that the FBI warned Facebook, Twitter, and Google to be on the lookout for a massive dump of foreign intelligence that's going to go after a political candidate. So the FBI gave social media, possibly mainstream media, a heads up to be ready. And if they did this at the end of August, if they did it after I mailed the copy of the drive and after I made contact with Rudy Giuliani's office, that could mean that only one thing, and there better be a FISA court for spying on Rudy Giuliani or spying on the lawyer for the president.
Do you anticipate that that's going to happen?
I'm working as
Do you ready to go over this? I'll watch that after.
close as I can with members of Congress right now to provide
Hassan in his life-threatening situation.
them every piece of detail. I'm a big nerd. I kept every email, every text message, everything. So I've been providing that intel to Congress, and I'm hoping that they're going to be active in holding the FBI accountable.
What has been the response from these House members that you've been in discussion with?
No, they pick up the phone now, and they call me, so that's good.
Remember when Tucker claimed he got a copy of the hard drive, announced it on Fox, and then suddenly it went away? Oh, yeah, he said they lost it in the mail or something? Was that over the Hunter Biden laptop?
That's definitely a step in the right direction compared to early 2020 when my father and my uncle were reaching out to them for help. They've been very receptive, and they have my full support. So I think the fact that members are what I suspect are employees of the FBI that are these whistleblowers that have come forward, they tell me that the core might be rotten, but there's a lot of rank and file that are still good people and they're doing the right thing. And I still will say, if the FBI wants to approach me if they've lost a laptop in a river, I have the copy my father tried to give the FBI in October of 2019. That copy has not made it around the world and been through many members of the press. It's been untouched, and it predates Rudy's copy. So if the FBI ever wants to revisit this, they know where I live.
So where does this go from here? If they say, well, no, we're just not interested in revisiting this, is this thing just dead in the court of public opinion while people just scream and cry out, look at this? And we've got sitting U.S. congressional, House members and senators that are they too afraid? I guess I just don't understand why this thing is dead in the water. Where's it go?
Well, I don't think it's dead in the water. I think there's posturing. I think we're trying to figure out what exactly happened in Mar-a-Lago to figure out what's going on, like who these players are. And if we can get to the bottom, if we can find out who was the person that actually told social mainstream media to be on the lookout, who's the entity that decided to label this Russian disinformation, not the guy that typed it into the computer, the person that told the 51 intelligence pillars in our community that this was all Russian. We need to get to the bottom of that. If it means holding them accountable in a court of law, I have the America Project that's funding my lawsuits. We've been given a large list of people to add to that lawsuit that are affiliated with the FBI, so I'm looking forward to putting pressure on them in a court of law. I wrote a book to document my entire ordeal, and then hopefully it'll be out before the election as a cautionary tale to this is what can happen when your mainstream, your social media, and your federal agencies get together to collude a story.
you know, in a serious country, in a real country where everything isn't fake, you would be revered as a hero by virtually everybody in the country.
Everybody, true.
You have this material that was designed and intended to be hidden from the masses for a very long time, which implicates the president of the United States, allegedly the guy that was installed after a Marxist coup. I know how that thing goes. So an illegitimate pedophile is in the White House, and now we know that based on the information that you brought forward. And so I'm just wondering, in your personal life, what groups are they that are against this, that have threatened you, besides, of course, the corrupt FBI?
Well, I mean, I've been attacked. The IRS has audited me. That's, you know, the fact that they've added 87,000 new applicants. I'm actually unemployed, so I'm thinking about maybe applying to the IRS.
I think it's a great idea.
I tried to apply for the FBI when I was going trying to battle to get my unemployment because the state of Delaware decided to keep throwing my file away. So they, you know, I'm getting attacked gently by federal agencies and state agencies. Nothing militant yet, but again, I'm keeping a low profile as far as that goes. So, you know, it's a system. It's a system that's had decades to probably mature, and it's designed to destroy their political enemies and protect their elite. And if we can figure out who's at the bottom of it, then this is what I do for a living now.
So in your book, American Justice, My Battle to Expose the Truth, what are the battles that you're facing, and what is the truth that you are trying to expose that broadly the rest of the country is unaware of at this point? Can you give us a sneak peek?
Well, for me, the title is American Injustice. Obviously, I think that I suffered an injustice, but I think we all as a nation, the fact that the collusion between our mainstream social and media and federal agencies blocked an important story that didn't just have consequences for me, it had consequences for the nation. I think that for me, the truth was initially just trying to get what I perceived as criminal evidence to the authorities. And then when I came to social and mainstream media, that they were able to, I still feel that it was never my responsibility to share the contents of the laptop with the media. It was only I was trying to get this to the authorities or people of authority. And I still feel that way. There's journalists out there that have done a great job of covering the contents of the laptop. There's been some journalists out there that have been pretty bold in their claims of what's on the laptop. So it's kind of, I'll let that world share. It's out there. Everybody's seen it. I still don't think it's my responsibility to share with the media. So I've never.
Well, I think that's great. And that's, yeah, you did exactly what you should have done. But you said that there are some out there, journalists who have been very bold, is the word that you used, in exposing what's on the laptop. As of now, have you seen any journalists that have fabricated anything, or widely is what's being broadcast by these bold journalists a correct depiction of what's on the laptop?
When I say bold, I put that into two categories. People that publish without redactions or publish without being careful to what they're doing, and more of a carpet bombing, shock and awe kind of scenario. And then there's other people out there that are trying to fabricate. I wouldn't call them journalists. I could be admitted as
to carry out war. So many people get paralyzed in fear because they think that they could end up just like the January 6ers who are incarcerated. We got set up with them. And I filled out the custom questionnaire that you will also fill out. It's how do you process information? How do you go about your daily life? How do you think? What do you do for a living? You know, all of these things contribute to the deciding factor of how Utopia then puts together a custom brain supplement package for you. Whether you want to be more
custom brain supplements.
Yeah, maybe you want to be more focused, more driven. It helps you to be a better husband, a better wife, a better parent, a better coworker, employee, a better boss. So whether you're a C-level executive or an entrepreneur, business owner, or a Mac bookstore owner, you're obviously dealing with distractions all day long. You got to be on your A game, and these supplements put you on your A game. They make you feel great, like super sharp. Nothing will get by you. Nobody can dupe you. Nobody will pull the wool over your eyes. From the minute you pop your eyes open in the morning.
Wow. Wait, hold on. Quick meme. What is this? New documentary. There is something being worked on?
Documentary Shielded by Power. So I spent the last year interviewing everybody from John Paul Mac Isaac to Bob Costello, which is Rudy Giuliani's attorney, Miranda Devine, John Solomon, Matt Taibbi, a whole bunch of cast of people who were involved with the Hunter Biden laptop story, and then also involved with the investigation, mainly centering the story around Joseph Ziegler and around Gary Shapley. In this first phase, this week, my job is to go through and look at all the interviews, make all my selects, and basically build what I call the carousel of conversation, which is the ongoing dialogue or the voice.
Okay, I don't give a fuck. Okay, we have a scary moment. Things have escalated for Hassan Piker.
There are some elements of what Donald Trump has said in spirit that are agreeable. The idea that we shouldn't be waging unnecessary wars and foreign entanglements, and instead we should spend in the wealthiest country on the planet all this money on ourselves. And, you know, I think that we can unite around that message if people genuinely do believe it.
Do you think that communism undermines the United States? That's what many people, rock critics have.
I think people are allowed to believe whatever they want to believe. That's the American spirit, baby.
I just finally on the Sabina, you said you haven't heard anything about it.
No.
The what?
American spirit, baby.
I just finally on the Sabina, you said you haven't heard anything about it.
Sabina? Wait, what?
That's the American spirit, baby.
I just finally on the Sabina, you said you haven't heard anything about it.
What is he saying? I'm too retarded. Oh, just the subpoena. Oh, sorry.
Okay, what's up, man?
Hey, what do you think? How do we solve this right here? How do we solve these issues right here in the community?
Keep showing up. Keep showing up. Keep. Look, we live under at least a theoretical democracy.
Why does he have a gas mask with him? Oh my god.
supposed to be a democratic process. Sometimes people make decisions. Sometimes they disagree with the previous decisions that they made, even if they voted for a particular party or a person. And when things like this are happening, when we have people that are being unjustly detained, people that are simply waiting for their court dates, or people who are already at their court dates, what's wrong?
People waiting for their court date or at their court date.
You want me to move?
Stay focused. You good. You good, my boy.
Yeah.
You heard me? Stay focused. You good. You good. But the people that's on, what you call it? Like, listen, stay with me, baby. Ain't nobody coming. They're not coming to do 9-1. Yo, listen. I ask you a serious question. Like,
you demonstrate. You demonstrate. You try to get your demands to be heard.
No, I don't have demands. Stay focused.
No, not your demands. I'm saying their demands. There are demands that are being made inside of this facility by people who have been unjustly detained inside in heinous conditions.
And how we solve this? How do we solve this?
They keep protesting, and we keep showing support for them with the hopes that eventually it gets to a point where these institutions that are doing this violence feel a sense of accountability, and they change what they do.
And you're a socialist, right? You're a socialist. Yeah, that's dangerous.
You said so few people that capitalist fund. What did you mean when you said so few people that capitalist fund?
You know why I asked that question? That you're a fucking fraud. Hey, yo, all these people following you and shit, you're a fucking fraud.
What did you mean when you said America deserved 9/11? What did you mean when you said America deserved 9/11? What's going on, man? How you doing? What did you mean when you said America deserved 9/11? I think that it's called a pretty simple concept called blowback. That's what I was talking about. I've already mentioned what I meant in 2019. Do you support violence against ICE officers? No, I do not. I do not support violence at all. I'm a peaceful person. Okay, I love peace.
What about the people that bit an ICE officer's arm yesterday? Do you condemn
What about this?
What about the ICE officer who bruised me yesterday, who beat us on the ground? What about the ones who bit an ICE officer's arm yesterday? What about the ICE officers who pepper sprayed me in the eye on Monday? Capitalist blood. What did that mean?
It's called LARPing.
What does that mean? Should people take it seriously?
ICE officers in pain. Come on. Yes. Hyperbole amongst friends.
You say hyperbole a lot, but when are you being serious versus hyperbolic?
Fuck you, fuck Twitch. You gotta make that decision on your own.
So it's really, if you get blowback, you just say you're being sarcastic.
Really, I think there's a lot of blowback to virtually everything that I'm saying. Unfortunately, by the people like yourself, it is what it is. It happens. Are you have a responsibility for your words? No. He's never done that.
Okay, TV Nick Shirley, that's enough.
All right.
Move on.
Well, nice to meet you.
On. Thank you.
Did you work with the Cuban government?
It gets more preposterous as you go on, you know? You can't entertain them at all, otherwise you're just
I would have expected a sense of charitability, but
no.
It turns out the Cuban government. Do you guys have a vehicle out here that we can
take
advantage of?
We got it over there somewhere. Yeah. We can break the chain.com. Stop Israel arms going to New York, New Jersey.
Fuck Twitch.
Break the chain. Fuck Twitch and fuck you.
You fucking view about it? Yo, you abuse your dog? That's crazy, bro. Your dog got a shot collar? Your dog got a shot collar? One of the unfortunate problems that exist with this kind of coverage is that there are a lot of wonderful people out there who want to do right, who want to do right by others, and then there are opportunists. Who want to make a name for themselves, and they try to do ridiculous nonsense like this. But you know,
it's unfortunate that people try to change the message from the voices of the detainees about themselves. That's what we're seeing here.
Their minds are so twisted that they think other people are the same way.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even make sense that there's no sense or sensibility to the message, and it actually unironically makes the people screaming like this look very strange. But a lot of people don't have any sort of understanding. You know.
That was pretty easy.
Why would you abuse your dog, though?
I just removed the
Why would you abuse your dog? You know you abuse his dog.
You jack him? His dog is a nice dog. Doesn't abuse anyone. Only people abusing are the ones around us right now.
Okay, public freedom of speech is an abuse? Freedom of speech is an abuse? Fuck Twitch and fuck you. Go back to the desktop. We really do IRL. Go home. Go home. What?
Damn. Wait. Are those Israelis? Do those guys sound kind of Mossad-oriented to you?
You didn't say that? No, I was about to debate Charlie Kirk. Why the fuck would I want anybody to kill him? I was supposed to debate Charlie. Listen, I know this is a difficult concept for you to understand, but I was actually supposed to debate Charlie Kirk 2 weeks prior to his assassination. Obviously, I have a very different method of going about things than the way that you're trying to present it, because if that was my mentality, I would never try to debate him. Charlie respected that, and it's really sad to see the remnants of the conservative movement refusing to carry the flame in the way that Charlie Kirk wanted it to be.
Carry the flame.
I, on the other hand, do carry that flame, because we are Charlie Kirk.
Discussing things like America deserves
we carry the flame. We fight for the gospel.
Like
we honor his name.
By working with the
do you know those words? Do you internalize those words? You should.
Charlie Kirk is a huge inspiration, and he didn't work with the Cuban
government. He's an inspiration to me too.
With the Cuban government?
He inspired us all.
Why wouldn't you
certainly
say
myself?
Your involvement with the Cuban government?
I mean, you're making shit up. What do you want me to say? Like,
did you work with the Cuban government? Are you conspiring with the Cuban government?
No, dude. What the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck are they walking to? Are they just?
It's like, do you have nuclear? Are you 2 weeks away from having nuclear arms?
If you asked enough times, maybe you'll like change your mind or something.
Do shit. Are you? I have a good authority that you are 2 weeks away from developing nuclear arms. Why won't you respond?
Exactly. More testosterone. And then when you destroy it, you want to destroy it again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I literally said something about him sucking cock, and he immediately went to my mustache.
Sorry. Okay, this is retarded. Why they're walking so fast? Shut the fuck up. What? All right. Well, I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. 1 p.m. Oh shit! Wait, I might take tomorrow off, but I'll be back the next day. 1 p.m. sharp, like I am every single day. Always here. Always at 1 p.m. sharp. Never late. Always on time. Be careful.